Oh, I might be able to run. I could have a little go at seeing if I can get pit wall to run, if you want. If it won't work for you, I'll try and jump on and see if I can do it. Because technically I'm in the lobby, but I'm not streaming it. But it might still work.
Okay, so if I can't get it here, which welcome back to all of our viewers. We do apologize for this completely abrupt cutoff that we just had to the stream. Currently trying to get everything back up and running. I have reconnected to the lobby. We'll get the live feed going shortly. Tim and Benny will certainly be able to catch us all up on the action that has been missed. And then what we just discussed, if you did not hear, I'm going to try one last time to connect to the pit wall based off of me restarting my PC. Hopefully it works. If not, we'll see if Tim here can connect to the pit wall and get it going. So I'm going to try once again. New session uplinked, but then it... Oh, no. I'm getting the same issues, it seems, so... We'll see. You might have to try there, Tim.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll give it a little go. So I'll go quiet for a minute just while I do some fiddling and some button pressing. No worries. I'll have a little go at it and see if we can get the pit link up and running for everyone. Are we actively showing anything on track, or are we on the pre-screen at the moment?
We are actively looking at the 39 car. We're going to switch over to our race leader for you. We'll go to the broadcasting template, and that's where we're at the moment.
Oh, okie dokie.
And now it's going to be on stream officially.
We're expecting, I believe it was the 55 to get a Stewards inquiry coming through. That is P35, I want to say down there. That's the BMW. Oh, I've lost the number. Yeah, BMW number 55. It looks like he got spun out coming out of Aintree. Dominic Mizerjewski, I want to say. Or Mizer, I'm going to say it's Mizerjewski, but yes, the victorious secret BMW number 55, who actually just ran wide a little bit there, had cops, but yeah, involved in an incident coming out of Aintree. So we'll see if that leads to a stewards inquiry, but or what the stewards do decide. But you know, Fizzy, we had the field kind of very spread out when you first kind of joined this race, and now they've kind of bunched up again. It just seems like, you know, this race has been very unpredictable, and we see if this bunching up of the cars kind of leads to more incidents, because the weather's been kind of really crazy. It's at least going to be sunny, or partially sunny, I should say, for the next 30 minutes. But by the way, the track still, despite the sunniness, is pretty cool. 25 degrees. We were as high as 30 at the rain that we had about, I want to say, 20 to 30 minutes ago. So
interesting. Very interesting to note. To our viewers, like to remind it, we're gonna get the pit wall up. We're gonna try to get Tim to get connected to it, because it appears, talking to the pit wall team, it appears that
it's up.
Me. It is up.
It's up. I got it working. Yeah, it's just waiting for you.
All right.
Yeah, so it appears to be up and running.
All right, I signed out of pit link and closed it down. So it looks like we got it running again. Tim's got it running. It seems that I had something blocking my connection. Don't know what that is. Gonna investigate later, as I might be the main stream host on one of these other races coming up. And in the event I am, and I don't have Tim here to rescue me, then it's okay. So that should be back up. It's all good to go. We'll be able to run through the grid again. And Benny, you were saying about the field bunching up, although I'm seeing the 869 car not bunched up and very far ahead of everyone else. He's in no man's land right now. Benny looks like he might have gone AFK real quick, but that's okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was in the middle of typing. I was just thanking the Pitbull team for their support with getting everything sorted. So I do apologise. I was looking down at the completely wrong screen. Right. So we're back up. This is obviously part 3. So big quick shout out to our coordinator Ersk, who has posted again, letting them know that this is part 3. So thank you for everyone that stuck with us. Yeah, and the final one. But if it isn't, then we won't worry. It's fine. These things happen. As we were saying, keeping a computer running, all the software that you have to run, it's not just the game. When you're racing and you're streaming, you tend to just run the race and you've got OBS running, and that's about it. Obviously, when you're trying to run the stream yourself, you've got PitLink running, you've got OBS running, you've got the game itself running, you've got commentating software running as well. You've got to have the YouTube chat up, keeping an eye on so many things. It is a massive amount for your PC to do. I said, obviously, it's churning stuff through. Discord as well running, which can sometimes weirdly use a colossal amount of computing power for some reason. So yeah, it does happen from time to time. The important thing is we're back up and running. Just having a little look here. There is some race control stuff that came through. Was that ages ago? It might have been a little while ago. Basically, nothing from race control at the moment. Just basically saying that there's a whole bunch of stuff that isn't that hasn't been updated on their end, or people have put in information but not enough info. So nothing from race control at the moment. Sorry, that was just more of a warning to the teams to say you need to give us the full information. So I will get all my screens back up and running now so I can see the racetrack again, because it's been a little bit of time just looking at text. So let's grab that one.
Well, to put at the start right now, Samir Foch currently has about a 25-second lead over the 72 car, so they're inching away every lap. The 72 car overtook the 720. I do recall the 720 being ahead. They have a 2.1 second gap over them, as my broadcasting client is again giving me some issues, but that's okay. We'll be fine. There we go. There's the 72 car. A little bit of lag. Did
you possibly try and move the broadcasting window? Because I know when I did that, my computer used to hate it. If you just move it even the slightest bit, you're like, oh, I'll just move it across my screen just like 0.5 millimeter, and your computer just goes, no. Like, no, how dare you try and move something?
Yeah, it's all sorts of troubles here today, but it'll
Never
all
mind.
get sorted out there. And
yeah, it's all good. If it makes you feel any better, my Tuesday night stream here with AOR, that's actually how I discovered that the internet was out in my town, was because suddenly midstream it was just like crazy disco screen, and I had to pretty much stop streaming at one point and just put the display picture up, because anybody that was photosensitive would have immediately been in trouble. So I just had to just go radio style, and luckily my co-commentator saw us through. He got us done. John got us sorted. It hasn't been my season this season, if it makes you feel any better. I've had to completely rebuild my PC because the news type of liveries was too much for my CPU to handle. And I had an eye infection in both eyes, so after my son poked me in the eye. So I was blind for a little while and couldn't do anything. So, eye drops every 20 minutes still. It's been like the best part of 3 weeks at this point, and I've still got to keep chucking eye drops in. So I feel the pain. I do feel the pain.
Yes, well, we have plenty of time to go, and some pain is coming halfway to go through the race, and we have rain, heavy rain in 30 minutes once again. The wind is up to 11 kilometers an hour, so it's rolling in these storms in between the sun like crazy. And it's 5:38 in-game PM, so I'm assuming the sun's gonna set, with about 2 some hours to go in the race, and it's gonna be crazy with the fact that the weather keeps changing. So yeah, all sorts of chaos right now between stream settings. Honestly, I think the issues we're having with the stream and connecting the pit wall and all that stuff is perfectly replicated by the weather we have in game right now, because it's just absolute chaos. It's good, nice beautiful skies for a minute, and then the next minute it's just pouring rain, disastrous conditions.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, like we said, it's England, so this is what happens. If anyone wants to say differently, you're wrong. It's England. It's awful. I live here, so I can say it. It's weather-wise is an absolute mess. You never know what you need to wear. So who knows? Who knows? Still haven't seen anything come through about that incident with car 55 getting turned around. Shall I have a little look? So feel free to jump in the chat. Anybody, sort of cheer on your team. I know it's obviously the new stream again, so obviously understandable. A couple of guys possibly not found us quite yet, but we are still here. We are still fighting on. We are very determined to keep this alive. Why on earth can I not get the info up that I want to? No idea. But I can't get the info I want to come up on my screen, which is typical. So, who are you on board with at the moment? So I can jump on as well and have a look with that, whoever you're with, because I'm a little bit behind. Are you on board with third place, I believe?
I'm on board with the 720 right now. Quickly throwing up the coverage to reconnect to the game one last time because the broadcasting client will not reconnect. So, of course, plenty of issues at the moment, like we were saying.
I just want to say that Tier 2 seems to be having as crazy weather as we are. And speaking of which, rain coming in 30 minutes. So I don't know if you gentlemen have already talked about it. I went off to finish making tea, which, by the way, pro tip if you're a commentator, Yorkshire tea, the best thing for your throat. And Tim, I got to ask you, are you a Yorkshire Red or are you a Yorkshire Gold?
I think Yorkshire Red is just the standard Yorkshire tea, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I go for just regular Yorkshire tea personally.
Okay.
I know some people do like the gold, and totally fair enough. There will be no judgment. Unless you drink Tetley's or PG Tips, that's absolutely fine. If you drink Tetley's or PG Tips, I will judge you harshly.
No, not at all. It's Yorkshire Gold.
Yeah, so Yorkshire, because obviously in the UK, tea is spread far and wide, and I imagine in America probably the coffee situation is probably more similar. But
exactly.
You cannot get anywhere in the UK, and I stand by this, you cannot get a decent cup of tea from any chain coffee shop in the UK. And I will go to my grave on that. There is no chain coffee shop, and they all offer tea, and they're all like, yeah, have a cup of tea. All of it is complete swill. It's awful. No one makes a good cup of tea, and I don't care what anyone says. I refuse to believe any other way. It's all absolutely disgusting, the tea that comes from coffee shops. So, just my hot take.
No, that's fine. I believe it. I absolutely believe it. So it's like people that tell me they get good coffee from Starbucks, and I'm like, I can't tell you the last time I've had good coffee from Starbucks.
Starbucks has got their espresso beans are good. Not their coffee beans. Their coffee beans are way too burnt, but their espresso beans are not bad, actually. That's my opinion on Starbucks, but a local coffee shop you can't beat.
I feel like Starbucks' coffee is going to leave a bigger crater in my stomach than that space junk that hit the moon.
Oh, jeez.
I think that's what it's going to do. But it's just so... Oh, my God. But nonetheless, yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like, so there's definitely... I feel the vibe there, Tim, because it's like... I definitely do feel like there's a lot of chain coffee shops in America that just have absolutely god-awful coffee. Like, your mom and pop coffee shops will make a decent pot, pot of coffee, but it's the same way. I totally feel you there.
There's basically, my majority coffee is obviously when I'm at work. I work in a large factory, so making coffee, my coffee consists of just instant coffee, black, no sugar. That is how I drink it. It's at that point it is purely for energy, and I weirdly just like the bitter taste. But then the other end of the spectrum is at a certain time of year when the leaves go brown and women in Ugg boots are walking around everywhere. The pumpkin spice latte comes to life, and I will make sure that at least once a week I consume an oat milk pumpkin spice latte, because vastly lactose intolerant, so I can't have a normal one, and oat milk is the best option for me. So, but yeah, that's it. I go from sort of full blown typical teenage American girl drinking her pumpkin spice latte, wearing her Ugg boots and her leggings in autumn or fall, and then the rest of the time it's black coffee all the way. And I love you. I love black coffee as well as the pumpkin spice.
I just want to say, I see people in the chat, good friend of mine, good to see you. He's like, damn, just burning coffee, just burning Starbucks like that. Yeah, because it's burnt me in my stomach, mate. So look, it's tit for tat, okay? But no, all joking aside, I feel I'm not a big pumpkin spice guy, but I do love a good like mocha or latte. So London fog is very good. I don't know if you guys call it that over there, but we have something over here called a London fog, which is like steamed tea with, I can't remember actually now that I think about it. I've just dropped this name of what I have no idea. But
I've definitely heard the name, but I don't know it. Am I right in thinking we've got a barrel hotting up on circuit while we're talking about cups?
Yes, we do.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some coffee, but right now we're on board with the 213, who is just essentially pushing the 781 around. It's the battle for 14th. And with the it's the battle for 13th, excuse me, because the 555 car is right there as well. So excellent onboard we got going on. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Well, then I'll.
Tyler as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
Could we
I'll throw my
helicam we disappear, just so in case he gets past. If he
Yes,
gets
sir.
past, otherwise if he's in front of him, we're gonna have a very boring view.
Well, there you go. We'll have the helicam right now. I'll be right back as they go side by side for 13th right up ahead, and I'll give you some more opinions on coffee, that's for sure, after I brew myself another cup.
They've both gone through. Bentley and Ferrari both gone through, so that BMW of Diaz is tumbling down the order. So it's now Mulholland still defending from Heiler, coming through the chicane. Oh, he's pushing the back of that car hard, isn't he?
Yeah, really good. A little bit wider was Hyla on the exit, and then the entry into club. So down here towards the farm section. Oh, he's really wide. That's not good from Hyla. He's going to lose a lot of time there. Just a little bit off on the entry. Maybe Diaz can get a little bit closer. But what a drive from Makai Hyla. Back from this team, the PDC Motorsports 213 team. Back from the depths of the bottom end of the leaderboard into P14, and we'll see if Hyla can get back into position to try and challenge Mulholland again. Darren Mulholland, the front left tire, Scrubber Esports 781, Bentley, out in front right now.
Yeah, and actually, it looked like Hyla kind of made a few mistakes, and it just kind of chained together, didn't it? It looked like a couple of those corners he just didn't quite get together, because the pair of them tore past Diaz, and then Mulholland just pulled away super quick. And you would really think that the Ferrari, especially through Sector 3, you would think that the Ferrari would have the dominant sort of setup, obviously being a lot lower, mid-engine for those slower, quick changes of direction. You would think the Ferrari would have the advantage, but actually Mulholland has just absolutely opened the taps and is going for broke at this point. Absolutely flying away.
Hey, he might be going for gold. That'll be on the TV, but still, it's. I think Hyla, nice 1980s British television reference there for you, by the way. But no, I think Hyla really kind of lost it on that entry to Abbey, and then was kind of too deep into farm. So really just lost a lot of time around it. It'll have to be a better entry here on this next lap. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The Bentley just absolutely steamrolling out in front off the back of those errors. So we'll see if interested to see how the line is this time, because Hyla ran it a little wide at Cops last time, and that kind of, or I'm sorry, not Cops, at Abbey, and this time it's a much better line. You can see from Hyla, much better, much more in control.
So absolutely fan.
So we're going to keep it. Mulholland is actually going around Dennis Latz here to try and unlap himself. Dennis Latz, the BMW 57, currently still with the fastest lap, has had the fastest lap better part of, I want to say about an hour or at least two. So now it's Hyla's turn to try and get around Latz. Mulholland is just absolutely just storming into the lead, although Hyla is staying a bit with it. So you know, 1.1, that gap was as wide as 1.3, but now it's about 1.1. So if Hyla can get around this BMW number 57 in P5 of Dennis Latch, and the Van Mall Sim Sports car, by the way. So you would think, and I think he's going to let him. He might let him through here. We'll see. He takes a really inside line here, and Hyla is eventually going to have the inside line at Stowe, and Hyla's been given the lap back. So now free to have a go at Mulholland is Hyla. I believe we just lost Tim for a second.
Hello, I'm voice back, but
there we go.
This is the reason why I'm not doing the main stream, because of obviously I said about the internet issue. So annoyingly though, that does mean that pit wall has probably gone down again as well.
Oh
so,
no, I hope not.
Give me a moment. I will do my absolute best to get it back, guys. It's just a case of waiting for the internet to start coming to my house again, which I believe it is just starting to now.
We'll see.
This is again the joys of living in the countryside.
One of the big advantages is you get to eat a lot of peaches, though.
Not for me. Not for me. I don't. Not for me. I'm afraid.
Yeah,
Exactly.
come on, man. Millions of peaches. Peaches for me.
Yeah, I mean you can get the peaches, but I don't round here. Peaches are not the thing. Maybe apples. That's about all I've got.
I heard they give them away for free. Random American. Just I don't know if you know the reference, but okay. Where you're gonna get really big.
In the middle of, I was sort of in the middle of trying to sort out the pit link. So just
You're right.
I'm sorry. I was reading through numbers and I was like,
that's a fair point. That's a fair point. You are in the middle of trying to sort out pit link again. I think it's come back actually. I'm seeing cars start to tick up on the timer. So yeah, pit link is back.
Yeah.
You're good there. Don't worry about that. But yeah, back to this battle, if you will, between I've lost it. It was Mulholland and Hyla. Hyla is at well, he's a second and a half back now, so Mulholland is still pulling away. And I don't know if you have a fix for this, gentleman, but I've just lost the sound in the game.
I just got back actually. Try maybe reconnect to the server or whatnot.
All right.
So great to be back. I've got some more coffee. We also have a little bit of a battle brewing for P4 in silver, as was mentioned in the chat, between the 177 and the 666 car. So keep it through that. But obviously we're going to have some rain coming in soon. So would you guys be interested? Let's possibly run through the whole grid from top down, give some, halfway through the race, see how everyone's doing. Maybe we can compare their starting positions, look at their liveries, and go through the grid before we get absolute chaos with the rain. Thoughts on that?
I'm down. I'm down for it.
I'm going to need to dip out for just 2 minutes because I need to order a pizza because we haven't got anything to eat in the house.
Fizzy, I could take it away if you would like.
Yeah, how about we'll just go back and forth with it if you want to start up at the top with our current race leader.
Okay, let me actually beg your pardon. Let me. I just rejoined the server, so I'm actually gonna have to get there. Give me 1 second. And okay, it's the number. I got it. It's the number 869 Samir Falk, KW Clown Fiesta Esports Club in the 869 Ferrari. Started in second place, mind you. They were just a little bit off of the pole by 25 thousandths of a second, but they lead the race in first position. Want me to just burn through the top 10? Is that what you want me to do?
I'll go to the second one here. We'll go to the 72 car. Currently running is the Giga Chad Racenik Tim car. We're currently running with a black and blue livery. They don't got any black and blues on that car. A little bit dirt, it seems. But other than that, that Aston Martin chugging along very nicely. Now, they started down in 10th. They had a super pole time of a 31-minute lap, so I just assume that was just a no lap.
They invalidated their lap, yeah.
Okay, so I was going to say there's no way that they are that slow over one lap, but clearly they're not that slow on race pace either because they are currently running second place with P3 very close behind Benny.
Yeah, third place is the 720 of Mantis Povolitis in the Slava Ukraina by BGR, the 720 McLaren livery. That 720 finished the Beaver Grease Racing Lithuania car. Qualified 5th with a Super Bowl time of 157.1 and is currently up into P3.
Now down to P4, we have Marcus Lawrence driving the PCDC Motorsports car, one of multiple on the grid. This is the Aston Martin. So 2 Aston Martins in the top 4. Nice blue livery here with rain, light rain now 10 minutes out, heavy rain 30 minutes out as well. Just a little update there with the 12 miles per hour wind. But these guys started in 3rd. It was row 2 was the PCDC cars, while their sister teammate, we'll get to them shortly, hasn't been doing too well. They are running pretty good up in P4 right now, with Lawrence leading the way. Over to you, Benny, for P5.
P5 is Van Wall Simsport Dennis Latz in the BMW number 57, starting the race in P8. 157.5 was the pole lap, and that Van Wall Simsports car, both Van Wall Simsports cars, of course, you remember number 58, the next car got pole, but this one finished starting in P8 and up 3 to P5.
Vandervelde currently running in 6th. The other Van Wall Simsports car, our pole sitter, like Benny mentioned, currently only able to run in 6th position, which is still a very good spot to be running in. 9.2 seconds off of their teammate, but 14 seconds ahead of P7, Benny.
P8 is Lucian Prochinka. It is going to be the 501 Ferrari Forza Italia.PLE Racing Club. And this team qualified P9. Super Pole time was a 57.6, so the slowest of the registered laps in the Super Pole. But up 2 positions since then after halfway through the race in P7.
P8 is right on the heels. We have the Silver Racing Team and Eurowash running in the 101. That's a very nice livery with the red and black there on that BMW. Got like a little bit of a swoosh on the side. Combination of like I don't even know, it's kind of a combination of like a backwards Fanatec logo or a running shoe. Either way, a very clean car they got running on today in their BMW currently. They started up towards the front. It was, if I am correct, the 101 car did start in 7th, so they are down 1 position but looking to regain that one back. Over to you, Benny.
P9, Dennis Strelnikov, one of 2 drivers for this Crazy Foul Racing Team number 1. Started in P12. And this McLaren number 45 with 2 penalties to its name, including one yet to serve, as you see in the timing boards with a plus 15-second time penalty. Still running P9, 3 position gain, Fizzy.
10th place is Adam Dubiel in the 500 Ferrari Forza Italia PLE Racing. He's got a nice little spotty livery here, green, white, and red, very Italian of Dubiel to run. He is also another 2-car team with Patrick Lipka as well. They started up in 6th place, but they are down 4 spots here with P11 hot on the heels, Benny.
P11 is Nathan Pierce, and that is the Red Line Zach Racing team, the number 180 BMW. Currently qualified in P14, and he's right on the heels of P10, but currently running plus 3 in P11.
P12 is our current class leader in the silver class, moving out of the way for it looks like the sister car for the Celtic Bromance. The Celtic Bromance skirt car is skirting their way up the field. They started all the way down in 26, 3rd in class. They are now leading their class by a country mile, and they're up 14 positions overall, Benny. Probably one of our biggest movers today, as they also have a nice little buffer to P13 behind.
Absolutely, and in that P13 is a pressure Dallin Mulholland of the front left tire scrubber esports car, number 781 Bentley, starting at P16, is up 3 to P13.
Yes, and a little weather update for you folks. As you can see at the top right, it is heavy rain in 10 minutes, light rain in probably 7 minutes, and then now, about exactly 30 minutes from now, it's going to be dry once again, so the craziness does continue. Hopefully it doesn't, continue from the server side of things. But P14 is the 213 car, making their way back up through the field. They started in 4th, the PCDC Motorsports 213 car, looking to make a move on the 781. They ran them back down once again. We were watching this battle before. Hilo was able to make some moves, and they are on the charge and has a nice little gap to 15th, Benny.
Nice gap to 15th, which is the car they just passed a few laps ago. Juan Diaz, the BMW number 555, the Butler Powell Motorsport car. And that car qualifying in P15, still running in P15.
In 16th place is Yus Parek for the Flying Estonians, having a really good race so far, running up in 16th. The 8 car started 17th, so not much improvement at this stage, but, you know, still running strong in that number 8 McLaren, Benny.
That number 8, by the way, had 2 to 3 penalties as well already this race, and they're still running in P16. Show you the pace of that car. In P17, Milan Hock at a PDC or PCDC Motorsports car. This one is the number 48. They started P11, so they are down a little bit from their opening position, but still got quite a lot of pace in them. The number 48 Aston Martin running currently P17.
In P18, we have Marcel Chico in the 169 McLaren, a nice white livery for the Dre Moment racing car. They started down in 24th, so they've gotten a few positions, the two-man team. Platinum car looking to keep improving on their 6 positions gained, but they have 11 seconds to hawk up ahead, Benny.
It is Brian Scheckerman in 19th for the only Porsche in our field, Porsche number 95, 2 penalties and also an incident, and they still are a +3, the no-name team, currently up 3 from their qualifying position of P22 in P19.
Behind him is that pink Mercedes, the number 9 car of Nicolas Alvarado for Ram Racing. That's probably one of the best liveries we'll see on the grid just because it's a nice hot pink, and we all love to see a nice good hot pink livery. Mercedes has been on the move a little bit. We've seen them battling a few others, and they are currently running in P20th. The Baboon Motorsports car up, sorry, it says Baboon Motorsports on my sheet, but it's Ram Racing in the bottom right. So I do apologize for that, but the Baboon Motorsports Ram Racing car up 8 positions after starting down the order in 28th.
One of the biggest movers who just took P21 away is Andrea Santoro, the Lou Bemivu Bazzito car. I probably butchered that name, but the 326 BMW is up 28 positions from P49, which they qualified currently in P21.
All right, I will work on the volumes a little bit as well in the chat. I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
Me?
I have you in the yellow. I did get that fixed.
Okay.
It says I'm a little higher right now, so I'm going to lower mine a little bit so it doesn't go too high. But, yeah, just double check your volume as well, make sure it's okay, because I'm getting it good on my audio mixture, but we'll keep an eye on it. You just did P21, correct, with Santoro?
Correct.
With the 326,
Correct.
So I'll go for the 115 of Armando Ortenzi in the Virtual Drivers Alliance, that 115 Audi. Not having the, well, actually, no, having a good day. Started down in 25th, moving up a few positions. They're currently running P3 in class with a Lexus hot on their heel, but not for position. Trying to get P2 in class, Benny.
Number P23, Christian Pringer, the Team Snail Esports car, having a little bit of trouble and having a little bit of incidents that have put to set this car back, currently down 10 positions. It's one of our biggest movers to the downside, unfortunately, so far in this race in P23 after qualifying P11 in that McLaren 46.
And in 24th, we have Scott Cranston's, the other Celtic Bromance car, the 177. This one currently on the grid. It's got that green, white, green, gray, and red livery, I guess, for the Celtics. And I guess maybe it was my volume that was a little bit low, excuse me, so I do apologize for the issue. But the 177, or the 177, I almost said the 117. They started, this is probably our biggest mover on the grid, Benny. Check this out. The Celtic Bromance / Nighthawks team started in 48th, and they are currently running in 24th, forced in class. That's half of the grid they have overtaken today. So congratulations to the Celtic Bromance car. Currently, both of them having phenomenal days, with the second car having an even better one. But look right behind him, Benny, P25.
Yeah, almost as good as that 326. That's up 28 positions. But for the P25, oh, the rain has started, by the way. Look at the rain coming down now.
Oh, yeah.
So conditions going to change. But P25, but maybe not for long because he's right on the tail of Cranston, is Bernd Metternich in the Beeswax Warburton's 666 McLaren. The 666 Oh, I've just lost it on the sheet. Where did they qualify? 27th, and now so they are only up 2 positions and 25th currently.
So their name on the sheet, which is absolutely awesome, is Beeswax Racing, falling in love with you. So I'm sure they're not falling in love with this rain as the track goes greasy, and we're going to start to see drivers into the pits. So we'll do our best we can to keep up with the introductions, but that's our top 25 at the moment. And the 177 says thank you. Well, you're welcome. You guys have done a phenomenal job today. All the props is there. And Zero, thank you for the donation. Love the broadcast, guys, and yes, we will happily keep it up. We're glad you are quite enjoying it. P26 is Ludwig's in one of our only Lamborghinis on the grid. Might be the only one. I haven't seen another one.
It is the only Lamborghini, yes.
So one Porsche, one Lamborghini. They have a nice Ukraine flag livery there as we send our thoughts and prayers for them as well. Hopefully they get through these tough times. They have the 30 car who got a stop-go in the pit lane. Horvath, but we'll get to them shortly. But the 26 car, 26th place 969 Lamborghini. Where did they start down the order? Because they are currently a silver class driver. They started 53rd.
53rd.
Highway racing car. So our other big mover on the day, maybe slightly bigger of a mover than the Celtic Bromance car. So not to steal the thunder, but also look out, they are coming as well through the grid with a vengeance, Benny.
P27, Sam Maudsley, the N7 racing car was as high as P, like 17 or 18, but now down in P27. The 117 Bentley still doing well as they qualified in P32. We also have some stewards inquiries to come through. We'll get to it after the run through the grid, but P28 next, Fizzy.
P28 is the Beaver Grease Racing Lexus, the number 10 car. Where did they start, you might ask? Well, they started in 52nd. So a lot of these cars have started way down the grid and moved up a lot, but the Beaver Grease Racing extra greasy car, you know, they might like this conditions. It's right now extra greasy on track, and that is their namesake, so they better be driving very well right now as they hit these apexes very nicely. On to, oh, no, I just totally jinxed it. I am so sorry. That was a commentator's curse as the 10 car slid on the exit of the corner there, and I'm sure they are looking to have a tire change very soon, Benny.
Absolutely. P29 is Dijan Jokic, the 999 BMW Goat Racing number 2 car, qualifying 33rd, currently up 4 positions in P29.
The sister car currently running in 30th, driven by Richie B right now. That's the car that's full of sand on the grid, so they're going to be very slow in the wet here. The 444 Goat Racing team car, where did they start, you might ask? Well, they started down in 39th with Richard Benz currently leading the charge, trying to catch up to his teammate up ahead, Benny.
And in P number 31, it's Robert Arlavi. It is the Croatia Racing Team BMW number 370. And this team qualifying in 29th position, so only down 2 currently in P31.
And 32nd, we have the 199. It's that very nice green livery Mercedes, excuse me, Rachel's 350Z. They're doing pretty good so far, running 32nd. Where did they start, you might ask? Well, they started, if I'm correct, so on my thing, they are the Porsche Spinella team, but they are currently driving in a Mercedes. So definitely a very interesting team name for the sign-up considering the car, but they started down 36. They've gotten a few positions. The Platinum team car, you know, looking to have better days and compete more with Platinum drivers, but 32nd in such a crazy day today, as we can see all the cars in the pit lane, is very respectable, Benny.
Yes, Matias Silva for Victoria's Secret But Better is going to be in 33rd position, the McLaren 51. They started in P23, so another 10-place drop right now for this team, currently running in P33rd.
Fun fact about the Victoria's Secret car, they were very competitive last season in Tier 1 in the silver class, actually battling towards the front. Doesn't have as much luck today, but I'm sure we'll get them through as the heavy rain has now entered, with it continues to increase. A lot of drivers onto the wet tires, and if you're not already on those wet tires, well then you better get on it because it is raining like crazy out there. But on to P34, we have the 7 car of Dylan Goslin, the Project Reminiscence car in one of the Bentleys on the grid. It's got a black and purple livery. You know, minimalistic, but clean. Where did the 7 car start, you might ask? Well, that's a great question. The single and good-looking 45 car, or 45th starting car is up 11 positions. Honestly, I don't think they should keep the name Project Revenants, as they get a little squirmy on exit there, because single and good looking is pretty good, as that car pretty minimalistic. And I actually do know a couple of the drivers there. One of them is our phenomenal Deuce, who has set up the AOR 2.0 website for us, so big shout out to them. They're only running 34th on the grid, now up to 32nd, so great job for them. On to P35, who at the moment was the 30 car, but that's going to shuffle in a minute, I'm sure.
Yeah, so the 30 car is actually up to P33. It's the pit stop. So Cash Basu with a stop and go 30-second penalty. It's the Aston Martin number 30, Superior Vantage Racing Team, currently qualified in P40, and up after some pit stops around to P33, P44.
Behind him is the 16 McLaren of Eric Mioch in the black and red McLaren. Another team with more minimalistic livery that's also really clean. The 16 McLaren in the silver class car, as the 51 car right up ahead just got a drive through. But the 16 car, meanwhile, where did they start? Well, I keep asking that question because I have to look through the grid. The Dutch Sim Racing Team started down at 44th. They are up 8 positions. Excuse me, as the track transitions to full wet, Benny.
Indeed, now it is on to actual 35th, and that is the 55 BMW 55 in the other Victoria's Secret car. I'm trying to see where they qualified as well, but 31st is where they qualified. This is the main Victoria's Secret car, so down 4 positions into 35th. Let's move on to, believe, what's next? 37th, because we've covered Micah.
Yeah, we have. I mean, did we do the 55 car? No, we did not. We did not do the Victoria's Secret. Did we?
Yeah, we did. I just did the 55.
Oh, you did. Oh my gosh. See, all the shuffling around.
So on the 37th.
On to 37th, we have the 760. That's an all-black McLaren. You can't even see their number on the side. That's actually kind of cool. Jacob Tarasiuk, currently driving for the STMP Endurance Team. They started in 37th. They haven't gained a single position, but they also haven't lost a single position. So that's pretty good consistency. We have the 666 car off in the final sector of the track, Benny, but we'll go ahead to our next one up.
Yeah, P38 we've already covered. That's Concoli. He just got driver switched to 51 Victoria's Secret, but better. So we're going to move on to P39, which is the 808. The 808 is currently qualified P50. That's Your Way Racing. And right now it's Daniel Swarczewski. Is it Swarczewski?
I
can't say that.
Or something. That is definitely
Swarczewski, yeah, Swarczewski, yes, very much so. But the 808 Mercedes, I apologize for butchering your name, bottom of the Platinum class, by the way, running in P39 after qualifying P50.
And behind them, apparently the leader's got a 15-second time penalty. We will jump back up to that momentarily. We're just trying to give everyone their moment in the spotlight, because I know since I've joined, half the cars I haven't even gotten a chance to look at, and that was 2 hours ago. So we want to make sure everyone gets their fair share of, talking about. Let's give all the teams some highlights here in the top split, and also, can't do the bottom split, but at least if we can give everyone a little bit of their moment in the sun, we will. So on to P40, it's the 87 Bentley, the SERP Motorsport car, currently driven by Ruslan Vasilev. That's a green, orange, and blue car that's a little squirmy there. I kind of like that livery. Don't get me if I'm wrong. I mean, it's very interesting, but it's pretty simplistic. Now, the 87 car started in 42nd. They're up 2 positions running in P40, Benny.
P41 is Kurt Hodgson. It is the Assault Squad car. The 40. That's an absolutely lovely livery, as I told Chinson at the very start of the race. It is the number 6 McLaren running P41 after qualifying P46. So what, 5 positions?
Yep, assaulting their way through the field. Behind them is the Yeet Gaming number 1 car of Ader Wolfspin, currently running in 42nd. They started down 51, so they're yeeting their way up their grid slowly but steadily. They have a McLaren Shadow Project livery on the car. Nothing too bad, black and orange car with the 28 behind Benny.
In P number 43, it's Kadzila, the Simulation Esports GT3 M4 team, the 28 BMW, and where did they qualify? 30th. So Simulation Esports in the 30th, down 13 positions. Our biggest mover to the downside, unfortunately, so far today in P43.
2 more cars on track, but to give you a quick pronunciation on the 808 Mercedes, it's pronounced Shevchevsky. That is...
No, I think it's Shevchevsky.
Shevchevsky? I mean...
Shevchevsky, I think.
That is a mouthful, and we do apologize for butchering it now. You have to forgive us Americans.
I apologize as well.
Yeah, you have to forgive us Americans here, but 2 seconds off pace is currently down in 44th. Are they 2 seconds off pace right now? I'm not sure, but their position definitely isn't helping their namesake here. But Janis Ruska in 44 right now. The 26 Aston Martin with that black and red livery. 2 seconds off pace. Where did they start? Well, they started up in 35th, so they're definitely looking like their namesake today. Unfortunately, down 9 positions as it stands. And for the last car running right now, Benny.
Yeah, forgive me for the pronunciation. It's not. I'm American. It's not Bob. I can't pronounce it, unfortunately, with our school. No, just teasing. Matuskis Reska is or Rikas is going to be the final car. It's the SE Endurance. It's the Speed Eagles team, AMG Endurance, and running in P45 after qualifying P47 on the grid in that 96 Mercedes. We've also had, it looks like, 8 retirements. I don't know them offhand, but we have had 8 retirements as well. Also, just a quick update for the stewarding report, which came through about 10 minutes ago here, Fizzy. We have had a 15-second time penalty for car number 869 for causing a collision. I believe that is our leader, is it not? Yes.
It is.
Jaroslav Honzik had to serve a 10-second time penalty, or I'm sorry, a 15-second time penalty. That's been served, still out in front by 14.8 seconds, but yes, that penalty has already been served. It is that was the appeal of that. Actually, it's not. It's an appeal. So maybe more to come on that one. But inquiry of cars involving 180 and 46, 10-second time penalty has been given to the 46. That's Stockton in the 46 McLaren. This is the third, I want to say the third penalty for the 46 in this race. It could be more than that, but the 46 has definitely been involved in quite a few incidents. And another one getting a 10-second time penalty for causing a collision. And then the incident involving cars 12, 6, and 55. The stewards have decided no further action is necessary, but have decided to warn car number 12. That is Lynham Anderson, currently running in the Aston Martin in P4.
That's a good update there. Tim, do you happen to be back with us now that we've gone through the grid? It appears not at the moment. That's oh, nope, Tim is back.
Hopefully,
welcome back, buddy.
I'm back.
So looking at the
As
grid
ridiculous as that sounds, before I've got internet.
Yeah, it does sound like you are cutting in a wee bit out or not, so that's okay. I'll keep my phone on, so if in the event that you seem to cut out or whatever, just pop over a message, and we'll keep it on. As you say, the internet has been playing up again for a bit, so that is, you know, never what we want to see happen. But on screen right now, we're looking at the battle for P6. Matt York and the 101 car of, oh boy, Wojciech Radishizak. Again, apologize for the name butchers. We're gonna do the best we can, and of course, you can help us in the chat. But very close battle for P6. Also, a very close battle for second place brewing as well, between the 720 and the 72 once again.
Yeah, you're definitely keeping an eye on that P6 fight currently between, oh, just trying to get there. It's York and Radishyak in the BMWs, I believe. Is that the two the sister teams, the Van Wall Sports? No, the one is the Silver Racing Team, Eurowash. Silver Racing Team and Eurowash BMW 101, who is really trying to bear down. The track is very, very wet, Fizzy, and Tim, but we've got light rain in 10 minutes, and within the half hour, again, it is, it's all going to be cleared up. So, off in the back, Radishak is spun. That is the Silver Racing Team car. He spun. He is still in P7, but I think he's going to be. He's got to be very careful. The stewards might look at that track rejoin there, but Jarzabowski is going to get by him for P7. So the spin has cost 1 position for that Silver Racing Team.
Yeah, it looks like they just broke a little too late, had to avoid running into the Van Wall Simsport car. He started to save it. He had a nice drift going, but then it just completely snapped to the left. Did a nice little pirouette there and kept it, you know, well and far away from the wall. But that hurt their chances. They lost probably about 10 to 15 seconds there as a result, and lost the position as well. About 10 seconds, I'd say, was lost there. But let's look. Unfortunately, with that battle lost, it opens up another door, and that's the battle for P2 up ahead. The 72 Aston Martin, as you can see, a lap car getting out of the way, pressuring like crazy the 720 McLaren right up ahead. Valentin Barrier, I believe a former Tier 1 champion, if I am correct here in our sprint series, currently trying to take away P2 from the McLaren ahead.
Feedbo, by the way, said I don't think it's getting any better, and I don't know if he means Tim's internet or my pronunciation of that back marker. But nonetheless, joking aside, yeah, really tight battle up here for P7 now, with Radijak trying to come back at Jarzabowski. So definitely one to keep an eye on. Radijak might be going for the move up into Kops, but he decides to pull out of it. Now going into Mega to Beckett. He's actually going to have, oh, and it looks like the Jarzabowski's run wide. So the Forza Italia car has run wide, and that has brought the 7th place back to the Silver Racing team.
Easy as you'd like. They got the position back just how they lost it, really, as we have the 808 car off the track as well. A lot of cars are really struggling right now. That is probably one of my favorite liveried cars on the grid, with that black and blue. Kind of reminds me of a little bit of the Mercedes AMG F1 car that they had, just kind of redone for your way racing. Unfortunately, they're losing a little bit of time there because of that off, and it looks like they also lost the position for the troubles as well, with the 55 car, I believe, bearing down right behind them. Tim, how are you feeling with that internet? Still a little choppy, or?
Really, really rubbish. Absolutely horrendously low. But Pitlink, as far as I can aware, is for you boys.
All right.
It is still running, yeah. Pitlink is still running, yes. We barely could make that out. But nonetheless, it is. Oh, I've lost my. FIBO, by the way, has come back and said it's both. The pronunciation and Tim's internet, unfortunately. So nicely done. But still, good dude, FIBO. So thank you for joining. Actually, to all the viewers, thank you very much for joining us all morning and afternoon long, as a drive-through penalty for the PCDC Motorsports number 48 has been given. Justin Dykstra has the drive-through penalty now. So unfortunate for the PCDC cars. Really been troubled all afternoon. But an update on our comeback kings, if you will, or if I may, Fizzy. And Tim, if you're still listening with us, but it is the 213, the Ferrari 213 is currently running in P12 now. So Joe McCauley, the other PCDC Motorsports car, really this one again qualified pretty high up the field, got involved in a turn 1 incident, dropped down into about 40th position, I want to say, and has managed to make its way through the field, and now sitting in P12.
All right, for the time being, I told Tim with his internet issues, as soon as he feels it's better, just to start talking. So hopefully we get Tim back with us as soon as possible. Now, speaking of the 213, looking behind them, 10 seconds behind is the 77 car. Doing a quick little bit of math here. We'll wait for the relative to update on my bottom right screen. But it looks like their gap to P2 in class, which is the 326 BMW right now, as the 326 is about to cross the line. We're just going to keep an eye on them. But the 77 car currently has a 1 minute 46 second lead over the rest of the silver field. They've lapped almost everyone in class, with the 177 being, I believe, on track somewhat near the 77 car. So by the looks of it, the 77 car is just ahead of the Celtic Bromance car behind. So the two Celtic Bromances cars running 1 and 3 in class, with the skirt car absolutely dominating the silver class team, silver class today. But of course, we still have 3 hours 44 minutes away or left in the race, and I'm gonna knock on my desk right now, knock it on wood, Benny, because If I remember back into Spain last season, when last time the silver class leader had such a lead, they ended up not even finishing on the podium. So, knock on wood there.
You said that?
I'm knocking on wood, okay? The reason I'm bringing that up only was because that I was able to finish third on the podium there, so call me selfish. I am knocking on wood right now, though, for their sake, because they have a dominant lead right now in class, and they are pulling away. And they have their sister teammate also, who's pulled up into the podium as well.
You just had that Julia Roberts moments from Family Guy, where she said, like, pleading for the charity line, and goes, but the most important thing is, I wasn't hurt. Me. That is exactly the moment you just had. No, by all means, I understand where you're coming from. By the way, Vasilev down in P40, that Bentley down there, the Bentley number 87, with a drive-through penalty as well, just to keep you informed with what's going on. Connor Wright, the Van Wall Sim Sports car, by the way, still with the fastest lap. I want to say that 57 BMW has held on to that purple lap for the better part of 2 hours, running P5. So just another point of note. And we're at the point of the race where I want to say, just looking at the map going through the start-finish straight right now, about 12 through like 213 or 12 through the number 7 car. It's very bunched up, but this is probably the most spread we've had the field. Even in the middle parts, kind of the lull that even Chinson talked about when we got to about 2 hours in. We still had about 2 or 3 pairs in the top 25. We're about within a second of each other, right? And at least able to battle for track position. That's not the case now. Everybody really spread out because of this latest round of weather. So as the track is now lightly raining, and eventually we'll dry out and go over to dry tires again. Maybe they bunched up, to give us some more racing action. Because the closest one that I see is Shevchensky and the Igor 55 down there, the Mercedes 808 and P83 or P38.
P83.
P83, yeah. No, P38 and Igor 55 in the BMW 55 and P39. That's really the closest action we've got on track right now.
Yeah, as the rain is starting to ease up now, you can see Igor moving out of the way for some of the leaders. We're going to keep an eye on that rear wing of the 808 Mercedes, currently last running in class for class, but they're not last on track. They're having a good race. They're still 2 laps down, only 2 laps down. Now, here's something interesting. I
see what you say, by the way, about that F1 livery. That's a nice livery right there on that 808.
It is very clean. Now, they're going to have to let through this leader through probably the exit here of Maggots and Beckett's, but it's going to be an interesting thing, because if they let off too much, it's going to open the door right up for Igor right behind, so they're going to have to be careful with it, but I think they will be able to pull it off successfully here. We can keep an eye on that rear wing, of course. This is actually a pretty cool view. But, yeah, one thing that's interesting is that a lot of these cars, there goes Igor trying to go right around the outside. The 808 broke way too early, letting through the leader, and that opened the door right up for the 55, trying to go around the outside, which is now going to be the inside here for that final chicane on the F1 circuit. The 55 is going to have that inside line, plenty of space being wet. You got to be careful, though, on the wet. Ooh, a little bit of squeeze, a little bit of contact. The 55 gets pushed a little wide, and the 808 hangs on to the position for the time being, Benny.
There was something you were going to say that was, interestingly enough, battle. What were you going to say?
Interestingly enough, about the 808, I don't know. Brain farted there, I guess, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's all good.
Okay, I know what I was going to say. It looks, according to the relative, I mean, I know in some of these previous events, there has been, like, a real dominance by the field, but, like, a lot of these cars, like, look, at P35, only 4 laps down. Like, I mean, we're 5 hours into the race. So as 808 goes way too wide there, coming on to the, oh, shoot, I got to pull up a track map.
That is the
Wellington Straight?
Wellington Straight.
Yes, the Wellington Straight.
Ah, Tim, we can hear you again. Welcome back, joining us as the 808 and 55
I'm in the brief moments that my internet is working. I'm really sorry. At the moment, I'm mostly just making sure PitLink doesn't drop out, so I'm trying to make sure I don't use any bandwidth that I don't need to. As I currently have, what is it? 1.6 kilobytes down. Is what I'm getting.
That's not great.
It should be far larger than that, but so that's why I'm staying quiet, because I'm just trying to make sure that at least the back end stuff keeps working for everyone in the chat. I think my server ping was around 4,000 a minute ago, so you get an idea of what I'm trying to deal with.
Yeah, I remember those days when I had DSL internet out here in the country. It was not fun, but hopefully it comes out.
My internet was fantastic, and then when we had the storm, and my eyes were naff, and I rebuilt my PC. After that, it would seem that after the storm that now there is barely any internet at all to go. So I've got a PC that's finally able to do everything, and it's like, yeah, I'm barely using any power, and it's just, but the internet is like, kill me, please. So yeah, apologies on that. So I'm probably predominantly going to stay quiet unless you guys need me to, and I will jump in when I can. I know obviously real stretch for you guys. It's a there's still a lot of the race left, and I'll do my very best to talk as much as possible and keep you guys in the loop, but trying to work with obviously an incredibly slow internet connection at the moment. So I've got everything I can on my end trying to do it, but I don't want to turn off my router because that'll kill Pitlink again, and I'm worried we might not get it back. So yeah, at the moment, it's all looking all right at the moment. But yeah, I'll leave most of it to you guys because I think you guys can switch around and view stuff a lot quicker than I can at the moment. So.
Well, the good news is we're both American, and we have we fit the bill of the whole stigma where Americans like to talk, and the two of us here do like to talk a lot, that's for sure. But I switched over to the 101 car because I don't know what is going on. I mean, everything's working fine, okay, so we're not going to have any downtime here. But my broadcasting client shows them on a 6-minute, 20-second lap, but I know they're not on that slow of a lap right now, and they're definitely, you know, yeah, there they go, across the line. It said on my side thing, it said they did like a 7-minute lap there. But yeah, they're currently running, it looks like on the lead lap. We have, by the looks of it, let's figure out where Jardier is. He's currently coming out of the final corner. We have 8 cars still running on the lead lap, so of course anything can happen. Jardier is stretching his legs though in his Ferrari up at the front, with the battle for P2 still ongoing behind as the 72 looks to reel back in the 720 as the rain has stopped, and I'm sure drivers are going to come into the pits once again for a change of tires.
Looks like we got 16 cars actually in full on the lead lap. So, you know, that includes both class. No, you're right. I'm sorry, 3 cars on the lead lap. I see. Sorry.
No, it's so. Look at what I'm doing to check because the laps, you know, it's the current lap on. Jardier is currently at the end of sector 1, and if you look at Paweł Jarzbakowski in his 501 car, he is the last car on the lead lap, currently a few corners up ahead. The 169, well, okay, P9 is the 500 car. They are currently coming through turn 1 right now. So, huge gap between 8th and 9th. The top 8 all on the lead lap as it stands. Of course, you know, we don't get like, you know, a -1 lap, and the +1 lap will update once they cross the line. That counts their actual, like, the current lap. It doesn't count, like, you know, it doesn't, like, it says +1 lap. You know,
yeah, I
like
get you.
a couple corners behind.
I just checked the pit wall, and that it's confirmed. It's 8 laps on the, or 8 cars on the lead lap. So, but I'll tell you what, nicely done from that 77 of now Joe Gerch, who is in the 770 Aston Martin P13, because that is the top rank silver class car, and they're only a lap down from the leaders. You know, what is this, 5.5 hours into this race? So, well done to them for having such a fantastic race.
Yeah, well, let's put it this way: they're going so fast that their last lap was faster than P3 right now. P3 did a 2:08.4. They did 2:08.1. Yes, the track is drying up, so you know the times are going to come down, but they are a lot faster than some of their rivals around them. The 326 BMW did a 2:09.3. So they're going to continue to build the gap with how it stands, and you know, 77 car looking very good, skirting away from the field. I love saying the skirt because that is just absolutely hilarious. Now, it was mentioned in the chat that the 808 destroyed something on that contact with the 55. Now, the 55 is through and it has 2.1 seconds on the 808, not seeing any damage. We do have a little bit of a battle brewing up ahead though. Konkoli it said he was right behind the 7 car. He still is. By the looks of it, the 7 car, no, sorry, he's through on the 7 car. 7 car losing out massively. Not sure what happened there. But the 760 now also. Oh no, he was with the 760 there. What happened? Let's see if it will rewind to a minute ago. Watch the 760. There he is, side by side with the 7 car. The 7 car, does he get a little wide or something here? Oh, yes, there was contact. It sent one of the cars over the curb, sent them both over the curb, switched to the wrong car there. And it looks like the 760 car got sent for a joyride. Oh, and he hit the second sausage curb, went way too wide. Wow, that is not going to be too nice. Okay, let's please not spam some spam in the chat, please. We are going to report you, and that is just unacceptable.
You just gotta ban him. Yeah, you just gotta ban him.
Yeah.
Can you?
I'm trying to pull that up at the moment. Just gonna remove all that stuff as well at the time.
This is the second time that this user's come in and done this. Yep, thank you. Get to freak out. Okay. So back into the race, shall we? So
Back into the sunny skies as the 760 is now once again battling, going for a move up the inside of the 16 car. I don't know if you happen to saw, you might want to double check that replay, but the 760 got some sick air last time around. It was at this part of the track. Hit multiple of the sausage curbs. Didn't do a barrel roll, but definitely got some nice air time after hitting both of the curbs, either through the first part of the chicane and then through the final corner in the F1 layout as well, for good measure.
No, I didn't catch it on the replay or live, but Sausage best left for the full English we were talking about earlier in the stream. I'm not gonna lie. So, but nonetheless, it still looks like. So he was trailing. Was he trail? Is that a spin? Was that a spin behind him? Yes.
Oh, that's the 16.
Eric Miok is spun. The DSRT Simex Pro car in P34 having a spin. Coming out of Abbey, it's really that corner, the old F1 turn 1 and 2 has really been catching cars, and the 30's around as well. The 30 is around. That is Kaspa Su, yeah, who is the Superior Vantage team in the Aston Martin number 30 has spun around as well.
So about the cars that got airborne not taking any damage. So when we saw the barrel roll before, what happens is that it doesn't count the ground as a collision surface. So a car couldn't get airborne and go 100 feet in the air and slam back to the ground going multiple hundreds of miles per hour, and it will stay okay. That is because of the game's physics in that regard. It's probably one of the only things that KUNOS could maybe do better in that regard, but at the same time, it means you hit a sausage, yeah, you might damage your fender or something, but when it puts you airborne, your suspension's not going to be too bad, thankfully. Now, of course, you land on the sausage or something, or you hit the sausage, you might damage your suspension to begin with, but at least while you're airborne, you won't take any damage from the ground. So take that as you like. But yeah, a couple spinners. It looks like, those drivers probably should be putting on those dry tires soon. The track is damp now, and it's soon going to be greasy. So we're going to be looking for the extra greasy car to take advantage of that. Where are they currently at? Where is that car?
I'm not sure, but I just want to say real quick, P13, the Celtic Bromance, Chrysler's Jogrich, or Jogrich, the 77 number Aston Martin, just took a drive-through penalty, so our highest-ranking silver class car has a drive-through penalty right now. So,
well, the good news is they have a 1-minute 40-second lead over next in class. Now they're going to lose out a couple positions on track, but that should be okay, as they are going to hang on with it. I mean, they're probably going to want to pit for tires as well, so they're going to have to serve that penalty, do an extra lap on those wet tires that it looks like they're still running with, and then they'll put on those dries. So it's okay. The Celtic Bromance car will hang on to the lead in class thanks to their absolutely dominant performance. But the extra greasy car is the number 10 Beaver Grease Racing car. So that is the one that I was thinking of and looking for. They're currently down in 28th in their Lexus right now, hoping that it goes greasy. While we're starting to get the sunset, so we're going to get a little bit of night action probably for like the last some hours of this race. So that'll be a lot of fun, Benny, to definitely, watch over. He gets a little bit of night action.
Yeah, exactly. So we've had the headlights on already because of the rain, but now because the day turns into night. So, I've pulled in the big boys, the big guns, to get me through the final 3.5 hours here, Fizzy. I've pulled out the Nestle Bunch of Cruncher. Now, Europeans might not know what that is, but it's like little balls of Nestle Crunch bars. So
Confirm. No idea what you're talking about.
okay, okay.
Just
I don't
as
know
a
if you
quick-
have crunch bars over there, but
As far as I'm
yeah.
aware, we don't. I've just noticed the track temp is already down to 21 degrees, and that obviously could have been massively affected by the wet. But if the in-game weather is anything like realistic Silverstone, once the sun starts to go down, expect that temperature to tumble, because it's saying 20 degrees ambient temperature. No chance at night in the UK. That is going to drop as well, and the track temp will drop with it. So might end up being a real challenge for some of these guys, tyre pressures wise, a little bit later into the evening. Obviously, at the minute, it's still. What time in game is it? Sorry, because I'm on a slightly different screen to you guys at the moment. I can't actually.
6:39 p.m.
Okay, so yeah, I would start to expect the track temp to be dropping off pretty quickly.
Well, it has dipped to 21 degrees, so that is probably the coolest that we have seen it so far. And the track's still showing damp, so we've seen it in the previous 2 times that it's rained, that these cars start to struggle for grip as the track dries, and we have seen a few of them spin already, so I expect as the track goes from damp to greasy, maybe we see a few more of these slip-ups from these vehicles, especially, as you mentioned, with the track cooling and tire pressure starting to have a greater effect.
Also, to anyone listening right now, we are going to, we have opened for interviews if anyone wants to have a mid-race interview. Forgot to mention that before, but we are always welcome to having anyone join us here in the booth and have a little bit of chat, talk about how your team's doing, what you guys think you could do better, what you've done really well, maybe talk about your livery, maybe talk about food for all we care. We can talk about whatever and have a lot of fun with it now as we're watching, it looks like the 58 car warm up his tires a little bit, and Matt York in one of the other Van Wall SimSport cars. But yeah, as the temperature drops, we should see some drivers get a little faster as the track cools off. I'm assuming it's definitely going to go down. I mean, it's 20 degrees ambient, 21 on the track. The temperature should drop, and we'll get some night action here. Should be pretty exciting to see when the lights go on. We'll see who's really good at it. Now, a little farther back down the grid, we have the 213 car looking to get back into the top 10, currently not too far behind the 45 car, so we'll go on board with that PCDC Motorsports car as they're clearing some lap track to catch up to that white McLaren just up the road there, looking to have a nice little battle into the top 10.
Just a word of note, Kadzila down in P43, unfortunately they going for bad for worse for that BMW 28 and Simulation Nation eSport GT3 M4. They have received a 30-second stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
Ooh, that is just never what you want to hear, Benny, that's for sure. So as some of these drivers, struggling a little bit, taking penalties, probably too many drivers probably have taken drive-throughs more than what they wanted, that's for sure. But you can see a lot of these lap cars really moving out of the way for these leaders right here, yielding a lot. They're figuring, hey, let's just get to the end. Track is still damp, so with the sun setting and it not too warm outside, it's really made it interesting. Some of these guys, we've seen a few cars dive into the pits, but unlike last time, the track's not drying up as quickly as we would have thought, which might be catching a few drivers off guard as the 500 car pits from P9.
I also
Jake,
noticed.
sorry, go ahead.
That's right. I noticed the wind is up to 14 kilometers per hour as well, so it's fairly blustery out there. So under 3.5 hours left of the race. But as we've seen some fairly random weather already, if that wind keeps increasing, it brings on even more chance of more. Oh, big slide from one of the Bentleys I just caught while I'm on board with Jardier Honzik. Just having a view over him, one of the back markers in front of him took a big slide and went very deep. So whether he's struggling now with his tyres, if he was on wets. But yeah, it should be really interesting a little bit further into the night. Obviously, the colder temperatures means that the guys in the pits are going to have to start adjusting tyre pressures. And obviously, it's only the actual active driver that can adjust any tyre pressures when you come in to do the setup. So not only are these guys out there lapping as quickly as they can do, they are now going to have to be concentrating on, are the pressures right? Is it going to be okay when I come in? How is how is the fuel change working? Because they might be short shifting, so they might not need quite as much fuel if they're trying to maintain grip in this slightly colder environment as it progresses. or obviously being at night, you're possibly going to be using more fuel because you're going to be sort of up and down the gears a bit more, not quite as consistent. So it should sort of put the tactics will come into play a bit more as the dark comes in, I think.
One other thing to note, by the way, the 58 of Matt York, the Van Malsim Sport car, 58 number BMW number 58, I should say. He had a spin a lap ago at Maggots and Beckett's. So that was unfortunate for him. But we have the 213 of Joe McCauley with these pit stops. Remember, this car fell down to P40 and early in the race and has been fighting back ever since. Back in the top 10, P9 now for the 213 Ferrari, and a remarkable recovery drive. I'd also want to watch the gap behind him to Strelnikov, who is the McLaren 45, had its own issues with penalties and incidents in this race. A very close race. Also P13 and 14, Jogorich and Dubiel fighting it out currently. It looks like just on the scoreboard that I could see, or the leaderboard, that Jogorich has got the advantage, and also Jarzabowski was very close to Lynam Anderson at 501 and P7, close to P6 as well. So, as we said, as these drivers have come in maybe for some pits and to change these drivers up, these teams, the field's starting to bunch up a bit more here, and looking like we're getting a few closer battles now.
Oh yeah, the fluctuations as the race goes, with all the weather changing, all the factors that have played into how the race has gone so far. That's the beauty of endurance racing. You can pull out to a huge lead, but you can also lose it all just as quickly. But you can also gain it back then, as we've seen. So a lot of these cars, really fluctuating. But the one thing that's been constant, at least since I've joined at the 6 hours to go mark, is that 869 car has not lost the net race lead. Now, they are in the pits right now, and look at that! Some rain in 30 minutes out, so once again, more chaos coming into the mix with a track that's still damp, hasn't dried out yet, and it's going to become wet once again. So the question now remains, Benny and Tim, if you pitted, like you can see Jardier is into the pits now, it looks like he's probably going to get rid of those wet tires. How long, you're probably going to want to put on dries, but how long do you stretch it? How these stints have played out, it's becoming more chance than strategy at this point on how long you stay out, how you do some of these stints, because the rain once again is coming back after as soon as it stopped.
You wait to pit for as long as possible. That's what I would do, because the track is still damp, right? And the wind is, like we said, very blustery. The 760, meanwhile, has gone around. So the 760 has had a spin. I'm trying to get over to that vehicle. That is Wojciech Strugala of the STMP Endurance Racing Team in the 760 McLaren P38. He's had a spin coming out of Cops. But I would say you wait, because with the wind, it's keeping the air temperature and the track temperature, therefore, very low. So you know that this track is now taking longer to dry out. And if it's going to remain in damp conditions, you can keep the wets on, especially if you know that the rain is going to come. So that's my question: is the temperature going to continue to drop, and is that going to make the track go to a greasy state? Maybe we just stay in a greasy state all the way until the rain comes again, because as little as you want to pit as possible. And by the way, that P38 McLaren is absolutely got a slew of damage all over it, looks like.
Yeah, it is just absolutely beat up, especially on that right side. Just looks like it's had a lot of contact. I mean, that was a car that did get airborne and did make some contact at this part of the track previously. So, yeah, definitely been beat up a lot. I'm sure that, they would prefer to have a little bit of that car repaired. We'll have to see what they do when they decide to pit. Meanwhile, a few other cars occupying the pit lane. Looks like the 57 car. We have the 199, the 44 car, and I believe I saw the 555 as well in the pit. So, some drivers switching it up, putting on some tires, maybe doing a driver change as well. And it's fluctuated the grid. Now the 720 who was our race leader briefly there, into the pits. They go.
The 501 is as well from 7th place.
Look at the 72 car. They were running very close to the 720. They have some decent front end damage on that car. Not sure what happened there. That's something we might want to go into the replay files. But that is some serious front end damage on car that was running 3rd place and is still in net P3.
Yeah, and they've had 2 penalties already themselves. So a very eventful race for the 72, the Giga Chad Racing Team. Valentin Barrier out for his third stint of the afternoon. But yeah, that looks like that car's got quite a bit of damage on the front end of it.
Yeah, that might be something. If you want to go into the replay files, as the track does go greasy now, maybe you kind of figure out what lap it happens. You cannot.
I'm having a little look as we speak, trying to work out when it had the front end damage.
Alright, yeah, so then we'll bring it up on the main screen, because that is a game changer, because that opens up the 720 car to maybe have a run at our net race leader in the 869. But I mean, right now we have Tortellini in the car, and you know, just signed by this is Heat Racing, Yas, I believe they just signed him, so congratulations, as well earned. You know, he normally runs the Porsches most of the times to see him, but here today he's in the Ferrari for the Clown Fiesta Esports car, and they are, you know, just flying up at the front. It's crazy because, you know, they pitted, came back out. You know, obviously they came out behind the 720, but they came out ahead of so many other cars. It just goes to show how dominant that Ferrari has been all day. So, given respect to those two.
Got an update for you. He was involved in an incident on, I believe, turn 1, and also one of the McLarens is involved. It was a McLaren, the one that you could barely see the number on the side of. I can't remember which number it was.
That's the it's the excuse me. It's the one McLaren we were talking about with a lot of damage, so that would explain it. The number is the 760.
760. Okay, yeah, basically that has over-rotated. It was mid-corner, it over-rotated, went sideways, and basically car number 72, the Aston Martin, had nowhere to go. The McLaren, doing as it should do, got on the brakes and tried to just get the car to stop rather than trying to save too much. But yeah, number 72 sadly collided with the side of that car.
All right, we got the footage up right now. It looks like the start of the one lap. Yep, they're sideways, and the 72 had nowhere to go. That is definitely heartbreaking to see.
Yeah, it's a really quick corner. There's not, once you kind of committed to it, there's not a great deal you can do. If you try and adjust, you run the risk, obviously, of crashing yourself. So, but sadly, yeah, just caught the back end of that car, wasn't able to avoid it.
Yeah,
just a quick update, by the way. Reigning Thunder Goat Racing Team, P31, the BMW number 444, coming in currently for a stop-go 30-second time penalty. And then also we have the 169, and I don't currently, the 45's around at Abbey, by the way. The 45, Sergey Daniluk, P13, Crazy File Racing, has just gone around at Abbey's back on track, though no positions lost. But the 169 has a drive-through time penalty. I believe he's actually in the pit. Yes, that's Daniel Curbs. He is in the pit right now to serve that drive-through penalty. And Fizzy, I don't have the broadcast. I didn't get the broadcast client working, so I don't have the replays up and running here.
For what I did for the broadcast client is I quickly just relaunched my game. I did the in-game replay to figure out what was going on there. But over to the
gotcha.
In regards to the 444, it probably spent in the pits because of all the sand they were carrying on their car, which is it's a joke we have running with them. But that's okay because Reigning Thunder is the one who carries all of it, and he probably just couldn't stop the car in time because of how heavy it is. And now he's off into the grass because sand is just very hard to drive with on a greasy track. So yeah, the 199 car also into the pits, serving a drive-through penalty. Switched to the wrong car. Wrong Mercedes I switched to. There's the 199 car serving their drive-through as well as the field shuffles up. A lot of drivers coming in for their pit stops, coming in for some maybe potential driver changes, some tire changes as well as the track starts to dry up slowly, but I doubt it ever gets, I don't even think it's going to get too fast at this rate by the time the rain comes back.
That's by... I was thinking you could take the gamble of keeping the wets on. Because the track's greasy. The wind's actually gone up even more. It's 15 kilometers now. So, very, very windy out on track. And we've got Marcus Lynham Anderson, by the way, having a look at P4. So, this is the car number, beg your pardon, car number 12, who is looking to maybe get a move done to get into P4.
That might be a little easier said than done, though, because the 72 car got their damage repaired. That was the one that we saw in that just brutal accident there. They're down in 4th off the podium only 7.5 seconds off of the 101 car to get the position back. But if you look on your mini map, the 720 car, who they were previously battling, already going through Magnus and Beckett's, and has got probably 30-some seconds to their name ahead of them at least. So the 72 car with some work to do and some defending to do as well. But I do expect to see Valentine Barrier, you know, maybe try to pull away a little bit from the 12 car behind, considering the pace we saw previously. But, you know, anything can happen with 3 hours and 14 minutes to go, Benny.
The PCDC boys last season were really quite a dominant force. I think they came second overall in their main car, and actually they only had 2 cars last season. One was an official entry, and the other was running as an AM. Oh, actually, someone's just gone off. That pink Mercedes, the Ram Racing Mercedes, I just saw go off just in front of, or just behind car number 12, that PCDC car. But yeah, they ran one car just as a sort of a stand-in. It wasn't actually an official car, and even that car, I think that was... Oh, I'm going to shut up because they're going really well. They're going into the chicane, and I think actually PCDC might try to go around the outside of car number 72. Not quite able to. Just holds onto the back of him, but not able to actually execute the manoeuvre. But he is putting the pressure on, and I imagine that is going to make car number 72 start sweating profusely, because that PCDC car will hold no prisoners. It will push until it gets past.
Yeah, I was actually looking at the wrong PCDC car. For a second there, I was looking at Hilo down at 213. But yeah, the 12 car is definitely a really quick car, and you know, the 72 was able to build up a little bit of an advantage. But the 12 car did start in third, so they have a lot of pace here. But the 666 car now holding up a little bit there. That's John-Eric Tonstad, who's second in the silver class, mind you. So he's, you know, he's got some work to do. The 77 is basically 2 sectors ahead, considering they're going into the final chicane on the F1 layout, and you can see 666 now coming into this last section of the lap. But they're having a pretty good race as well now or up into 18th. They weren't running that high up last time I saw. I believe it was the 326. BMW is now down 23rd, who was previously running in second in the silver class. But now, as you can see them in the rearview mirror of the PCDC car, you can just see how much faster some of these pro class drivers are, with how they're just able to pull away from the rest of the field. Meanwhile, the 101 car into the pits, getting some tires changed, it looks like. So that'll put the 72 car back in the podium position, Tim. So looking at...
Yeah, beg your pardon. Sorry, I meant to jump in there. So.
I apologise, I'd muted it between when I wasn't speaking.
It's all okay. Benny, you want to go real fast?
No, just still watching this Lynham Anderson, who's up at the P4 now. So he is gained a position. He's got... I don't know where the P5 is in relation to him, actually. I need the timing to update, so... My bad. My timing updated late. I saw Lynham Anderson with less than a second, and now he's a second back from Barrier, who's got the Aston Martin back into P3. So Valentine Barrier, Giga Chad Racing, Tim, has been on the podium all race long, pretty much. He's got the podium position back again. So very strong drive from that Aston Martin number 72 team.
Yeah, good recovery. But something to note now, it's now 30 minutes out. It's sunny again, but there is that like 10 to 15 minute patch of rain that's going to be coming in between the 10-minute and 30-minute mark from now. So a little deceiving if you haven't been watching the weather, but don't worry, that rain is still coming, and it's going to spice things up. I think it might catch some drivers off guard, because the track might go, like I said, might go green, and then it's going to go back to that greasy and back to that like damp conditions. I don't know if it'll go full wet, but with some light rain coming in, it's definitely going to make some of these strategists who some of these teams have running, or some of these drivers who are acting as a team strategist right now, it's definitely going to confuse some people on what to do, considering, you know, we've seen a round of pit stops happen, but track gets wet again. It's going to throw, you know, all things aside. Once again, there's a car off. That's the 95 car. I was running P18. They had some contact with the 66 car. That was a battle for position on track. We're going to go ahead and watch the replay real quick to see what happened. Actually, the 95 was completely off coming onto the Wellington straight. Not sure what caused there, but they rejoined well and truly behind the 99 car, or the 666 car, who was very far up ahead. So what happened here? Oh, contact. Oh, the 66 went into the back of the 95. Sorry, I didn't happen to see them come in. there, but the 666 did make contact with the 95 car. That might be a penalty if that, well, that will definitely be a penalty if that gets reported, as the 95 car losing out a few positions. And the culprit there, well, unless it was the 169. It might have been the 169, so I do apologize there. So it was not the 66 or 666 car who was running second in the silver class. It was the 169 who made the contact. As you can see, the 95 flashes them after the incident.
Quick one, car number 55, the BMW currently running in 37th position, just popped up, speeding in the pit lane, and they've picked up a drive-through penalty for that as well.
Speaking of drive-through penalties, we have P11, the 180, just picked up a drive-through penalty, and so did P13, the 781. So multiple drive-throughs getting dished out all of a sudden as the 180 makes contact on the apex with what looks like a lapped car. And the 180 car just turned in on the BMW behind. What car was that? That was on track.
That wasn't the lap car. That was the BMW 5th place, Connor Wright, the Van Wall Sim Sport number 57 that he made contact with. So
I don't know if it was actually. It was the car behind the 57.
No, he made. Oh, was it? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Then it was. Would it have been Andrea Santoro, the BMW number 326 in P22 that he made contact with? It looks like so.
Yeah, I believe it was the 326 car. Seeing how the livery was. Thankfully, he didn't take out the leader with him as well. But if you're kind of right, you got to be, you know, counting your blessings, considering you almost got collected in an incident there between two cars who were both a lap down from you.
Just watching a few battles on track right now. P13, Jokrich just less than a second ahead of Mulholland as they're going down the there's a Wellington Straight, and yeah, it's just towards the left field, and nonetheless that's probably the closest one that we've got in the top 20. Scheckerman, the 95, is back on the 169 as well. He's within a second, so these cars starting to find themselves in towards battles. Mulholland's going to dive into the pits to serve his drive-through, so Jokrich is going to really be relieved of any pressure that the 71 could apply to him. So there's also a drive-through that's been served by who was the other car in front that had the drive-through? I can't remember.
It was the
Theobald? Was that Theobald?
It
the
was
180?
Theobald. Yeah, the 180 car had the drive-through, but we're gonna keep an eye on the 95 and it's 169 car. 95 looking to go possibly with the inside. Just 2 laps ago, the 95 got sent off by the 169. I'm sure they definitely weren't too happy about it. They were flashing the 169 to say, "Hey, give us the position back because you know you smashed us off, and that's how you got the place." So do expect them to make a rather bold move here by the looks of it, trying to look up the inside. But nothing going out this time. We're actually going to ride on board with them because things might get spicy here for the battle for P20 between our only Porsche on the grid and one of many McLarens driving out on the field.
Quick update from Race Control. Inquiry involving car number 180 and 46. A 20-second time penalty for car 46 for causing a collision by not getting on the brakes while spinning, and 2 license points there. Another one involving car number 10 and 326, 5-second penalty for car 326 for causing a collision, no license points. And the big one, collision involving car 55 and 30, 15-second time penalty for causing the collision, and that's car number 30, and it also says 15 license points. So whether or not that is possibly a typo and it's meant to be 15-second penalty, because it does say 15-second penalty, but then 15 license points, that is absolutely colossal amount of points.
I think that's got to be an issue, because I'm pretty sure 20 is where you get your position under review. I could be wrong. We'll have to double check that as we watch the 95 on track right now. But yeah, 15 license points probably is a typo, because that is a colossal penalty. And if it's only a 15-second time penalty, I would assume if you got that many license points, unless that's how many they've accumulated already, which I doubt it. If they only get a 15-second time penalty, it probably should only be a couple license points, because usually something like that big would be something alongside like a stop-go. But we'll wait for the stewards to, you know, correct us there, figure out what it is. And yeah, right now I'm not seeing the rain that was supposed to come in. I wonder if it just went away. That's kind of what it said in the chat. But like, we thought it would just you know, going to be like, you know, it was like a 15-minute patch that was 10 minutes out, but I haven't seen it pop up again.
I'm not seeing also the car number 30 on the grid. So maybe the 15
30 did
penalty
retire.
points is
30
yeah.
did retire.
That would make me believe that maybe it could be actually a legitimate 15-point penalty if it's one of these things where they crash out and then they retire. So we'll see.
I guess we will, but look at that 95 going around the outside of the 666 car, making it stick this time around, but the Porsche doesn't exactly have the best straight line speed. Let's see if the McLaren can maybe go for a move here at the end of the Wellington straight. Doesn't look like it's going to be close enough, so that is the move done and dusted for P2095, getting his position back after losing it to this 169 car in this very same part of the track only a few laps ago due to the contact. So nice move there by the 95, getting it done using the leaders as help, and now they will carry on with the race trying to run down the 9 car up ahead. The 180's off track as well. Where are they running at? They're running in 14th. There's a car sideways there as well, one of the McLarens as well, so not sure what happened there, but the 180 was off track, and we had a McLaren onto the side. As you see, there's the lapped car, the 999 GOAT Racing car, who's going to look to have to yield to the 180 car, who just served that drive-through only a couple laps ago.
Not seeing anything further right now from race controls. However, few loose ends there. So, yeah, it's tell you what though, it's been even though they had a 15-second time penalty, it's been a pretty standard forward race for KEKW Clown Fiesta Esports at the front. Fizzy, we haven't really discussed them much, but it's been almost wire to wire. They didn't get pole, they got P2, but they took the lead on the opening lap and only lost it again during some pit changes. But it's pretty much been wire to wire for Malinowski and this 869 Ferrari team, and 170 laps in the books, 3 hours still to go. But they have been really just a fantastic at the front of the grid.
Yeah, still anything can happen. There's the rain. It's back. 10 minutes to go until we get the rain, so it looks like it's just a quick little spell. The track did go optimum, so I was wrong in that prediction there. But we have some rain coming inbound, and it looks like our race leader, Tortellini, has pulled almost a sector gap to the 720 behind, because you don't even see the delta between the two cars on our screen right now. Usually that happens when there's more than a sector between them. So Malinowski pulling away with this dominant performance today over the Slava Ukraini by BGR team. They have the 72 car in, who has made a nice gap to the 12 car. So 12 car looks like that PCDC car that was so dominant last season, struggling to get their feet off the ground this time around, but 4th place is still a phenomenal spot right now.
The 51's round at Abbey.
51 is round in Abbey. D, let's go ahead over to there, Benny.
It looks like the 51, that's Barnabas Konkoli, a victorious secret. The 51 McLaren, he is around. I didn't see the contact. I could try to load the replay. I don't know how to quite work the replays yet, so I'll leave it up to you if you want to look at it. But yeah, Victoria's Secret, the P35 car is around at Abbey.
I will have a look back through, see what I can find.
Okay.
You say Carnaby 5-1.
Yes,
Yeah.
the 51.
They've got that nice Ukrainian-themed livery, that blue and yellow triangle checkered kind of livery, I would say, with the black
Geometric, if you would, you know.
Yeah, that is also one of the better liveries on the grid. That is a very nice. Got a little bit of front end damage, but I'm not seeing anything else on that car by the looks of it that looks too performance inhibiting.
Maybe so the air temperature, by the way, something to note, it's dropped even further, 19 degrees as we get past 7 p.m. in the British countryside. 3 hours of the race still to go, and I'm seeing something come through. Is that the 46? Is that an outstanding? Yeah. So still the 20-second time penalty from Campringer is yet to be served. Same with Santoro. The 326 is yet to serve their 5 seconds. So just the it looks like the the 30 was what do you call it? That one was he retired, so he doesn't have to serve his, obviously he's not no penalty to serve. So interestingly enough, Santoro in that BMW, the 326, by the way, it's just been all over the race, really. The 326 up and down. But the Pedcito, it's just a two-driver car, currently up from 49th position in the P21. So that's the big mover of the day. 28 positions, as we covered it on our race rundown at halfway through.
That was the car that actually got caught up in that little bit of contact, what we saw with the 180, I believe. I think it was the 180. It was one of the cars that had to serve the drive-through, and the 326 just got pinched on the apex of the corner. 5-second penalty to their name. Up ahead, though, the 95 car once again has gotten passed by the 169. Not sure what happened there, but let's stop with the spam in the chat, please. Keep putting him in timeout. I don't know. I don't understand why I don't understand why why someone would do that. Yeah, I don't get why someone literally spends their day doing that. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to. I don't remember how to ban on YouTube, to be honest. I'm just gonna see what I can do on it. But that is.
I was gonna say, can you block them? You probably just could just block them.
That's what I can report. It says gives me when I click on their name, it get report, remove, put user in timeout, and.
I think if you report them, it tends to block them. I think if you go for the report option, it tends to quite often give you an option to block. Just a quick thing. Car 51, he went off at the end of the Hamilton Straight as he came into Abbey. Ran a little bit too much inside curb, and you've got those sort of big red square sausages on the inside, and it just unsettled the car. And when the car re-landed, it fired him off to the outside, and he went flying through the gravel and had quite a heavy collision with the tyre wall. So completely on his own on that one. He just took too much inside curb, so no one else involved.
Okay, good to note. As the incidents, hopefully we don't get too many more of them in this race, but there's still plenty of time left. 3 hours, less than 3 hours to go, and the rain's still 10 minutes out. So interesting to see when it actually comes and hits, but track temperature now dropped to 19 degrees, and the wind is still picked up 16 kilometers now. So very, very windy for these drivers, and really the rain looking almost imminent. I would say, Fizzy, we're maybe 8 minutes away from it.
It might be a little closer than 8 minutes, but it's going to be interesting now. It's definitely going to rain. The question is how hard, how wet does the track go? Because we know for a fact that it's going to dry up probably 10 to 15 minutes after the rain starts. Well, sorry, it's going to stop raining 10 to 15 minutes after it starts. So I was assuming all these drivers are going to try to stick it out on their dries, but it's going to be very tricky conditions. We talked about this before as we watched the 95 car try to go around the outside of the 169 here into the braking zone. He has the move done well before turn-in, so these cars who've been swapping back and forth, once again, switch positions there on screen. But back to the rain, I think we're going to see the drivers challenged. Everyone who's currently driving right now is going to have a challenge on their plate because, frankly, driving in rain, even if it could go all the way to damp, maybe even wet, just with that late rain. But, it's going to clear up 10 minutes later, so it doesn't make sense to go onto the wet tires. You're just going to have to suck it up, and, oh boy, I think we're about to see some fireworks go off.
Quick one, kind of a 115, that is the Audi, driven by Rizzo. That picked up a drive-through penalty for track limits.
Drive-through penalty for track limits for the Audi, that orange. We saw them battling a little bit earlier. They've dropped down a little bit, down into 27th. One of the people haven't been able to hold up. But some of the other movers, look at the 666 and the 999 currently running in the top 5 in class right now. So good job to them. We saw the 999 down all the way, higher than 30th, the 31st down there. So the silver class has had some shuffles going on with some of the cars driving right now on track. And, through 2 hours, 55 minutes left to go, we could see plenty of more action as it stands. Speaking of the 999 car, he's got a little bit of a battle in front of him. It's the 781. A couple of these cars right now will up ahead. The 781 is a huge battle for P14, actually. We'll go on board. Well, actually, we'll go to the helicam with the 781, the 8, and the 180. As the 8 looks for a move up the inside. He does go for a very late lunge there. He goes too deep, though. Day late, dollar short. Goes into his rival into the 180, but they're still side by side, leaving a little bit of space. Oh, a little bit more contact there. Does that open up the door for a potential 3-wide situation? Now the 781's a little smarter than that, as the 8 car trying to hold around the outside of the 180. You see the little bit of rubber banding due to the game, but it looks like the 8 might have that straight line speed, but he doesn't have the BMW cleared. He's going to try behind you, though. They're going to make a little bit of contact on the apex, and the 8 car goes way off. The 180 is very slow. Now they're 3 wide. The 781 says, please let me take the move. Oh, and the 8 and the 180 make contact, and the 8 is round, and we have cars having to avoid him as the 8 is off on the entry into Maggots and Beckett's. Oh, we saw that one coming from a while away, guys, didn't we?
I almost want to say that car 180, it looked like he realized he made the mistake earlier with that slight bump, and it looked like he let off the throttle on the exit of Cops, but then I think that almost caught out. He then, well, I don't even know, it looked like he dipped them back in behind the McLaren, but then ended up getting contact and spinning him round. So I think he had sort of slightly best intentions, but it just did not go to plan. And so maybe the fact that he slowed down might help him out when it comes to reviewing the incident. But yeah, like you said, saw that coming a mile off. They were scrappy for a few corners, and then it all just came to a head. But the main winner there was that Bentley, the 781.
Yeah.
Went on past, got past cleanly.
Yeah, he decided not to make it 3 wide on the front straight, on the pit straight, and then said, you know what, I'm going to go for it up the inside, went far enough to the right and avoided it. I thought for a second he was toast, though, because the 8 car was looking like he was going to get spun to the right, and then he just went back to the left. So the Bentley got really lucky there, but gets 2 free positions out of it and up into 14th, while his 2 rivals down the order a little bit with some damage after that contact. But another thing I wanted to note is the cars like the 999 and some of the 2 other cars. You had the Audi of the, what was it, the 115 as well. Some excellent collision avoidance as well from the cars who were right behind that incident as it happened. So pretty crazy scenes that we just saw. But yeah, a little bit of shuffling now as the 8 car is now getting around as the rain comes down on the track on the 1 McLaren with the number hidden on the side. So yeah, rain is here and it's going to increase in 10 minutes. So all right, all right, in the top 10, how many people do we think pit for wet tires and how many people stay out? We'll just do the top 10. We won't go for the whole field because the top 10 should be easier to track.
I reckon 3/4 of them are going to pit. I'm on board with Mulholland still, and looking at how much he's already struggling. He's in 14th place, but already struggling to keep that Bentley in check. It's really, really slipping around, and the track already down to fast, now to greasy, so it's getting wet very, very quickly. This is going to be a case of, you know, instantly into the wet, I reckon. It's not going to take very long whatsoever. Just a quick one, going back to that incident we saw. That is the difference between overall pace and actual racecraft. You know, you see like those 2 guys in front of him, the BMW and it was number 8, wasn't it, as well? Those 2, they were very, very quick guys, but they're obviously a little bit squabbly, and they ended up causing an incident for themselves. But it just shows that difference from Mulholland, that he read the situation, held back slightly, and he could already see, he was like, those 2 guys are squabbling into turn 1. It's a really high commitment turn, and he just played his cards beautifully in that respect. So, like, fair play to Mulholland for, you know, keeping a cool head, and it just shows the difference between racecraft and overall pace.
Yeah, it definitely does show the difference there. I mean, you know, it's consistency is king, and look at that, 10 minutes from now, there's no more rain, so I think we do see people stay out. We had the plus sign there, then the minus sign, and now it is going to be dry in 10 minutes, so I'm going to bet that everyone stays out. I don't think anyone in the top 10 is going to pit because they see that it's supposed to dry out, but I'm going to predict that maybe no one in the top 10 spins, but someone might get caught out by someone spinning around them. Well, it'll be lap traffic most likely.
Certainly going to make it harder going offline to get overtakes done, isn't it? And I mean, it's then going to be a case of, are guys under blue flags going to let off the throttle, or are they going to try and change line to get out the way? It's always an awkward one, isn't it, really? I've always been on the lines of stick to your racing line, but maybe let off the throttle on the straight ever so slightly just to give... oh, there you go, Carnival 115, already got a yellow flag. I'll go quiet.
Yeah.
To see what's going on.
It looks like the Audi having a little bit more trouble. We're going to see if we can get them down on the grid. 29 car, they are back running again, but one of soon to be a few drivers who are going to struggle in these coming laps while the track continues to get a little bit more wet. We got the rain coming down, but everyone's on those dry tires because it does not make sense to change the compound or to hit the pits unless you take any damage. Now, we do have 1 car into the pits. That is the 28 car. They are currently running. Where is the 28 car running? You may ask. Well, I'm trying to figure that out myself right now. You don't happen to see where they're at, Tim, do you? I see they're in the pit lane, but I don't see what, or is that the 20? Oh, okay, they're down in 43rd. So one of the guys all the way in the back decided, you know what, we're just going to pit, make our life easier, put on some, what I assume to be wet tires. Let's see if we can see the grooves on that tires. No, it looks like those are dry tires. So I don't think they're running on the wets, which makes sense. Keep it on the dry tires and stick it out. Maybe their tires are designed for a greasy track or something a little better. And we got in the chat, car 180 is not so smart. We're in the 8 cars, race 2 laps in a row, no pennies whatsoever. Well, my advice to you is to definitely report the incident into the steward panel, and they will take care of it. I mean, we watched it, we all saw it, and they'll look at the replay, they'll look at the throttle inputs, they'll look at and just make sure you include all the information that's required, whether it be the onboard cam, the chase cams. Make sure you have the HUD available. Send it to the stewards, and then they'll make a respectable decision that will determine who is truly at fault. But yeah, that was an incident. We saw the 180 and the 8 car come together. Not ideal. They're actually battling again on track, Tim. So I'm curious to see how this goes, considering that it seems the 8 car is a little frustrated with the 180. And now they're going up the inside of the BMW, down the pit straight, going for a maneuver once again. Now we're going to tuck in behind, throw the dummy. Now they're back out once again, trying to go right up the inside. They make a little bit of contact. I think that was fair, though. And the 180 has lost the position.
That looks basically like the opposite of what happened last time. And I don't imagine the BMW, that car number 180, it did appear to back off a few times after the contact last time. So I wonder if to a certain extent he didn't overly fight giving back that position, because giving back the position will help in your situation again. You know, if you're shown to be trying to do good, you know, it can make a difference. Quick update on the Audi number 115 that we saw with yellow flags and off the circuit. That was appearing to outbrake himself at the end of the Wellington Straight and went out, sort of the outside of the turn. And he actually parked up for a few seconds. I thought we were going to see him teleport to the pits, but then decided to, maybe just had a little moment to himself and then carried on again, rejoining the track. So whether or not that was a moment where he had to just maybe have a bit of a swear at the steering wheel for 2 minutes, have a breather, and then got back on it. But I'm keeping an eye on that number 180 car, and that car is really, really struggling in the wet.
Interesting.
Have a word with himself, by the way. Contemplate life.
Sometimes you've got to do it, haven't you? You've got to have a little word with yourself sometimes. We've all done it. We've all, had an incident in a race, and we've all thought, you want to swear and just, punch the steering wheel, go on. But no, sometimes you've got to have a little, just to think and think, hang on, there's still another there's 2 3/4 hours left to go. There's still an opportunity, They're not in last place. They're actually doing quite well. I think they are, they like 6th in class, possibly, that Audi, kind of 115. I can't see it on my screen.
115 is a little farther down. It looks like they're more towns to see.
He's 7th in class.
8th in class, because we have the 7-7 who's miles ahead of everyone. So 8th in class right now. They have there's a drive-through with the 999 car who's currently running 5th in class. So they might be able to capitalize off of that depending on where we see Erskine will come into the pits, which I believe is this time around now. I'm going to quickly step away. So if you have a driver you'd like to put the cameras on, as the 87 is off the track out of turn 1. So maybe we'll take a look at that real fast before I step away, actually.
It'll be best if you ask Benikage who he wants on cam, because I'm currently just running off numbers. I can't risk watching the stream app shooting you guys at the same time. So apologies about that. I'm on limited abilities.
That's all good. Let's keep it on. I'd say I don't know. Anyone's your pick. There's not really any close battle, so I've got it on.
666 is right behind the 117.
Okay, you said we'll put it on the 666.
And the 999 came out as well from the drive-through, so it's a nice 3-way.
Yeah, let's do the 999 actually. That's a good shout, because Sinolter is back in the 666 in the McLaren. So if you remember, Sinolter was caught up in quite a few incidents previously in the race in his previous stint. So hopefully the 666, hopefully that's behind him. Sinolter
actually
is trying. Sorry, go ahead.
This is a four-way battle here. We got the 1117 ahead, the 666 who just made the move on the 999. Behind them is the Lexus of the 10. So it's a four-car battle here for 24. 3 of them battling in class for the silver class. So how about that, Apples?
Absolutely. The apples are sweet like Granny Smith's, but although people tell me they're sour, but still, Granny Smith apples, best apple. Nonetheless, very good apple. So the 999 trying to just make sure he can get in front and stay in front of this 10, and it does so as the 666 is just ahead, and everyone loves a bit of a Nelson, don't they? Yeah, the 666, the 999 to 444 as well out on track. But
leaders into the pit. Car number 869.
869. Yeah. Okay. So the leaders in the pit. That's good. But still staying with this battle, Sinolter is right ahead. You can see he's having to go at Beeg in the 117 side by side for those two. And is Sinolter going to make the stick? Beeg is trying to hold on to the position. Sinolter's ran awfully wide, but Beeg's got a little bit twitchy on the entrance there. As of this final turn, they come around. Sinolter might have the better line. They have to be careful not to touch each other. Still side by side as they move up to cops.
Getting that Bentley to match the McLaren out the turn, that's really good effort because that McLaren is unbelievably fast on corner exit. But look, the Bentley's still holding on around the outside. Oh, and the Lexus in the background, car number 10 off and wide at turn 1. Fair play to the Bentley there. That was ridiculous. That's Beege, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic effort to hold that McLaren back. Although he's sliding there through Maggots and Beckett's.
Yeah, he is sliding a bit through Maggots and Beckett's, but that's to be expected. The track is damp. Sinolter's going to have another go at him. Actually, he wants this position. He's down towards the outside on the entrance of Stowe, and this time he might have him. We'll see. Beeg is going to have to come back on the inside. Ooh, they got to be careful not to touch each other. But this has almost been a whole lap battle, and now Yeah. So he's right on the. He's absolutely waiting to just eat up the pieces.
Bentley went too deep, but it's still just. Oh, is that contact? No, not quite. You can see how much all the cars are squirming as they're trying to come out of the turn. And a big slide from the Lexus. Has he saved it? No, he hasn't. He's off.
No.
Lexus is off. Car number 10. I think he avoided any contact with anyone else, but oh my goodness, by an absolute minimal margin.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure the stewards will look at that. I don't know what got the Lexus loose. I thought maybe somebody had bumped him. Could have been a lap car as well, but we'll see. Sinolter, meanwhile, has made the move around Beach. Like you said, that Bentley went a little bit too deep, and it has made the McLaren through, or put the McLaren through, I should say. So the 117 is now behind the 66, split between the 666 and the 999, as it's Erskine trying to catch up to this Bentley here in the BMW, but he's run. I think he runs rather wide there as well. He's got to be careful. He's got lap traffic behind him, but it's just a lot of traffic, I got to say, between these two or these three cars.
Lexus number 10, no one else involved in that incident. From what I can see, it looks basically like he just got on the power a little bit early and ended up pushing himself out onto that wet curb, and it was just enough to flick the back of the car out. Actually very lucky. He nearly took out a few cars there, but manages to get the car off the circuit and out the way. But yeah, unaided by anyone else. That was sadly just a case of wet track and not enough grip.
Very unfortunate. So the rain is expected to stop, and it looks like it has actually. So we have a damp track. Rain has stopped. No rain for 30 minutes. And the weather's just been as unpredictable as this race here, Tim. As Erskine trying to close down on this Bentley, but Beeg has pulled out of a pretty comfortable gap between him and Erskine in the GOAT Racing number 2 BMW number 999 car, as Beeg tries to run down Sinolter for that position back.
He's really putting in an absolute gargantuan effort, isn't he? he's really trying to catch back up, but you can really see the Bentley struggling to get the power on. Whether or not that's just simply because of that sort of obviously front engine rear-wheel drive as opposed to mid-engine rear-wheel drive in the McLaren, just obviously favouring it. Oh, and a big slide there by the Bentley, and nearly spun. I think he managed to keep it together. Oh,
he's took a big meaty piece out of the corner, but Erksbolt on the inside. Oh, he's trying to get by, but now it's Beeg with the inside line here, and maybe Beeg will be able to hold on to this position. Yeah,
quite possibly. Yeah, I think Ersk managed to give him the space, but that Bentley really struggling in the wet. Obviously, I think a lot of the guys probably went for a sort of a intermediate setup where they're sort of okay for the wet and the dry, but it can really show sometimes who's gone for a more dry specific setup. While this is going on, I think that is one of the leading PCDC cars coming up behind them, isn't it? Possibly coming up to lap. The car number 12, I think that is. So that is in 4th place. Yeah, Ersk letting him past. So that's being lapped again. Oh, and 213 is off. Car number 213. Who was that?
That is our comeback leaders.
That's Hyler. Okay, I'm going to quickly watch back the replay, see what happened there.
Meanwhile, Matt's
broadcasting client was working properly. It would make it so easier. I've had to open it now.
Matt Slynam and Anderson, by the way, still haven't gotten past the car in front, which is Beach. I believe that's the number 23. No, it's 117. Beg your pardon. So car number 117. Not gotten past him. So when is the N7 Racing gonna Aston Martin gonna let by this top 5 car? We don't know.
Oh, there was actually contact, multiple contact with that with the car of Hyler. Oh, that was not great. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna try and work out who that was. That was one of the McLarens. You carry on for a minute. I do apologize. I thought I was going to be able to get the number up.
I am back
with
Benny as well. What have I missed? Because I see that Malinowski is in 2nd and that the 72 car is hot on his heels now. Did he pit? Or?
Yes, he pitted. So Malinowski has pitted, and what you've missed is Sinalter in the 666 has taken 24th off Beeg, who is managed to fight off Erskine from the 999, the challenge from the 999 BMW with the help of lap traffic. And our comeback kings, or comeback story of the day, Hyla in the 213, by the way, has been made contact with and spun around, and that is what Tim is currently looking into.
Yeah, so final complex of corners. Car number 16, one of the McLarens, was on the inside of that final long right-hander, and just as they went to exit, clips the back end of Hyler, just rotates him round, but then sadly there is 2 cars behind, car number 51 and a Mercedes, of which every single angle is blocking the racing number on it, so I can't see it. Car 808
would be the,
basically car 808 then obviously trying to get on the brakes was then in a collision with car 51. That rotated it into the front of Hyler's car, so Hyler actually ended up having double collisions while he was sat there stranded mid-turn. So real unlucky for him there. Definitely not I wouldn't say his fault whatsoever. He does recover and gets himself going again, but yeah, lost a fairly large amount of ground then.
Yeah, and that's a 3-way battle right now for P34. Konkoli, Burgett, and Shevskowski. So or Shakowski. So that's those 3 cars racing very hard, and causing a collision with the 213, which is one of the faster cars. So definitely looking to see what comes of that race, Stuart. The 213 still behind those 3, by the way, so he's going to have to eventually come through. But they've got another lap car behind them, and that's the 57 of Connor Wright, who still has the purple lap, gentlemen. About 3 hours later after he set it, still holds it. And he might hold it through the rest of the race as we, get into these cooler temperatures.
I think it's going to be the opposite. Usually with the cooler temperatures, oh, that's a Mercedes that's looking a little wobbly in front of the 213. That was a hairy, scary moment for P44, who's our last car running. That's a 96 of Jacob Lesney. Back to the temperatures, though. Once it goes optimum, when track gets started, the colder surface should bring in some faster times. So, of course, the thing is that it's damp track right now. It's slowly drying out. They just have to hope that there's no rain coming in. But the winds, if you remember, Benny, when I joined 3.5 hours ago, and so did Tim, it was about 8 kilometers per hour, and you're talking about it getting, picking up. It's more than double that right now at 17. So he could hold it to the end. But if the track fully dries out and you get some cars, coming in on, maybe a different strategy with lower fuel, or, one of these front runners coming out on a fresh set of tires, and it's a optimum track with it being these cooler temperatures, do expect that lap to potentially get beaten. But that's only going to happen if track goes optimum and we see it stay dry long enough where it allows some of these front runners to get out there on a fresh set of tires with their fuel. As we see the one car off in Maggots and Beckett's, that is Patrick Liu in his McLaren Shadow Project car. But that's what my prediction is. Of course, we've had, how many rain spells have we had today?
I want to say it's about 4.
4? Yeah, that kind of sounds about right. It's been so many, and like the last one was only like 10 minutes. So it truly is been a very eventful race. But while the 869 pitted from the lead and is still running, we have ahead of them the 720 car who's still running longer. So we're already seeing some strategies different, and we know we have 65-minute stint timers, if I'm correct. I don't believe they increased it to 70. I believe it's still 65 minutes. When we get to 2 hours and 10 minutes to go, everyone who pits at that point is... Oh, and I jinxed it. I jinxed it. Oh, my gosh. Tim, are you chuckling because you saw on the top right that you see some rain up there? Because I see the rain again. So,
chuckling, but
and the 720's off.
Who's off?
The 720, our race leader, just went straight off at one corner. It's like they completely missed the braking zone and just drove right off the circuit. They're back going, but they just lost over half of their lead there. So not sure what happened there. They're 11 seconds down on this lap, but they just went straight off the track while we were watching them and talking about them and talking about how they're on a different strategy, looking good, and they just went right off the circuit. So we might see a little battle for the lead here, but rain in 30 minutes. But back to what I was saying now, if you can stretch it to the rain, you pit for, say, wet tires, you can get to the end of the race on one stop to go, as the 666 car, who made such good progress, got around the 117, held off the 999 car, is now behind them by the looks of it because of a spin.
Yeah, and the thing is too, it's just the rain's gonna absolutely just throw another spanner in the works. But I mean, as this race has been, I don't think it's gonna rain for the entirety of it. We'll see. So because it's just been, I mean, our longest spell of rain has been, I think, 30 or 40 minutes. So we've had 4 different spells of rain, as is customary with the British summertime. No offense, Tim, but it's.
Fact. It is absolute facts.
I'm just curious as to where the sun's going to set first, out here where I'm sitting, or currently, or in the game, because 7:36, and you can see it's still kind of twilighty out. So we're going to get a little bit of night racing certainly towards the end as we get closer to that 10 p.m. In-game finishing time. But yeah, it's been the weather's just ready to throw yet another curveball at these drivers, and I'll tell you what, the 869 has been the best car so far to handle it, leading from pretty much wire to wire, pitted, and now the 720 is in front. But the 869 is right behind, only 1.1 seconds back now, so not even waiting for the McLaren to take its pit stop. So Malinowski might do this on track.
Just a quick one. I reviewed that incident with the 720, and yeah, just looked like he outbraked himself, put a tire on the grass, and then just had to basically just completely give up trying to turn in. So yeah, I think it was just a case of got on the brakes a little bit too late, went a bit wide, caught the grass, and just rather than trying to keep it on the track and possibly spinning it, just drove off onto the runoff tarmac.
Another update, 30-minute mark just changed to heavy rain. So we're going to put a little bit of a poll in the chat, and we're going to ask how long will the upcoming rain last. We're going to have 10 minutes, 20 minutes, we'll go 10 minutes, 30 minutes, and then we'll go 1 hour plus. So, we'll say 10 to 29 minutes. We'll say 30 to, as the track went from damp to greasy now, we'll say 30 to 59 minutes and 1 hour plus. Those will be the options, and we'll go ahead and ask the community now, and we'll see who ends up winning it. But yeah, we got more rain coming in. We jinxed it as we have a battle for the lead now. The 869 car trying to make it work on track. The 720's been struggling the last few laps. And Malinowski is going to swoop around the outside. 720 is struggling a lot for grip on the apex. But that outside line is just going to be that much quicker. 720 trying to come back. But it's looking like Malinowski's going to retake that race lead once again. In that
Fantastic bit of driving there.
Oh yeah, fantastic driving. And the dominant car all day long, back at the front once again in the fray. Nothing the 720 could have done about that move. Now they just need to hang on and hope that the 72 car cannot run them down. Although the 72 car, sorry, not the 72 car, the 12 car, excuse me. 72 car is a little farther back, but the 12 car hoping they can't run them down. But it's a 30-second gap, and I think they'll be okay. So.
Looks like the early voters decided that it's not going to rain for that long. 10 to 29 minutes seems to be the most popular choice. So, you know, I've gone for the 30 to 59 personally with this heavy rain. So
one thing that was just put into the chat, because of when the last stops occurred, I mean, drivers will have to pit before the rain. So with some of these strategies, like the 860, if the 720 can last until the rain, we don't know what strategy they're on, but if some of these guys can last to the rain, like from now, they're in a great situation. Now, cars like the 869, you know they can because they pitted for it. But now it's going to be a matter of when do you have to stop? Because you got cars in the pit lane right now, the 58 and the 501. You know, you see the rain coming. If you know you're not going to make it to the rain, pit now, go light on fuel, get a fresh set of dry tires, and just blitz it for the next 30 minutes because you have heavy rain coming, and now probably 27 minutes, you're going to want to put on wet tires. So it's going to become a strategy game. We might just see that purple lap fall now, as if the track can get to that optimum with these cars probably going for, you know, just for that absolutely blistering quick pace because, frankly, there's no point in trying to stretch it out and going on wet tires on a dry track to hang on just to last the rain because you'll just destroy the tires. But what we're looking at right now is we're looking at Malinowski just put blistering laps. He did a 206.2, which, you know, his best lap is a 158.7. And the fastest lap of the race is a 158.1. So we need the track to get to optimum for those times to get beaten. But he's still way faster than all of his rivals around him. The only car as fast as him is Connor Wright with a 206.6 as well last lap. But even then, that's 4/10 slower than our current race leader, who's just pulling away from the rest of the field.
Sem Smeets, by the way, in the Porsche, the 95 Porsche drive-through penalty for track extensions has been given, by the way. So the Porsche with another penalty. That's I believe the third or fourth penalty for the Porsche this afternoon.
Wow. Not the best day for the Porsche car at all. They've been into a decent amount of accidents. But let's look again at the silver class with cars around them. We got the 7.7 car leading the way still. Currently, that's not the 7.7. There's the 7.7. We have Christers Jokerch in the Celtic Bromance skirt cars. You know, we're talking about dominating performances. We definitely cannot talk about our leader in the silver class, running 12th overall, has been the leader since the 6-hour mark, probably for most of this race here for this class, and they've just been flexing their muscles. Behind them is the 326 car, back into second. They have a 5-second time penalty, looking to get 19th on track. And Daniel Krebs, get this, is over a lap behind the class leader. He is on lap 184. The 7.7 car, who is a few corners ahead, is on lap 185. Talk about domination in the silver class, as it looks like Tim has dropped out briefly, Benny. So we'll have to just hold the fort down.
Yeah, looking, trying to make sure, see if the pit wall's still doing okay. But yeah, it looks like he's dropped out for a minute. Still, nonetheless, it's been. I love reading the Discord as well. So you know, people getting a little bit antsy in the Discord. Apologies, but also like you know, blue flags for car number one. Why won't car number one move? Blah blah blah. You know what I mean? So you see all the frustrations the drivers have as time continues to tick down here. As is that I don't know. Is that lighting on the track getting a little bit weird? It's a lot of the headlights are going to be the ones that are lighting the track soon because the sun in the game does not have much time left. It has to be said.
No, and definitely with the clouds rolling in, it's gonna get a little, a little dark out there for some of these cars. We see the 12 car into the pits as well. A lot of cars diving into the pits right now. Looking at Connor Wright, and the 57 is up into third right now. He's got our fastest lap on the board. Lap times are slowly improving. We had Malinowski do a 2:05.2 last lap. He's getting faster. Valentine Barrier with a 2:05.7, but hard to say if that fastest lap will get beaten. But yeah, we're gonna have to keep an eye on it. It seems we got Tim back in the booth. Tim, let's see if we can hear you.
Yeah, you can probably hear me. I'm just working on the pit wall again because obviously it threw an absolute wobbly when my internet dropped out. So just trying to get it reconnected now. So hopefully it should be back. Yeah, it's back and working again. Apologies about the downtime. It goes from kind of being okay to then I get less than a megabyte of up and down. Currently running on 168 kilobytes up. So get an idea of how awful the internet is being this evening.
Yeah, let's put it this way. That's definitely seen better days.
Yeah, so it seems to always be later in the evening. I don't know what goes on, whether something gets cold and then it all just breaks. But yes.
Probably just
apologies if there was any downtime.
Here is something interesting. I switched to the 326 car because they dove into the pits. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like they got grooved tires on. They put on wet tires, and they're gonna stay on the wet compound running in 23rd to the rain. I mean, it's greasy on track, but it's gonna dry out a little bit more. I don't know if that's the right move, but we need to keep an eye on this car because, I mean, as soon as that track goes from greasy to green, I mean, that move's gonna look horrible, but not sure that was the right move. We'll have to let's keep an eye on this guy though, because it definitely looked like he was on wet tires coming out of the pits. So hopefully that's a visual glitch for his sake, because I don't think that's going to be the fastest option with the rain still over 10 minutes out.
Absolutely, that would be, I think, a colossal mistake. So, if that's the case. So, by the way, update number 58. It looks like trying to get over to him right now. That's the Matt York, Van Wall Sim Sports, number 58 BMW, a drive-through penalty for him in the 7th position. And the question is, how far back is the 48? Definitely, it's the next car back, Erdman. So York's coming in to serve the drive-through, and Sebastian Erdman in the PCDC is about to. Oh, I'm sorry, that is a lapped car. The next car behind is the 501, which is really he's on the Wellington straight. So actually, the 58 might be able to serve this and not have to worry about the 501 overtaking the position.
I'll tell you what, he was in no man's land. The 12 car is currently, was basically half a lap ahead. As the 58 comes out of the pits, and the 501's only coming around the final corner now. So he goes from 7th to stay in 7th. There's nothing wrong with being in no man's land, but in this case, it's kind of not that fun. But back to the 326 car, the lap time by Malinowski on the last lap was a 2:04.2. So the track is getting faster, and the wet tires are certainly not going to be the move. They're actually back into the pits. I think they realized their mistake, and they're going back for dries. So that is definitely heartbreak for them, as they were running, they were battling for second in class before they pitted. So now this is going to completely just skewer their race. They're off of the podium now and going to drop even farther down. Heartbreak for the 326 car with 2 hours, 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, also in the pits, by the way, is the 500, Adam Dubiel for Zetalia.pl racing team, the Ferrari number 500. So he's in the pits, another top 10 in the pits. That's going to give Jokerich the top of the class, the Celtic Bromance skirt 11th.
Skirt.
And so, another top 10 player. Now, here's the thing. If you're on... Are these drivers coming in to change drives? Because it's one of these things where at some point... You got to be, I mean, not onto dries, but change off of dries, because at some point you got to be wondering, if you're on worn dry tires, how much do you just nurse them to the rain instead of take the extra pit stop?
So if you have the stint timer running out, that's going to always be the interesting thing, as we see the 7 car just power slide, it looked like, through the corner there. If you have the stint timer, you're going to push it out as long as you can. But if the thing is, some of these guys, based off what strategies they've been running, they probably, like, if your stint timer's running out in the next 10 minutes, before you get to that 2 hour, 10 minutes left to go, you're still going to have to take 2 more pit stops to get to the end of the race off a stint timer alone with the 65-minute stints. So if you're stopping on stint timer now, then you definitely, you know, mucked up the strategy, because as soon as you see that rain and you know you're not going to be able to make it to the 2 hour, 10-minute mark, it just doesn't make sense to maximize your stint. Just pit, you know, have lower fuel for that next run, get a fresh set of tires, and just go. That's kind of what we saw Malinowski do. Not sure if that was what they pit earlier due to stint time or whatnot, but you just look at how much success they've had with it. Now, if you can make it to the rain, then you do that. Because by the looks of it, 10 minutes from now, well, 9 minutes from now is that you know, that 2 pit stops left window. It's still dry. So once the rain comes, everyone's going to pit onto those wet tires, excuse me, and they'll only have 1 more pit stop to go. Required pit stop, because they'll be able to make it with that stint window. And that's what makes this league so, you know, a lot of these AOR events, all this endurance stuff, that makes it so interesting is because they have the stint timer. Well, the fuel, you know, some cars like a Porsche, whatever, when it runs in quality mode, barely make that 65-minute, 70-minute mark. But you got cars like the Bentleys and some of these other cars that can really stretch these big fuel tanks. They can really stretch their stints out longer if they didn't have the stint timer. But it levels the playing field and adds a different level of strategy. And so rather than trying to fuel save, everyone can push because you got the 65-minute timer, but then you play the strategy game based off of, you know, forecasting the weather, like in a case today, and base it off of kind of, you know, stint timer you got left, who you got driving, what kind of tires you can run. You know, it's a different kind of strategy, but it's leveled out because of the stint timer, which makes it just that the more exciting. And from experience, when you nail the stint, like your stints, and you can completely eliminate a stint compared to your rivals around you because you absolutely nailed the stint timer, it's the best feeling. You know, I've pulled that off. That's how it worked in Spain. I've watched other people pull it off around me, and it's awesome. It's absolutely awesome to do because you're just outsmarting your rivals, and that's such a good thing to have happen as a driver. And I think that's what we might be seeing here between some of these strategies, especially some of these cars that we see coming to the pits, you know, falling victim to maybe some of these other cars that, you know, pitted as soon as they saw the rain and are just blitzkrieging it through the field right now.
Now, the 199, by the way, Mercedes, the Janice Pervins, the Rachel's 350Z, a stop-go 30-second time penalty, by the way. So that's been applied. So you're absolutely right about stint timers. We'll see who's nailed it. The wind's still increasing. Look at it, 18 kilometers now. Absolutely an extremely windy evening in the British countryside as we move into the final 2 hour 15 of this race, Fizzy. Malinowski does not look like he is going to be touched out towards the front, but I totally expect it as momentum has and as things have gone to really kind of just lead towards the front. But still a lot of interesting battles elsewhere on the track. We've got even for just kind of the midfield spots. I mean, P32, Burgett and Concoli are very close to each other for P32. But nonetheless, this rain, another wrench in the plans, another spanner in the works, if you will, with this leaderboard. You see cars very spread out right now. As actually, it looks like, is that P12, Dubiel and Arts, who are very, very close to each other. The 500 and the 555. Is that true, or is that my game
you said the 500 and the 555.
Oh, no, the 555 is in the pits, that's why. So
it would be a timing error, I think, as they pass the pit board, and I think they sometimes throw a bit of a wobbly.
You know what? I don't remember when we went through the grid before. I'm seeing the 555 card. I'm seeing this livery. I don't remember seeing that when we went through the livery. I think that was one of the only cars we actually skipped. That's a cool livery. We have not really been looking at Arts today. And this Butter Pal Motorsport car. Yeah, but I don't think we covered this car. Correct me if I'm wrong, Benny. But they started.
We did, but they were way up at the top of the grid, so they're one of the first cars that we covered in our pit walk.
I apologize for not fully paying attention to that. Then I apologize mainly to the Butter Pal Motorsport cars because I like your livery. That's cool. I mean, I've never been huge on the BMW in ACC, but when it comes to the livery on the car and you know, the car itself, they did a good job there. Now, granted, I don't. It definitely is not a in-game one because they've got the Butterpaw Motorsport stuff on it. They got their custom things on the side. So definitely a cool livery.
By the way, sorry to interrupt. Top 2 podium places. Killamakis pitting. He's down to P3 after his pit right, as also the 72. Or I'm sorry, the 57 BMW also in the pits.
So these guys did go long. Again, like I said, I don't know if the strategy call was the best. I mean, you're going to look at the gap that Malinowski's about to have over the field, and I think just by pitting earlier, as soon as I saw the rain, was the move. But these guys, everyone who's pitting right now because of their stint tires, still has to pit 2 more times. One of them's going to be soon because we still have that heavy rain that's coming in rather quickly due to that wind. So, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I think it's the right call what they did? I mean, we'll see. But if it changes to rain in the next couple of minutes at the 10-minute mark, then, you know, I guess we'll have our answer. But we also have our leader of the silver class, Kristers Jorgic, is in the Celtic Bromance skirt car, has skirted into the pits, and he is going for a tire change. They've also, I think, the one guy at least was not running with, must have been running like the hood cam or whatnot, because I'm pretty sure their wiper blades have been going on for a while right now, and they only just now turned it off, and it hasn't been raining for over an hour. But they're going to come back out in the lead for the class, and behind them is going to be Jake Mills and the 177 car, who's now on the same, well, not on the same lap, but he's within a lap. And there is the rain in 10 minutes time. So we can say that the rain's going to last for at least 20 minutes. So right now our poll, we have 20 votes. 45% of you guys, so 9 of you, said 10 to 29 minutes. Right now you're smack in the middle of that category. We had 7 of you say 30 to 59 minutes. That is starting to look like it could happen. And then the 1 hour plus, yeah, the 4 of you who did that, we'll have to wait and see what happens there. But 2 hours, 12 minutes to go, Benny. Anything can happen. And we got the rain coming
including me falling asleep at the microphone. It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
Gotta say, Benny, like, insane that you are still with us. I mean, massively appreciate it. Obviously, it's been amazing. Obviously, the fact that I've been dropping in and out like mad. Obviously, Fizzy has some technical problems as well. So you truly are the scaffolding that is holding up this wobbly building this evening.
I'm at that point where I had a breakfast, right? And I was like, I'm gonna do this right, get a good night's sleep. I did, and I had trouble sleeping last night, right? And then I was like, I'm gonna go get a healthy breakfast, hearty breakfast between Super Bowl and the race. Did that, had a mug of tea, had a backup cup of coffee, on another mug of tea, right? So doing everything right, but it's one of those things where I haven't had time to cook now between the race or anything like that, so I've just been snacking, and I'm on the absolute decline, guys. I gotta admit, I'm hitting the wall, but hopefully, hopefully the rain, it'll excite things and it'll rejuvenate me back into this race, because it's less than 10 minutes away, guys, and it's gonna be an absolute just another ball that these drivers have had to juggle all race long.
Benny, you've been reminded that you still have to watch the Union tonight, though, so you got to stay awake here. You've got 2 more hours, and we have...
They're kicking off right now, so it's all right. By the time this race is over, they'll be done.
Yeah, and we also just saw a move for track for P3. That's the 101 car making a nice and quick move on the 720 car. Curious to see that the 720 is looking really slow again. Did they put on wets? Let's keep an eye on that. They had a slow last lap. They pulled off way off to the side. I don't think they are on wets. Look at that. You can see the grooves underneath them, so it looks like they decided to go for the wet tires, but they're going to really burn up those tires. They're certainly going to be very hot, and they're just losing time hand over fist. We'll have to see if this works out for them, but, you know, remember this now. The 101 made the move on the 720. Heavy rain in 10 minutes now, so in the next 10 minutes, can the 101 car put a pit stop on the car that was running second for the longest time? Surely the 72 car is going to have a pit stop on the 720. This is all about the strategy now.
Look at the rain in 30 minutes too. Heavy rain plus. So track's just gone to optimum from Greasy, but you know the light rain is just minutes away. So I might be right. I was absolutely spot on with the pole position lap. By the way, I was asked what I thought the pole lap would be, and I said a 50 I think it was like a 56.8, and we had a 56.8. So I'm guessing 30 minutes to an hour for this rain. I'm hoping I'm spot on again, but right now it's looking like it might actually be at least a half hour's worth of rain.
Yeah. Also, another thing to look at, we are now under the 2 hour 10-minute mark, so the 9 car who just came to the pits can go to the end on one more stop. So can anyone else who comes at this point, looks like the 51 car as well, can go to the end on one more stop. Track also did go optimum, so with it being cooler, you know, maybe we can see the purple lap get, you know, usurped. We'll have to wait and see. I don't see anyone dipping under 2 minutes yet. The lap is a 1:58.1. That is what everyone will be gunning for. If you see people on lighter fuel loads, the heavy rain's going to ease off as well. But fun fact, if I am correct, the last time we had an endurance race at Silverstone, I competed in that in a 2-man team. It was about a similar length, 9-hour race. The end of that race was in torrential downpour. Now, with that minus sign coming in, unfortunately, it doesn't look like we'll get it. But how funny would that be? Or how chaotic would that be if we end this race in just absolutely insane rain conditions? Just flips the race on its head, and we just get absolute downpour. That would be awesome. But I don't.
There's still time.
There still is time. You're absolutely right.
I'm still keeping an eye on this 720 car, and I'm going to come out and say it is off the racing line a lot, and it is trying to. It's nearly going off track a lot. Obviously, looking for cooler ground. I'm slightly worried that it's going to end up getting track limit warnings because it is going off track. It's desperate to get out of the way of everyone catching up with it. Much slower cars throughout the race, absolutely pouring past it. So I know the rain is coming very soon, but it's still. I don't know if the gamble's going to work. They are risking it. They're doing another lap. They've gone past the pit entrance again.
11 seconds slower than the 101 car that passed them only like a lap ago. And 30 minutes from now is light rain. So right now the pole for 10 to 29 minutes is looking like it could win. But yeah,
Good. Finish your thought.
I want to
jump in because we've got Stewards reports that have entered.
All right, to finish my thought, I agree with Tim. I don't know if the 720 is gonna, I'm watching it right now as well on the stream. We're watching it. I don't think it'll last. Now, these cars diving into the pits right now, they should definitely go on wets. But the fact that the 720 has been on it, those tires are already overheated, it just, I think they did the move too soon. They probably should have come in for some dries, been really quick for a few laps, played it out, and then come on to the wets. Now, Benny, what do we have from the stewards room?
Yes, before you go into it, I'm really sorry. Car number 12 is about to pass car 720.
And
so that's another position. Yeah. That's a position lost.
He's lost since he put on the wet tires. He was running third. He lost positions to the 101, the 57, and now the 12. And let's keep an eye on where the 58 car is behind. Are they in striking distance? Oh no, they're not even
half a lap.
Close. Yeah, so maybe not in striking distance. Now, Benny, what's coming from the stewards room?
I think it's interesting, by the way, because there was a disqualification in Tier 2 for accumulating a number of LP points in a single race. So certainly something to watch out for. But
how many?
6, and that was across 5 incidents as well. So the stewards have had enough of that nonsense. But nonetheless, back up here in Tier 1, incident involving cars 95 and 169. You remember that's the Porsche. It's a 10-second time penalty for car 169 for causing a collision. No license points there. And then we had a incident involving cars 180 and car number 8, and it is a 20-second time penalty for car number 8. I'm trying to find them on the track currently. I don't necessarily see where they've run off to, unless I'm blind as a bat, which is possible. P16, yes. 20-second time penalty. Car 180 and car 8 were alongside at the apex, so the stewards deemed the initial contact as just a racing incident. However, car 8 is deemed responsible for secondary contact with car 180 and is responsible for not holding the brakes while out of control. He has accumulated 2 license points for that and the 20-second time penalty. And then finally, car 180 and number 8 as well in an incident that happened 7 minutes later. 5-second time penalty was awarded again to car number 8, who has 25 seconds of time penalties through this for causing a collision. No license points there as well. So car number 8 named twice in 2 stewards inquiries that have just hit the leaderboard.
How many?
Plus an outstanding 5-second time penalty. He's got 30 seconds of time penalties now.
Okay, I was going to ask about the outstanding, which is will explain how he has 30 now. So that explains that answer. Also, while you were talking, the 101 car pitted for wets and came out just ahead of the 720. At least I believe those are wets. He's looking a little. I'm assuming wets. He's been a little slower, but he came out ahead of the 720 on track, and because his tires haven't overheated or haven't gotten absolutely destroyed like the 720s, he's doing okay. He's pulled away. So the 720, with 2.5 hours to go, pulled a strategy call that has not paid out for them. And to answer the poll is going to be dry in 30 minutes. So the winner of the poll is everyone who said 10 to 29 minutes, because it's looking like we're going to have about 25 minutes of rain.
I'm going to scientifically measure that from the moment that it starts raining. I don't want to be proven wrong. But no, yeah, it looks like it's going to be about a half hour's worth, right? A full half hour's worth. So just another absolute mess of just all the conditions, all the variables that teams have had to deal with today. It's not been an easy race for any of our drivers, for sure.
Yeah, but it definitely hasn't been. I mean, track's optimum right now. Times are getting put in. We actually had the 12 car did a 1:59.6. Our race leader did a 1:59.2 last lap. So hard to say if we'll actually get a purple lap. I don't think we will, considering everyone who's pitting now is going to put on the wet tires. And what do you win for winning the pole? Well, as the rain starts to come down now, everyone on the wet tires is going to benefit, but you'll win a free advertisement from SIMSOK and Driver 61. So with 2 hours to go, we have to thank our sponsors of this event, this amazing 9 Hours of Silverstone. Thank you to SIMSOK. SIMSOK, they make the world's best sim racing socks, as I've said before, and I will say it again continually. I have a pair. I absolutely love them. They got grips on the bottom, so it's interesting. So you have your right and left foot that are individually. It's an individual sock for each. The left foot has got grips on both the heel and the toes to give your foot, your heel to allow it to stay on the pedal, on the base of the pedals, and then your toes to be gripped to the pedals. That way you can maximize how much braking you have, get all the grip you need. And then because you're on the throttle, you're just slamming down the throttle, just grips on just the toes. And the combination there is absolutely outstanding. And they're very comfortable too. They keep you warm if it gets cold, like we're seeing out on track. But they're also, they don't get you too hot, where if you wear them in the summertime, when it gets to 30 plus Celsius, it's not going to get too hot. SIMSOK, go check them out today at simsok.com. And thank you to our other sponsor, Driver 61. Driver 61 is a recent sponsor coming in just, I believe, a couple months ago. And they have a coaching academy. Go check them out right now. So Driver 61, they began as a YouTube instructional channel, but they has grown their community. They've started doing some coaching sessions with some professional coaches, and they've had some group sessions that they've held in. And I actually have some friends who've had their coaching sessions and their consultation sessions, and they've actually helped my friends in just 20 minutes of time knock off a half a second a lap around Silverstone in F1. Now they specialize in various games, more so in iRacing and ACC, but they can help you with any of your sim racing needs, help you find that extra little bit of time, because they analyze how you drive and look how you can maximize your performance. Go check them out today at driver61.com and use code AOR Driver61 for 25% off a consultation session plus a free coaching session. That's driver61.com. Check them out today. And thank you.
Fizzy?
Go on, Benny.
I just want to say very quickly, the point about the disqualification in Tier 2 I think is very important, because driver number 8, I had to dig back at the records. They're on 5 penalty points that they've acquired, or license points that they've acquired in this race. So should they get caught up, that's P16 K. Cruel, McLaren number 8. Okay. Should they get caught up in another incident, then we may be looking at a disqualification from them as well.
That is not what we want to hear. Of course, we want everyone to finish the race. So, 8 team, if you're listening to us, let's kind of keep it a little clean, maybe keep it outside of cars. Not to say that we are not stewards here. We do not judge these decisions, but, we don't want to see you get disqualified after 7 hours of very hard racing. So, that way, just make sure you're listening, make sure you understand that, you guys are in the danger zone, and, The danger zone's not a cool place as we see them dive into the pits. Everyone coming in for those wet tires. Interestingly enough, we saw the 101 pit, but then he came back into the pits again, so not sure what happened there. I thought they put on wets, but now I guess they had a pit again, and they lost their advantage over the 720 car. Now, speaking of the 720, the 12 car is into the pits. The 57 car is out of the pits. The 720, meanwhile, is coming through the final corner right now. It looks like they will get the position back on the 12 at least, but they are going to be ultimate losers, losing out from the 57, and the 72 was able to clear them by a country mile.
Someone that had a bad pit stop was car number 58, so that's Matt York. He actually overshot his pit box and had to put it in reverse and bring it back again. So losing himself a few seconds there. Luckily, he managed to get it into reverse and get it moving backwards before the game did the really slow pick you up and drag you into position. So didn't go quite as bad as it could, but yeah, overshot his box and yeah, had to go back slightly. Actually, no, driven by Van der Velde now, actually.
I'll tell you what has gone from bad to worse, and that's Pervins in the 199 Mercedes. He's coming to pit yet again, and he has another stop-go 30-second time penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So pits, get a 30-second stop-go time penalty. He pits again, he gets another stop-go 30-second time penalty.
At some point, you've got to think maybe just slow down a little bit sooner. Just a tad sooner, maybe. Oh, we just lost Benny from the areas. He's back.
Oh, glad to have you back, Benny. We don't want to lose you too long. Timed out.
I accidentally entered the briefing room.
Oh, yeah.
We wondered where you went.
Yeah, we don't need that to happen. I mean, we're looking at the 199 car who has that stop-go penalty. We have the 72 car teleporting on my screen. That's never what you want to see from the car running on the podium position, teleporting to the pits and back. But as the rain just pours down once again, ever increasing, the track is wet, and there's the 72 car teleporting again on my screen. So, yeah, I don't know what it's doing. I've seen it do it a few times. I think you guys have seen the same. Glad they're not dropping from connection.
And again.
Yep, and again. So it's not just me. Excuse me.
Yeah, they just got reported in the Discord too. Somebody just said massive rubber banding from the 72. That's Max Wotinia in the Giga Chad Racing Team. So yeah, he's all over the shop right now.
And I just say that this team name is so annoying because it's got the name Tim at the end of it. So I keep thinking people are saying the team name and then they're saying Tim and they're about to ask me a question, but they're not. It's the end of it, and I'm like, oh, I'm about to get asked a question, and wait, no, I'm not. That's the team name, and I keep forgetting that finishes with Tim. I keep forgetting.
Well, I have some news for you guys. The 720 strategy has paid off. The 57 came into the pits and is currently in the pits. The 720 has gone around turn 1 and is back on the podium. So I apologize, 720 team, for doubting you. But here is the thing. They pitted before that 2-hour, 10-minute mark, if I'm correct. So they still have 2 more stops to do. We'll see if it plays out for them. Because if they can do a splash and dash at the end, you know, if you can double stint tires, then you might as well. Now, of course, with it drying up in 30 minutes, it could play perfectly into their hands, and they may have just pulled an absolutely beautiful master stroke. But we'll have to keep an eye on things, because with some
the 666 is round, by the way, at Maggots and Beckett's. 666
is round. Take it away, Benny.
P23 looks like he just might have lost it in the conditions. That's the Beeswax Warburton's car, the 666 of the McLaren. I didn't see if there was contact. John Eric Tonstad is around at specifically Beckett's in that the chicane, but also the 999. As I was looking, he's received the 30-second stop-go penalty that he is now serving currently. That's Jasper van Ruiten for Goat Racing number 2.
It appears that the Goat Racing car, either him or Erskine, sped into the pits, and that is another victim. The Goat Racing team, you know, I guess, you know, me putting in the booth has just commentator cursed them because they keep speeding into the pits, and it might be the sand they have in the car. As soon as it gets wet, you know, they just can't stop in time, and bam, get a drive-through.
The 96 is round as well. I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. On the exit of Stowe, the 96 is around.
The 96 is around. That is our car running 43rd. Hats off to them for continuing on. They are, you know, down in 43rd. I mean, they're trying to run down the 1 car. So it's not been their day, but they're hanging on. So you got to give props for them running in last place. They started 47th, so they're up 4 positions in that gray Mercedes for the Speed Eagles team AMG. And oh, they're around again.
Are they on dries? Is that the issue?
Let's see if we can get maybe an onboard cam. No, that's not the one we want. We want to see if we can get, ooh, maybe. Trying to see if we can get one of these closer cams onto them.
Quick update, car number 666. Yeah, just lost control of the car in the wet, so no one else involved.
Okay, so that's good to hear at least. And now we can't stop with the caster curse because, you know, that is literally just the name of the game. You know, we're just going to continually curse people because there's nothing we can do about it. But it does appear that I don't know if the 96 is on wet or wets or dries. It's hard to tell. But let's keep an eye on them. You know, let's give them a little bit of spotlight. You know, considering they're running in 43rd, so they haven't seen much all day. But you know, let's see if they're gonna dive into the pits this time around, or if maybe they're just, you know, forgot to turn on as much traction control as they needed and just struggling for pace as it stands. So, yeah, this will be interesting to see.
You do that.
Fourth, really heating up, by the way.
Battle for fourth. All right, we'll keep an eye on that as well.
Yeah.
96 stays
0.2
out.
between them.
0.2, you said. Oh, yes, there is. Excuse me, is that a move actually that we see? The 12 car, did it get through?
Was it behind the 101?
Oh, no,
big
just
lunge for the BMW there.
no, the 10. Sorry, I thought the 57 was the one they were battling. No, it's a big battle for P5 on track right now. The 12 car trying to defend off
my
the
bad.
101. You're
Sorry
good.
about that.
You're good. I got
It was
thrown off for a second.
The purple thing caught me off. The purple fastest lap bit confused me for a moment there.
Yeah, the Van Wall Sim Sport car still has their fastest lap, but look how squirmy that 12 is getting. I'm watching right now the rear camera, looking at that rear windshield. You can see the motorsport car livery on that for the PCDC. You know, our defending champions currently running in 5th right now, having, you know, a respectable day. You know, haven't been the fastest car there, but they have been consistent and quick. Also, another note, as we see the move going up the inside, the 101 car keeping out of the side of the 12. And Tim, would you like to take it away?
I will do my very best. Quick update, PCDC actually came second in the last Endurance Championship, so they aren't technically the defending champions, but I don't think the winners are back this season. So coming down the Wellington Straight, it looks like the car number 12 got a little bit of advantage, but under the brakes, the BMW looking very, very aggressive, closing up once more, coming into the final turn. And there's a back marker in front of them. Hopefully that BMW is going to get out of the way because these two are really battling it out to the battle for 5th position. I am noticing there's getting some slightly bad lag from car number 12. Their internet, I'm not sure if you guys are seeing it as well, but getting that pulsing red image. Although in a straight line, that Aston Martin's doing really, really well compared to the BMW. So under braking, BMW looks very dominant, but actually in a straight line on the throttle, looks like the Aston is the winner. Very, very brave stuff here. That car 101 really trying to push it through Maggers and Beckett's.
I will say the Aston is just a really good car when it comes to wet weather driving. So the 12 really capitalizing off of that. But I do believe I have seen a lot of that red spike up on the left side. But we'll take it away, Tim, once again as the 101 gets a run.
Yeah, I think he's going to be able to do it around the outside. Looks there, he's on the drier line as well. Oh, leaves a little bit of room. Can he get the switch back on him? I'm not sure he can. But again, really laying the pressure on. Now coming down towards the chicane. Is he going to be able to do anything here? Coming through Vale and Club. Again, not quite able to. And that BMW in front of them, that back marker, still actually not really being caught, sort of rubber banding up and down. But little move up the inside, possibly by 101. Yes, he's going to have the move now as they come through Club. Oh, and the Aston pushed out wide. There was no contact, but I just don't think he could keep the car on the circuit any longer. Manages to hold on to it as they go into Abbey, but again, look at the BMW on the brakes. And oh, how there was not contact there. I have no idea. You could not have got a sheet of printer paper between them two cars at that moment in time. So close. So now coming into Village and then the loop. Who's going to get the better run? Quite possibly car number 12 is going to be held up on the exit, possibly by that backmarker BMW ever so slightly. No one close enough to get into the toe though, so it's all kind of just all down to raw speed of the car at the moment. But this is where we've seen the BMW be ever so aggressive, is into this braking zone. And again, big dive. Is he going to try and follow? Not quite to be able to make a move. Final turn, looks like he's trying to run around the outside. No, decides not to, comes back in behind into the toe of the Aston as they run once again down towards turn 1. Who can hold on to it? This is such a high commitment corner, and it's very, very wet out there as well. Both these cars pretty much aquaplaning around, and he's just about holding it together. That BMW in front again sliding off. Really good pace actually being put in by that BMW in front of them, it has to be said. Obviously a back marker, but even though the blue flags are probably waving at this point, he is not actually causing any kind of disruption. Here we go, the BMW right there with Zach really pushing hard. Can he get a slightly better run through Chapel Curb onto the Hangar Straight? I don't think so, and actually we can see down there Asvar managed to get the toe on that back marker BMW, which gave him a slight advantage. As long as he can stay clean here, that would have given him a slight advantage. And the BMW back marker actually closing off on car number 101. Not what he would have preferred to have, because that gap is now opening up. Real difficult place. Oh, but the back marker nearly taking out car number 12. Goodness gracious, the wet weather getting the better of him. And someone about to rejoin as well. That Audi rejoining, but staying off the racing line, so not disturbing anyone too much. But that gap has opened back up significantly for a moment or two. So I'll have a quick breather between and see how all these guys are getting on. So car number 12, just a brief moment to breathe.
Yeah, that was some pretty close battling. We were actually riding on board with the 101 for most of it, and you could just see how much water was just getting kicked off of the 12 onto the 101. It was so much spray, very hard to see, and the fact he didn't run into it was phenomenal driving, excuse me, by the 101 car to keep it going.
Yeah, there was one moment where I was almost certain I was going to see the back of that Aston Martin get rotated, but how they didn't touch, I have no idea. Obviously, got on the brakes at just the right moment, that BMW, so super close stuff. But just for the minute, they have broken up slightly. But now there's that back marker, car number 666, I believe, in front of them. I think it's car number 666.
Also, look behind the 101. That's also the sister PCDC car. So you want to talk about, you know, maybe some teamwork here. If the 12 needs a little help, maybe the 213 gets involved and tries to slow up the 101. Keep that in the back of your mind, Benny.
Yeah. While all of that was happening, by the way, almost the entire length of that battle, we had another one down for P17. Carmo Cole flying Estonians, McLaren number 8 getting past Nicholas Alvardo from the Ram Racing Mercedes AMG number 9 car. So 17th for Carmo Cole.
Seems like the 8 car recovering very nicely right now. Running in 17th, like I mentioned. The 9 car dropping down. That pink Mercedes still going strong in the Ram Racing car, which is officially dubbed the Baboon Motorsports car, up 10 positions from their P28 starting position. Having a good race here. Meanwhile, who's having a good race? You know, the biggest mover on the day is, I still believe, the 177 car. I don't think we have any of these other big movers because we don't have... Oh, that in the 326, but I would go with the 177. He's gotten a few more positions. We have the Celtic Bromance, who's right now running 1-2 in the silver class right now. Talk about them apples with a phenomenal drive from 48th up to 20th right now. The Celtic Bromance team, the Nighthawks of Kiki Mack, Scott Cranston, Jake Mills, and Josh Waring. Currently up 28 positions. And are they even on the same lap as their teammates? I don't believe so, by the looks of it. The 77 car is... trying to figure out where the 77 car is.
14th place.
Oh, they are. They are on the same lap. They're on 14th place, but the 77 car is about 5 to 10 seconds behind its teammate. And so the 177 car has not only come from 48th to 20th, but they are on the lead lap for the silver class. So phenomenal drive by the Celtic Bromance drivers. Just absolutely phenomenal drive.
Having a little look continuing on with that battle for 5th place that is slightly cooled at the moment, about a second between them. I know we said obviously it was the PCDC Motorsport car that was also behind car number 101 driven by with Zach, but the that's not actually on the same lap, that that Ferrari behind them. It is, I want to say it's at least one lap down, that car, because that's currently running in 9th. So a couple of cars between them. So even if he is able to get up close to that BMW, he is going to be under blue flags as soon as he gets past. And obviously, if he is seen to be defending in any way, shape or form, trying to slow him down to help out car number 12, then obviously that could see them getting a fairly severe penalty, as they do not take kindly to people blocking and getting in the way of other people on purpose.
That is true. You're absolutely right there. So they're just going to probably sit behind the 101, you know, maybe make them think twice about it if they make a mistake. We have the 96 car off once again. So it seems like they're just struggling with the wet conditions, unfortunately. But, yeah. Go on.
So what you're saying is no Checo type moves here.
No, not unless it's...
No.
Now, if the 101 has a power slide like he just did, it'll open the door for the 213, who, look at that, you know, he's going to go around the outside. He has every right to do it, and now he's ahead of the 101. So the 101 made a mistake. The 213, unless, you know, the 101 has, you know, it's clear that he's going to be faster. The 213 can maybe try to put a gap in front of the 101 and, you know, pull away and just keep his car in between his teammate and their rival. So... well, it's something to watch out for, because that 213 has been a mighty quick car all day long.
Yeah, that's the car that's been on the recovery drive, mind you. So from back up into the top 10, after spinning out and being shunted down to the bottom 15 in this race from lap 1. So the ask has been put in Discord as well. Hey, here's car 101. Can you let us go? We're both losing time, but I don't think that's being taken very lightly, so we'll see if that's the case. But yeah, it looks like Joe McCauley trying to put the gap in between him and Philip Widsiak behind him, the Silver Racing Team Eurowash car. We'll see. They got the leader behind him, so certainly the leader is going to come up with them and at least disrupt whatever they got going on, certainly.
Yeah, Jardier pulling away. Go on, Tim.
Yeah, that car 213 obviously it had the incident early in the race before me and Fizzy were here, and it then also had that incident as well later in the race, didn't it? On that final turn, it got bumped twice on the final turn, obviously while it was spun. So he's had two fairly decent incidents, and he's managed to still get himself into the top 10. So really showing some really dominant speed. So maybe a case of, if everything works a little bit better for the next time round, it hopefully keep them going, and sort of they might do a little bit better next race.
Yeah, I mean, another thing to put out too, speaking of cars with incidents, 72 car, remember that just big wreck it had after it had the one back marker spin in front of them. They are running, you know, in second place. They got a nice gap to the 720, who's only coming onto the Wellington straight now, while the 72 car is out of turn 1 into Maggots and Beckett's. So they've got a nice buffer behind to their rivals after having that damage, falling down the order, and fighting their way back through. And, you know, they're not too far behind our race leader, who, granted, is now also on the Wellington straight and has been dominant all day. But hats off to the 72 car for keeping it alive as well, keeping the dream going. And right now they're running second in the Giga Chad Racing car. We're currently with an hour 41 to go. I will say it's 8:26 p.m. and it is still rather bright out on track. So wonder when we're finally going to get some dark weather, or dark skies, considering how late it is in the game.
Well, I'm presuming they're basing this off of British summertime. Otherwise, it would have been dark since about 6 p.m.
As opposed to... sorry to cut you off, but the 57 car just took a podium place away from the 720. So I want to run the instant replay, do the minute back, because we don't know how far back it happened. But the 720, or the 57 car kind of ran down the 720. And we're watching the replay right now, coming through the final corner. Where does the move get stuck? Because it looks like the 720 is really struggling for pace right now. It was actually 4 seconds a lap slower than the 57 last time around. And we're watching the replay, and it looks like, does the 57 possibly get the move done into turn number 1? We'll see right now, 720 still ahead, no contact. 57 hanging on to it. Does it go for a move in the mag? Oh, it gets better run out of turn number 1 and actually clears the 720 before Maggots and Beckett. So that is the move for the final podium spot that we had just missed. So that explains what happens there, guys.
I will say, car 720 has possibly one of the fastest drivers here at AOR, but also one of the unluckiest drivers with AOR. Grantis Caracas, he's not behind the wheel at the moment, but this man has had nothing but bad luck. And even in, he doesn't seem to have the best luck when it comes to racing. It's either gets caught up in an incident, or he has a disconnect, or just something happens that usually ends up taking it away. I mean, his pace is phenomenal. But last season, I think it was a case in the endurance when they were at Barcelona, I believe one of their drivers didn't show up or couldn't get into the race for some reason. They just weren't able to join. So even though I think they finished first or second on the road, they obviously had a colossal penalty because one of their drivers never met the minimum stint time. And I think just all the way through the season they had issues, and in the sprint season as well, he had problems, and I think they've just started to reoccur this season as well. After a really strong start, I think it was last round, he had some issues. So yeah, that car 720 has got some really, really fast guys, but possibly the bad luck charm as well that is Grantis Caracas. And I'm sure he won't mind me saying it because, yeah, everyone knew it from last season. It was one of those things of everyone was head in their hands as it all just started to fall apart for him. So hopefully he's broken through this season.
Yeah, well, speaking of bad luck and good luck and all that, the fastest 3 cars on track right now. Fastest is our race leader, Jardier, still doing a 2:09.6. Second is the 12 car, did a 2:09.9. And the third one is at 2:13, who also did a 2:09.9. So only 3 cars doing sub 2:10s, and it's one of them is the unlucky 2:13 car, who's back up in the 9th. But I just thought that was cool to point out. But also to point out is that the 12 car, who is now caught up to the 720, is one of the fastest cars on track, and is going to be looking to take over 4th and maybe run down that podium. They were a second and a half faster than the 57 last time around. So I wonder if they're smelling blood. The 57 car is only about 10 seconds up the road, and a second a lap. That's 10 laps. Now, of course, the rain's going to subside in the coming minutes, and it's probably going to switch up the strategy again. But maybe take advantage of the fact that it's going to dry out. Maybe pull an undercut or the overcut, depending on who pulls the better time to switch the tires. And never know. Watch out for that 12 car potentially, getting onto the podium here with an hour and a half to go.
It's already caught the back of that 720 car, hasn't it? Really putting the pressure on there through that final turn. So we could see a run here into Copse. Well, sorry, Coppice, that's the word. It's a really daft spelt word. Even I hate that bit of English, is the word Coppice. It's spelled Cops. It should be Cops, but it's not. It's Coppice is how I suppose it should be pronounced. But yeah, there we go. Look, the 2 PCDC cars pushing fairly hard, and that 213 car, obviously we know, is a lap down. Oh, I thought there was going to be a move. 720 got on the brakes far harder than anyone else expected. Povolatis really struggling, it would seem, in the wet. I wonder if his tyres are going to give up sooner than everyone else's, though, because he cooked them.
I think they already gave up. He was 4 seconds a lap slower than the 12 car last lap. 12 car looking to make the move here, go around the outside where he can maybe find a little bit more water, just swoops around the outside. That's the position done and dusted. Yeah, he cooked those tires horribly, and they are definitely showing. I mean, he's been on them for close to an hour at this stage, and those tires are done. You got the race leader behind, and you have now the 101 car once again running down the 720. So that 214 a lap, one of the only cars slower, it's actually the 77 car, our leader in the silver class. Everyone else is, going relatively faster, even cars down in the 30s doing multiple seconds a lap faster than that 720 car. He's actually not yielding for the race leader, so that's probably got to be a little frustrating for Jardier, but he knows he's a smart guy. There's a reason why he's a big name in the community. As he goes up the inside, he knows how to drive, and behind him, just look at his rear wing, And we can just see, here comes the 101. 720 go, throws a very late defensive move. The 101 still makes the corner. There's the 213 going for maybe a switchback on both of them because he's just trying to clear traffic. And the 101 car is through, but that was a very late move by the 101, but even later defense by the 720. And the 720 drops down into 6th with the 501 car next on the kill list behind, who is a wee bit farther back than these other cars, but still 720 dropping like a fly.
That car number 199 was putting in some really good times, that Mercedes. It's obviously running fairly far down the grid. He is a pro driver, or a pro team at least. Kind of 199, currently running in 38th place, but he was catching up with quite a few of the big names for a couple of laps. So obviously really enjoying the wet. Obviously feels very comfortable in there. I don't know if it was noticed or not, but car number 213, it saw the leader coming up when they were on the main start-finish straight. And he did actually move off the racing line, and he moved to let Jardier through. And at that same time, that was when car 101 took full advantage and got back past him again. Because obviously he was overtaken and unlapped a little while back. But yeah, he took full advantage and managed to nip through. And so car number 213 now running behind car number 101 again.
Yes, and now things are about to kick off because the rain is just stopping now. Cloudy skies for the next half hour, so you know rain could come in at any time. It's 20 kilometers per hour, increased by 12. Increased by 12 kilometers per hour since we joined the booth.
Yeah.
So.
And the funny thing too, by the way, Fizzy, the rains lasted exactly 30 minutes. So exactly a half hour. It started at 8:04. It stops here at 8:34. So we'll see how long the track takes to dry out as well, now to the fact that it's only 18 degrees.
So then I have to apologize then, real quick. If it was 30 minutes, that means the 30 to 59, the 36 of you, or 36% of you who voted for the 30 to 59, you guys are the winners. So you guys won that free ad that I gave, you know, about 15 minutes ago. Congratulations. 47% of you said 10 to 29. You lost by a minute, and the 15% of you who said an hour plus, well, rain didn't last that long, sorry. Go on, Tim.
Some of the cars I've noticed have started to drive offline already in an attempt to try and keep their tyres, their wets, sort of healthier for longer. I've especially noticed it on car number 12. If you notice, any time he's on a straight, moving off the racing line and trying to get as much water on those tyres as possible. Also, since the rain has stopped, the temperature has actually increased from 17 back to 18. So I think realistically, we're not going to see it get much colder than 18. I think just simply the cars on track are keeping that track temp up. So obviously, you know, always very hot at any racetrack. The sheer amount of warmth that builds up. Oh, car number 101 with the drive-through penalty. Track limits. That's a sting for them. They were doing really well.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to lose out to the 720, who, by the way, now it's you know, the rain stopped. They're probably praying that it wants to dry up because their stint timer is going to be definitely coming to an end very soon. They're going to need a hit into the pits. Now, they still have to pit 2 times because a lot of these guys are hoping that, you know, they can make it to 105. But considering how it's drying out, as you can see the 101 going up the inside of a lap 10 car, everyone else is going to have to make 2 more stops as well. So the 720 is not going to lose out in that regard. But they're losing out time overhand right now because that last time around, the 101 did a 2:08.4, the 720 a 2:15.1. Even the 501, who is a half a lap behind, 5 seconds faster last time around. So a huge pace difference that the 720 is losing out on right now.
I gotta say really quickly, somebody mentioned the term bad boys, and that's thrown my head into a loop. But I will say this, I actually do think we might cool down again to 17 degrees because this race does go to 10 p.m. So, and you know what they do say? You know what they do say, Tim? If you get hot, then you must get cool.
Guys, I have an update according to the chat. We have the 8 and the 180 are back together on track. Things could get spicy here. So we're going to keep an eye on that battle, who is under half a second between each other. Also, interesting to note, the 12 cars driver is an SRO Asia driver from Australia, Brian Isander. So that would explain why he's got so much space, is because he is one of the best over there. And it would also explain why they're having some internet issues, because he's trying to connect to the servers from the other side of the world.
And FIFO giving me a score update. Thank you very much. But Fizzy, I'm surprised that cops reference is just going to go completely over your head. Okay, that's fine.
It did go over my head. I completely missed what you said. I'm sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. But yeah, I'm keeping my eye on this battle for P16 between Pierce and Cool. I'll let you know how it pans out. Of course, you remember these two drivers, I believe, had a coming together the last time. Although that McLaren looks a little bit loose when it starts to actually get on the curbs.
I don't know if that was loose. That looked like he was maybe doing a little bit of an intentional weaving there to maybe get some temperature in the tires, or to say, hey, I'm here again, move it, I'm faster. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, last time these guys were on track, multiple incidents happened, and now they're on track again. Reminder to the 8 car, if you're listening, that you guys are on a decent amount of license points this race, and we don't want to have the same heartbreak that happened in the Tier 2 race where someone got disqualified for having 6 license points received in one race, and apparently you guys are at 5. So, you know, keep your head cool. You guys clearly look faster as they go at the inside. The 180 really throwing a squeeze, though, defending the inside aggressively. The 8's going to use the overspeed, try to swoop around the outside, leaving plenty of space for their rival, but running a little deep. The 180 holding a tighter line will hold on to the position for now and get a car length in between the pair as the 8 throws a dummy up the inside, and the 180 hangs on to 16th for now.
Race control, inquiry involving 808 and 51. No further action. Car 51 couldn't see the Ferrari spinning in front of the car. 808 therefore couldn't know that they needed to slow down. So nothing going on with that one. The other one is car 666 and car 12. 10-second penalty for car 666 for causing a collision. Also a warning for car 12 for not reacting to a spinning car appropriately. 1 license point as penalty there as well.
Thank you for that update there, Tim. Appreciate it as always. The 8 car dropping off a little bit here, not able to get a good run of a couple corners. Now let's drop back to 3/4 of a second behind with what looks like a fast approaching Ferrari front runner up ahead. I believe that's, yes, that is P10 catching as well. So expect to see the blue flags and drivers move over at this time. But yes, what other battles we got on track? We got the 95 cars caught up to the 9. That's a couple positions behind. The Porsche pushing the Mercedes through onto the Wellington straight. But let's see what kind of straight line speed that Porsche is lacking, because the Mercedes is going to defend the inside. The Porsche looks to the outside, maybe going to brake later and try to swoop around the outside, which becomes the inside. They're still side by side. Oh, a little bit of contact. The Porsche gets shoved wide, but he's going to hang in there, take the inside line, and he has the position from the Mercedes. Now he's going to make sure he can get enough exit. That Porsche can accelerate, but that Mercedes will certainly have better straight line speed, especially by the time they get to the hangar straight. So keep an eye on that. We also see, it looks like both the 8 and the 180 are dived into the pits. Oh, sorry, no, that's the 808. Excuse me, but the 95 hanging on to the position for now. The 8 and the 108 still down the hangar straight. The 95, meanwhile, see if he can hold on to the position from the Mercedes behind, as he's starting to flex a little bit, pull away a bit through Maggots and Beckett's, and it looks like he should be okay by the time he gets to the end of the hangar straight, guys. So the Porsche up into 18th. The Mercedes almost going off the track onto the hangar straight, down into 19th.
Just keeping a little eye on car 101. I think they have to pit this lap to do their drive-through. They still have that 213 behind them, PCDC Motorsport. Surely this car is going to pit this time. Otherwise, he's completely thrown away all the work he's done. Quick one. Jardier, I want to say that his pace is dropping off ever so slightly, because car number 12 is sniffing around the back of it fairly convincingly. Obviously, there we go. Yeah, car number 101 into the pits. Obviously, it's not for position, but it does show that possibly the pace of that Ferrari is starting to back off a little bit, because car 12 is definitely closing in.
I mean, we definitely have...
Earlier...
Go on.
No, I was about to say, I'd say earlier on, Jardier came flying past the whole lot of them, didn't he? I think about this area on the circuit, he whizzed by and then, you know, seemed to be pretty convincingly getting away, but these guys are now catching back up with him. So, you know, is he possibly slowing more than he intended to?
hard to say, but you know the track is going to slowly start drying up. It's still wet, but you know it hasn't been raining for a good 10 minutes now, I would say. So you know maybe trying to save a little bit on the tires. Hard to fully say, but the
720 just got rear-ended. Just had to quickly come out and say.
And it has a
720 got rear-ended. It does have a drive-through. Yeah, it got rear-ended by the Audi as he came into maggots. Not too much of a hit, but enough to send him off wide, and he had to drive through the. Oh, is that how he just picked up his drive-through? Well,
Yeah.
in that case, that's a real sting because actually he got touched and pushed off, and so he ended up straight lining the corner, but he had nothing he could do about that. That is really, really unlucky on his part. Yeah, the Audi definitely got a touch on him, so. Oh, that's an awkward one. That is.
Yeah, that's really bad.
It was sort of unintentional. So whether or not anything can be done on their end, in the steward's end, obviously they would have to look into it. And they might be able to do something. But yeah, I'd be very, very upset if I was car 720 because that essentially was not their fault. They looked like they just got bumped and pushed deep into the corner, and the only way they were going to save it is by staying straight. And 101 is all over the back of them now. After that detour, car number 101, Witzak, is hunting them down. He is like a Jack Russell sniffing all over the back end of that car number 720. And he's actually going to make the pass, I think, coming down the Wellington Straight, unless I got my track positions wrong. No, that is Wellington Straight. And it looks like he gets the move done as well. The 720, like we said, running on very, very burnt out tyres. And going from bad to worse for them again.
Yeah, now they're going to fall a little bit farther back to the 501. Now, I'm going to take a quick little break. I'm going to run to the bathroom one last time before we get to the end of the race. Is there a car you guys would like to have it put on for the next minute or so?
I think the battle for... No, I'm being completely idiotic.
You could do P16. Pearson Cole still going at it as well.
Yep.
Unless you have one at the front.
All right. There's also a battle for P11, it seems. The 555 is behind the 45. So I'll leave you that option. Right now it's on the 8 and 180.
You could do it on the 555.
Alrighty. Be right back then, boys. It's looking like it's going to be as spicy as a spicy last hour 23 as the track just went damp.
I gotta get over to the 555, of course. Oh god, my eyesight's starting to go this deep into
Running
the day.
in 12th position.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where on the track. There we go. Up towards Meggetts and Beckett's, it looks like.
Yeah. And actually,
I think
it looks like... Is that a back marker in front of Strelicom? Sorry,
It is. It's Alvarado, the 9 Mercedes.
That held up the McLaren a little bit on the corner exit, I would say, and that's given the BMW 555 a bit of an advantage. Can he do anything here? Can he go up the inside of the Mercedes? Yet staying out the way, and a big dive! Ooh, that was very close. Thought we were going to see a little bit of contact there, but not quite. Luckily, the McLaren managing to get back on the power and move out the way, but that was unbelievably close. He's diving now through the chicane.
I'm more surprised that he's made a diving, like almost a race-like move on Alvarado, and still not lost any time to Strelnikov, actually. So, fair play if you're Max Melamed.
I do think that that BMW does seem to be absolutely dominant on the brakes. It's really, really doing well. As a couple of them now have looked really, really good. I think it was the car 101. It looked very, very strong on the brakes earlier. And this car as well, the 555, is looking really good on the brakes. And that was a McLaren versus BMW earlier as well. So obviously, when it comes to the braking zone, maybe just the fact that it's just a little bit heavier, possibly giving it a little bit more weight on the tires as it's hitting the braking zones. I'm not entirely sure what is giving it so much of an advantage on the brakes, but it really does seem strong, that BMW. And again, back markers in front of car number 45. But just look at how well the McLaren gets away from the corners. Absolutely fantastic.
You take it for now. I've got to ban a user in chat, so.
Oh, happy days. Well, you have fun with that. And back marker now is on the inside line. Actually, the car number 45 got past, no worries. And actually now letting car number 555 through as well. Yeah, let off the throttle just before they got to Maggots and Beckett. So just letting them through so these guys can continue the fight. Track temperature back down to 17. It's still damp at the moment with a 20 kilometer per hour wind. The BMW gets a much better run there though, onto the hangar straight down towards Stowe. Can he do anything? He's looking to the inside already, and under braking again really closes up but not able to get alongside. Maybe just about 2 car lengths between them now as they head down towards Vale. Can he do anything here under braking? Not going to be very many places to pass. He'll have to try and set himself up. Oh yeah, the McLaren went a little bit deep there into the entrance of the chicane. Slightly, not quite as fast as the BMW, I don't think, on the exit as they come through Club. And as they hit Abbey, this is where we also saw earlier on the brakes. Car 500 picks up a drive-through penalty, so this might be a position gained for both cars, number 55 and 45. Sorry, 555 and 45. They may be able to gain a position for free here. But that 555 BMW is still reeling in the back of Strelnikov. So, Melamed doing a really good job here. Although here we go, look, you see on this, the straights, that little McLaren just manages to get away. I think that sort of low, slippery shape just gives them a slight advantage. And again, by the time they get to the end of the lap, the gap has opened up, although the BMW taking a slightly wider mid-turn, trying to get a better run on the exit. But still, the little McLaren sneaking away. And there you go, 500 has completed its drive-through penalty. It's clear. Doesn't lose any positions. That's 720 in the pit as well. So here we go, coming into Maggots and Beckett's again. You can see that the gap has opened up more than last lap. No back markers to slow down the McLaren this time round. Oh, it looks like
okay.
Up on the back.
Sorry, I'm back.
No, that's all good. Don't worry. It looks like there's the N7 Bentley in front of these guys now. It's off the racing line, trying to stay out of the way, but that McLaren not able to catch up with him. Oh yes, he does, just before the braking zone gets it done. BMW going to try and thunder around the outside as well. He does. And a huge lunge again by the BMW under brakes. Not close enough to cause any real issues, but he is reeling in the back of this McLaren. Again through Vale.
Very knife-edge stuff from Melamed, trying to find this just a little bit of pace that's needed to get past Strelnikov here in the McLaren. And as you said, going offline a little bit, trying to keep the tires cool. The track has gone down to damp now, Tim. So we do have a damp track now. It is cooling off. We've also come back down to 17 degrees, and I don't anticipate that to rise, given the fact that the sun is so deep into setting. So we'll see if it does. But
yeah, a couple of cars with headlights on as well now, aren't they? So
yeah.
See, this is where the BMW really has the issue. It loses a lot of ground down on the Wellington Straight. Even though it can close up quite nicely under the braking here at Brooklands, it's not able to close back up again through Woodcott and Coppice. And it just means that when it's back in its dominant position, which seems to be the end of the hangar straight towards Stowe, the gap's too big and then he just cannot make the most of it. There's nowhere really to pass through Vale. A little bit of an opportunity as you exit Club, if you can get the run better. But we just see again, oh, car number 87 has just picked up a drive-through as well. Where's car number 87? That is down in 39th place. So significantly further down the grid.
Was still that 10-second time to be served by car number 666 as well. Probably the final pit stops getting ready to come up here soon as well here, Tim. We've got an hour 15 pretty much to the end of the race. These cars have to pit one more time, and this track doesn't go from damp to greasy before then. They're going to be in quite a pickle with the tires.
Yeah, it's going to be that risk, isn't it, of do you come out on dries and try your best to see how if it dries up quick enough, or you have to come out on wets knowing you're going to have to pit again? I would imagine most people are going to go for dries and maybe struggle it out for a little bit. But then again, we just never know. With still with an hour and 15 left of the race, are we going to see rain reappear? It's such a risk. Like we said, there's no real strategy you can use to try and to gain an advantage at this point. It's just pure luck as to whether or not you get your pit stops done just in time. Obviously, in real racing, you see it a couple of times. I think it was last year at the the 24 Hours of Spa. There was one of the local teams just had slightly better weather information than everyone else, and everyone laughed at them when they sent an Audi out on wets when it was still dry, and everyone was like, what on earth are you doing? And it was losing time. Then the torrential rain came in, and during I think it was a safety car period, it gained dozens and dozens of places because it didn't have to pit during that safety car period, and so it just gained a load of ground. Car 101, he has just spun. What position is car 101
He's in
running in?
fifth place.
He
He's
is
off
fifth,
the track
isn't
on
he?
Magnus
Yes.
and Beckett's. And he's got a lot of front end damage.
Oh, I'm going to try and have a quick look at the replay and see what happened to that car.
I'm going to hit the
That was
rewind
Carl.
by 1 minute on it as well. So,
But if you're doing that bit, I'll keep an eye on the live action. You keep an eye on that one and let us know what happened with it.
okay. Other live action to keep an eye on. It looks like the 77 car is really starting to struggle for a bit. I saw them struggling a bit, and the 17, their teammate, is closing the gap. So I know the 77 is still on the wet tires, and it's going to be a matter of can you make it to that 1 hour 5 minute mark. Now the 101 is by itself on track. We're watching here on the live replay. He's going through the last bit of Megan Begets. Does he get a little bit of grass on the final exit? He does. He did get it. And then we're going to switch to the helicam, and he took a hard lick into the wall on the exit of Maggot's Beckett's. He went all the way through the gravel trap, was not able to stop that car, and a very, very, very heavy hit into the wall for the 101 car. Surely he's going to have to pit, get that damage replaced. I mean, you might have a lot of damage, maybe some steering damage as well, but that's heartbreak for them running in fifth, which opens up the door for the 501 car to get a top 5, considering how the 58 and the 720, how they've played out. Who, by the way, 720 is actually just got passed by the 213.
213 finally got past him.
Yep.
I was going to say, it's a bit of a disaster, really, the 720. Been up there for a podium all race long. And now here he is down in P9, just trying to hold on to a top 10 position as well. So the 500, trying to figure out where the 500 is in relation to him. It looks like the 500's way far back. So, yeah, about half a lap away. So the 720 is currently on the way down to, I believe, Vale. And the 500 is over at the front straight, about to go into Cops.
Yeah. It's
Well,
like
earlier on,
go, Tim.
12 and 720 were battling. Weren't they? Oh, and 720 has a huge slide. My goodness, how he saved that. Well done, that man. Grantis Caracas, there we go. As I said earlier on, a fantastic driver with bad luck. But that was fantastic wheeling. Managed to keep that thing in a straight line after that slide. But car number 12 and 720, they were definitely battling for position not that long ago. And we've just seen car number 12 lap car 720.
Yeah, I mean, the 720 car was all the way ahead of the 72. They were battling for much of that, middle of the portion of the race for that second spot. And unfortunately, they have to come to the pits. Now, interestingly enough, both the 8 and the 999 car into the pits now. They're going to have to serve another pit stop. I don't think it's the right move. I think you just got to suck it up these next couple of laps and then pit, because you have to pit one more time still. So we'll see what they think. We do have one of the 999's drivers, Erskable, is going to join us in the booth for an interview, he said. So maybe we'll get a little bit more insight as to why they have decided to pit a couple minutes prior to that 105 mark. So we'll ask him when he comes in. But for the meantime, yeah, heartbreak for the 720 car now in 9th position. Their luck clearly has run out as they're behind a huge train of cars as we speak. And going back,
I think they're being caught actually by a back marker as well. That BMW, I can't quite see the number on the side of it, but pretty sure that's the 444 car. I'm pretty sure that is outlapping them at the moment speed-wise, and that's down in 29th place.
You want to talk about outlapping something? Here's this. We're looking at the 77 car, who's been the dominant car in the silver class all day. He's 6 seconds a lap slower than his teammate, who's now half a lap behind. Imagine this, if the 177 car, and the 77's diving into the pits. Oh, no, he's diving into the pits, which means he still has one more pit stop to go. Oh, he's into the wall. He's into the wall, into the pits. He couldn't stop it in time. Hopefully, for his sake, he didn't just speed into the pits and get a stop go. It could be tears for the Celtic Bromance Skirt team, but it could be joyous moments for their teammates who started all the way down in 48th position and are about to take the lead of the silver class while their teammate is in the pits. So how about that for the race turning on its head with the 177 car leading the way, the 326 in second, sorry, the 326 in third. They also started in 49th. So the car starting 48th and 49th, running second and third in the silver class. How about that?
Car 101 just got a stop-go penalty of 30 seconds for speeding in the pit lane.
Oh, no.
And they're in 5th place, so they just pitted, and immediately they've got another stop-go 30.
And they had the damage that it got repaired. So the 101 and the 720, which is horrible luck here late in the session. It's gonna a 501 is now going to get fit. The 58 car is going to capitalize off that as well. You can see them in the 101's mirrors. And then we have the 213. You know, they could crack another position as well, considering
honestly,
they are.
I think they really could.
Yes. So we do have an interview. It looks like Domino wants to come in, and we'll give him a little bit of a chat. Let's see. Yeah, we're going to bring him in. We're going to bring in Domino into the chat. Domino, welcome. Can you give us a introductory on yourself and what car you were driving in so we can go ahead and take a look at your car while we get to interview you. But it's good to have you in the booth.
Hello, good evening. Thanks for having me. I'm with the #55 Victoria's Secret team. Well, we've had a pretty up and down day, a lot of shenanigans. I crashed on my second stint, we had a stop and go 30, we had 2 drive-thrus. But we ended up in P30 right now, so I think we are doing pretty well. Also P9 in the silver class. So I think considering all the adventures we had today, we are doing pretty well.
I mean, yeah, top 10 in class is always a good thing to see, and you guys are still going strong, unlike a decent amount of the field. Now, looking at your car, you're running the BMW like much of the field. What was the decision to go with the BMW? You just said, let's go with the flow, it's a new car? Or did you guys find that you were faster with it compared to some of these other cars?
It's actually 4 of us, 3 of us running in the race, and most of the team preferred running either the BMW or the McLaren. We also considered the Aston, but we thought the Aston, it's really boat-like, the suspension is really soft even if you go with the stiff settings. It's not really fun to drive despite it's great in the rain, and we thought let's go with it, and we think it's a good pick for most of the tracks. We are also very quick with it, but I must be honest, I wasn't looking at the rain performance of the cars, and we would be much better with the Aston in this race, so hopefully the rest of the races stay dry. So yeah, that's the logic behind our car choice.
I mean, I don't think you could have predicted how this rain's been going.
If that's true.
No one could have thought that it was going to come in like these little bit of spurts. How has that caused any major issues for your team? Have you guys had? I mean, obviously it's put everything on its head, but when it comes to your starting strategy, how many times have you essentially had to change it? Has it been once or twice, or are you just you see coming up with a new strategy, or are you at the point now where you're just you know what, we're just gonna wait for the next rain patch and then re-go to the drawing board? How are you guys coping with that, knowing that it's just absolute chaos right out there?
Yes, strategy is pretty much turned on its head. We actually pretty much ended up with the driver stint order that we had, but we obviously had some stints in the middle of the hour. I think I once got in the car in the middle of the hour. It was I think 4 hours and 30 to go when I got in the car. So yes, like I said, strategy is going on its head. I also had a crash in the wet, despite I practiced wet weather. but we haven't really been caught out by it. We also made great strategy calls. Obviously, sometimes we pitted a lap too early, a lap too late, but we've been keeping up with the weather, and I think we are doing well with that.
That's definitely good to hear. Tim and Benny, I got a couple more questions I can ask, but would you guys like to chime in and ask one of our Victoria's Secret car drivers how they're doing out on track, the 55 car?
I think you've got it, Fizzy. I don't really have any questions unless Tim does at the moment in time.
I do really apologise. I had to go and let my dog out during that moment, so I'm afraid I missed most of the questions that were asked. So I'd probably end up asking the same ones. I'm so sorry. I had to run away at the exact moment.
Okay, well,
It's all good.
yeah, it's all good. I mean, we always like to have people here. Now Domino, we got Silverstone here as the first track. We got 3 more races to go ahead. Looking at the calendar, since I don't know all the tracks off the top of my head for this season, got Monza coming up, followed by, nope, that's the wrong button. Followed by Spa, and then Laguna Seca, or whatever new track gets released in that upcoming DLC. Out of those 3 tracks, which one are you looking forward to? And I guess you could say, rank the 3 races. Which one are you looking forward to the most? Which one are you like, oh, please no, like, this is going to make me, like, cry inside?
I think the first place goes to Laguna Seca. It's really one of my favorite circuits. One of the circuits I'm the quickest at. I used to do 22s back in the day with the 488, so I think that's really quick. But I probably couldn't keep that pace up anymore. But anyway, I'm really looking forward to it. Second is Spa, because I've already had practice with the BMW M4 on Spa. I think I'm reasonably quick, pretty quick with it around there. And well, third will be Monza, because I didn't have practice yet on Monza. Actually, Monza is like the most popular track on public lobbies, which I do sometimes, but I don't really have much experience on Monza. So, and I haven't done this truck and car combination yet, so probably the race I look forward to the least. Despite it could be fun driving on Monza in endurance, because I haven't done so yet. So, well, it's hard to really to specify, but that's probably my order.
Okay, well, I mean, I was definitely surprised you said the American track, considering you have 2 American commentators in here, so we don't normally hear people pick Laguna or other American tracks first, but, I mean...
Well, I said that to please you.
Oh, yes, I mean, consider me pleased. That made me very happy to hear, because I like the track, too. I think it's a good one. I mean, well, unless you drive the Formula 3s and iRacing, that's just a whole different story. But another question for you. So, where does the name Victoria's Secret come from? Obviously, we know everyone knows the Victoria's Secret, like the brand, but why that team name? Like, because I know you guys ran it last season, if I'm correct. Because I did recognize your name. But what's the background on it?
To be honest, that's not a question for me, because I have just joined this team. I have only done 1 race previously with them, which was actually last week. So I don't know the history, but behind that name, you would have to ask Igor, who's in the car currently, probably, or one of the OGs, as we call the older members around in the team. So yeah, I don't know, but well, the secret isn't so victorious this time, because we are running P30.
I mean, it's not bad to see you guys are diving into the pits now for what we hope is your final pit stop. You guys have had a good day so far. I mean, it looks like you'll probably come back out maybe ahead of the 7 car, so in 31st. So still an overall good day, Domino, that you guys are having, and you know,
yeah.
I mean, it seems like based off how you rank the tracks, it seems like it's gonna go downhill next week and then get better for you. So if this is like considering that trajectory, let's assume that Silverstone's gonna be your worst. I think the signs are gonna be really good for you guys coming.
Yeah, I'm hoping so as well.
So, well, I don't have any more questions. You're welcome to hang around, but you know, we appreciate you joining us. You're actually our first interview of the day. I was hoping we get a few people in here. Yeah, I guess some people have been busy. I mean, heck, you've seen the race with the weather on it, so I'm sure a lot of people are busy in the strategy booth right now. So, but you know, you guys have done a really good job, and you guys are, you know, it looks like I said, you'll probably come out in 31st here. maybe? Where's the 808 car? Yeah. You'll come out in 31st by the looks of it, 7 pitted behind you. And you guys, keep going at it. Got an hour to go. We look forward to seeing where you guys end up finishing. Maybe you can get a couple extra positions here in this last hour.
Yeah, well, I was surprised to hear that I'm the first interview here in 8 hours. When I was commentating the 12 hour of Nürburgring with Rage, we didn't have many, but we had like 5 interviews, I think, something around that. So definitely surprised that I'm the first one.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I believe I drove that. I think I drove in that race because I had the.
I think
the
you
dog.
came for an interview.
Yeah, I think I did because I had the dog livery, which is I put through my puppy just his picture of his face just smack on the car. So that was not a fun race to say the least. But yeah, hopefully we get more coming in, and thank you for joining us. It's nice to spice things up, and we love the livery. Because we're all here supporting Ukraine with that.
Well, we don't have a custom one yet. I'm also not sure if we will stick to this color scheme. Possible, but it could be that we switch to our team colors for the next race. And also a custom livery upcoming, so some text on the car and stuff. But I think this one is still a pretty good shout and looks good, and also in a good cause.
Yep, I absolutely agree. Now we'll have to wait and see. I won't ask for any spoilers on the livery, considering the team name, so we could literally see anything. But I guess we'll have to wait and see, Domino. I mean, it was a pleasure having you here, and we're going to keep watching the 55 car because I remember racing against some of your teammates in the last endurance season, and they were quick and they were very fun to watch. So I do expect to see you guys continue to improve over these next couple races, and I think this is probably going to be one of your worst races here. So you guys, I think, are in good hands in that regard.
Yep, they are a little bit quicker than me. I'm still catching up to them. But yeah, thank you for having me. It was very fun to come here. And well, good luck to you and your voices for the next hour. Well, we are sitting here for 8 hours. I really envy you guys.
Oh, Benny's the one who's been here for 8 hours. Tim and I only got here at the 6 hour mark, thankfully. We had Chinson start. So, but yeah, 8 hours, 9 hours. I mean, it's rough, but that's why we have coffee and tea and things to keep our voice going.
11 hours with the Super Pole. Yeah, it's been.
Oh, forgot about that. Forgot that was this morning.
Yeah. And if you want to watch any of this back, a quick reminder to anyone watching and yourself as well, it's now in 3 parts because we had a load of technical issues. So there was part 1, part 2 that was quite short, and then there's part 3, which is this one. So there was a little bit of a choppy moment. So if you are trying to watch it back and suddenly you go, hang on a second, I can't watch the end of the race, there's a part 3. So yeah, it got a bit choppy at one point. I'm basically just running pit link, Fizzy's running the rest of it, and Benny is holding onto his sanity by a string at this point.
I'm half asleep, to be honest. I'm ready for a nap. A big boy nap for an hour.
That's the quick question. Domino, what time is it where you are now?
Well, I'm in Poland, so CET, it's 11:14 p.m.
Oh.
And what time is it in the America? In the North America?
Well, Fizzy, I think, is in Central Time. I'm in Eastern Time, so it's 5:14 p.m. Super Pole is at 6 a.m.
So you've been here from
6 a.m.
my maths are really bad. Yeah, 6 a.m.
6 a.m. to 5:14 p.m. So 11 and a quarter hours.
Yeah, see, I didn't want to get up for a 5 a.m. Super Pole. That's why I didn't join Benny in the booth in the morning. I said, I'm going to sleep in a little bit, and I stayed up late last night, so I'm very thankful that I didn't say it. So it's, but then again, on the flip side, it is getting later for, drivers currently in Europe. So, yeah, it's the flip side, if you're a morning person, it's okay in the statesides, but,
Well, funny enough, Domino, and Tim, really quick. I did this once for a Counter-Strike event. I had a 5 a.m. It was actually a 5 a.m. start time. It was like a 4:30 call time. It was really early, and I thought, I've done this before. It's no big deal. It's fine. I thought it was going to be a 5 a.m. call time for here, so I got up. I was on at 5, and now I'm like, I realize why I regret doing that event that I did years ago in Counter-Strike, because, man, 5 a.m. is rough.
Well, I'm not surprised you got up so early for a Counter-Strike event. I'm guessing it was a European one since the North American scene is really
it was
dead.
it was a well they're still hanging around the North American scene, but yeah, it was a European qualifier. So, my producer who was European was like, yeah, she was from the Netherlands. She's like, yeah, call time's 4:30 for you then. I'm like, okay.
Well, we have the qualifiers for the major now, but well, this is in the CS:GO stream. I'm not sure if we are supposed to talk about that.
We can talk about whatever. We were talking about food before. Like, we were just asking you some questions to get the conversation going, but you can talk CSGO. It doesn't matter. You also have a stop-go 30-second time penalty for the 444 car up ahead of you, so that might just be another position for you, considering they are currently through Maggots and Beckett. So you got things are looking up for you guys.
Yeah, well, we still could gain a position, it seems. We thought with Igor that it's pretty much wait, it's P30 right now, right?
Yes, you're back in the 30th, and you guys pitted.
Yeah, so we thought it's pretty much dead P30. We won't gain any position because there is a very big gap to P29, but things are looking up after all. We could be P8 in our class.
And the
Ooh,
leader's actually
Car
pitting
500.
right now.
Car 500 just got a stop go as well. They're 11th place, so a little bit further up the
And the
grid from you.
26. We have 3 stop goes on the board right now. How about that?
Oh. The penalties left, right, and center. I think we had the first drive-through 15 minutes in. I'm pretty sure.
Oof. But you had a drive through 15 minutes into the race. That is brutal.
Well, not our team, but I think someone got it 15 minutes in.
Car 781 also getting a drive through, speeding in the pit lanes. That's 12th position, 13th position, sorry. So possibly a bit of a shake-up towards the end of this race for you guys. You might end up crawling forward a few more spaces just where other guys are dropping back and causing issues for themselves. So fingers crossed.
Yep,
I will just say, in my time, like in like GMT, like my time, I've been up since 5 a.m. because I worked this morning. So I did like 5 till 10, and then I went out for the day and then came home. So it's gonna be, you know, I haven't been on stream. It's gonna be a long day for me as well. So like 5 a.m. till what probably be like best part of midnight by the time we finish this in total. So yeah, it's gonna be a fairly decent day.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine that. You know, I'm one of those persons that really. I mean, for starters, I'm not really a big fan of coffee unless it's like really good coffee. Then coffee doesn't really work on me. It's really the sugar that works on me. So I either have to drink like coffee with tons of sugar or like a Monster Energy, which or any other energy drink that has tons of sugar in it. And then I can't do it because I have problems with blood sugar. So yeah.
It all adds up. It all becomes an issue, doesn't it? After a little while. I'm luckily I will drink black coffee, no sugar, instant trash, and I'll just sort of drink it hot or cold, however it sort of comes, or when I remember it exists. And I drink Red Bull. But I'm a dad, so I'm kind of used to the idea of just sleep is an option that I can sometimes just go without for a little while. So I'll hopefully get to sleep a little bit tomorrow, but no doubt my son will wake me up at a god-awful time tomorrow morning just to really drive it home. But it's the challenge. I gotta say, I'm pretty sure that Rage, who obviously used to do all the endurance race coverage, he's a dad, and yeah, he used to do every single one full length, like basically start to end. He'd do them all until the last sort of batch of us all joined up with AOR to do commentary. So that man was a bit of a warrior when it came to doing all-nighters and all days. So we can all hope to live in his shadow and get to that point at some point.
Yeah, absolute legend. I commentated with him once, the 12-hour race, but I only stuck around for half of the race, and my voice was pretty much dead after 6 hours. So yeah, he's doing a great job. I mean, he did a great job. Well, today he's not commentating, but
yeah, he's taking a break this season. He said he might come back for some of the endurance stuff maybe next season, but
Yeah,
taking
hopefully.
but he still does the tier 1 streams on Monday nights, so he's still there strutting his stuff on a Monday evening.
Yeah, well, I'm doing the Project Cars 2 League right now. Don't watch it. It's horrible. I mean, my commentary, the racing is pretty okay.
No, I'm sure your season's going better than me. I've, as I said earlier on, I've had to rebuild the PC. I also went blind for like 2 weeks, and now my internet's dead. So it's so I almost certainly you're having a better season than me. So do not worry. Luckily I've been saved, both here in the endurance racing and also in the sprint series. I now pretty much, I just commentate and I can't stream or anything at the minute really. So it's been one of those seasons. But with 50 minutes left of the race, hopefully everything can hold it together now. Does your team need to do another pit stop, or are you going to go to the end now?
I think the last pit stop was the actual last one. Igor told me about sticking it on the wets as long as he has to only make one stop. So I think that's the last stop. Well, it would be really unnecessary to pit early from the wets to dries and then make another pit stop, in my opinion.
No, that's absolutely fair. I mean, say if you can get away with running it to the end now, absolutely fantastic. I think we're gonna have to cut back to the track actions a little bit because the battle for 15th place is really hotting up. 0.3 between those guys at the moment, and also the battle for 18th place is hotting up as well. So. Domino, thank you ever so much for joining us. Good luck to you and your team for the rest of the season. And obviously, feel free to come join us, obviously, next time round as well, if you want to come in and have a chat, just to come and say hello to us, or whoever's in the commentary booth at the time. Always feel free to jump in the ready for an interview box. And I'm sure whoever is in the commentary booth will drag you in. It's been a pleasure talking with you this evening.
Yep, I will use the invitation. Same here, it was a big pleasure to talk to you, and good night to you. Goodbye.
Yep, cheers, mate. Thanks for joining.
Good night.
So that was Domino. Now, in the meantime, we'll talk about some of the action on track. Look out. Yeah, the battle for, the battle for not only 18th, but the battle for the win in silver class. The 177 car. The second Celtic Bromance car is now within a sector of their teammate. They are coming. They're about 20 to 30 seconds behind, so it's still a gap, but the 77 has really been struggling these last few laps. They were over 3 seconds slower than, well, almost 3 seconds slower than their teammate last time around. So we could see a battle for them between teammates for the silver class victory. Another funny thing to note, I have to say this because, I know the guys, but the GOAT Racing 1 car, the 444 car, got their third stop go 30-second time penalty because the same driver for the third time sped into the pits. So they had 3 stop goes because one driver couldn't slow down the car in time, and as a result, Daniel Vanderlyn now behind Igor's 55 car. Down in 30th now. I thought that was hilarious to share.
I mean, we can say it. It's they're the community managers and stuff, aren't they? You know, they're coordinators. We can give them a little bit of stick. Got to give them a little bit of grief, haven't you? You know, seeing as they normally get to boss us around. So, today we can be like naughty, you're breaking your own rules.
Well, I think I blame it on the sand. One of their drivers, Raining Thunder, is the one who. I like to, we always bust him about, him sandbagging or whatnot, and we just blame it on the sand that he's piled up into the car. So, I was just blaming it on that. When sand gets wet, it gets, the car, it gets heavy, and they just can't stop the heavy car in time into the pits, and it just looks like it's come to bite them in the butt. They're not doing too bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th right now for the 444 car, with the sister in 27th running in 7th class. So both cars not doing too bad, that's for sure. But plenty of battles definitely going on track. But I think most importantly, when it comes to the silver class, we need to keep watching the lap times between Christers Jagerch, who did a 2:07.2 last time, and his teammate Jake Mills in the 177, who did a 2:04.5. So
That would make sense too if they were in a Bentley, by the way. If that GOAT team was in a Bentley, because those cars are just naturally so much heavier. But yeah, it's we are going to have to watch those lap times. But as you mentioned, between the 77 and 177. Certainly you hate to see it. The car that's been running up in the top, really almost towards the top 10, sliding down into 19th now in the standings. It just a very sharp fall off as the track, mind you, the clouds are have cleared away. It's a completely clear night now, no clouds overhead, but the track's still greasy because we've actually gone into night. You see the headlights on all of the cars, and the track temperature down to 16 degrees. So this track is taking a while now to really dry out from that last rain spell. Remember, the rain stopped at 8:34, so we've gone almost a whole hour's worth of racing with the track in wet to greasy conditions and not fully dry yet.
And the gap now is down to 25 seconds between the two. 2 seconds that time around the 177. You know, that 77 car was as high as 8th position at one point. So yeah, it's unfortunate to see, but I can't say I'm too surprised that they've fallen down a little bit, because you expect to see the platinum class cars, you know, once they get into a rhythm, you know, you expect to see them beat the silver class cars, hence the point of the two classes, because, you know, it's never fun to finish down in, you know, outside the top 20 in a 50 car race, as the 199 car is off the track. So it's never fun to be towards the back, but it adds that extra incentive, and it's always good to see some of these silver class cars, you know, battling up towards the front. But, you know, at some point, you know, there's a reason why they're down there, and it looks like they got some of the drivers who aren't their quickest in the car, and it's hurting them a little bit.
We have another driver ready for interview, by the way. Erxpol is ready for interview whenever you guys are ready.
I will
He
move
heard
him in.
the sandbagging comments. He heard the comments.
No, he's in the other car, so thankfully.
Oh, that's fine then. Yeah, drag him on in then.
All right, I'll do that just one moment. Well, welcome to the booth. How are you guys doing there?
I think we're doing pretty good. We had well, don't think we had any incidents. We only got one driver from track limits. 2 of them warnings, pretty bullshit in wet conditions, I must say. And I cost 1 go for speeding in the pits. But I think apart from that, we've been doing quite well.
I mean, one thing I've been pointing out is that you guys have definitely been doing better than the other GOAT racing car in that regard. However, it seems like at times, you know, you guys have been a little farther up the grid, but those few penalties have hurt you guys. How has just the fact that it keeps going from dry to wet, how has that like affected the strategy that's been going on? Has it just been you just threw everything out the window and just said screw it? And has it caused, like, you know, you guys to lose time as a result, or have you felt like you've been capitalizing off of this just chaotic weather?
I don't actually remember how many weather changes we had now, but I think for the first 2 at least, it was pretty straightforward, going from dries to wets, and then once the tracks started to go back to greasy, went back to dries. But now for, I think, the last 2 times where the weather changed, the track was still kind of too wet when it went to greasy, so that definitely affected our strategy. And yeah, screwed us over a bit with the pit, with the stint timer. That we now had, I believe, had to make 2 pit stops without changing tires, just to reset the timer and stay on the same tires, just refuel a bit. But yeah, it's what it is. I think a few teams have been caught out by that, so nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really chaotic race now. Looking at the car, first off, what was the decision to go with the BMW? I didn't really pay attention to the chat, so I don't remember the answer. So why BMW? And then also, with the livery, with the silver, red, and blue, is there anything behind that?
With the livery, gotta ask Jasper for that. I believe he first had a completely grey livery, and then today he decided to throw that on a car, so I have no idea what the idea was behind that. But to be honest, from my FOV in game, I don't see the livery. So I mean, if I look at my screen right now, the livery could be anything from green to black, really. Like, I see very little of the bonnet from my perspective, so I don't really care about it.
So
Regarding the car, I think we had a couple of options. I think Ferrari, McLaren, Lexus were our other options. Yeah. I mean, we all drive different cars in the regular season. Then Benz, who is in the car right now, doesn't do the regular league. He's fairly new to the game still, and only did the first endurance season with us so far. And there he was driving the Aston Martin. Was feeling pretty good about that car, but I can't stand the Aston Martin, so I saw the next best thing, stability-wise and feel-wise, would be the BMW, so we went for that.
So
And you've got the excuse.
go on, Tim.
I was going to say, and you've got the excuse that if you don't do that well in it, you can all be like, well, it's not the normal car I drive, and you can all use the same excuse that it's not your normal car if it's the BMW. So, but it's good to see you guys using the new car as well. It's good to see them out on track because they dominated pretty much every single grid for a couple of weeks when they first came out, and then obviously there was the BOP update that came out and they disappeared from all the grids. So it's nice to see them actually back up again. It's nice to see that it hasn't just immediately been pushed out by the BOP. So no, it's good to see you guys using the car. It's a 27th position at the moment. That's pretty decent. We've seen lots of drive-throughs on the grid, so it's possibly going to happen again. You might actually end up gaining a couple of almost free positions towards the end of the race. You never know. So a couple of people have dropped out as well, so there's always
I think if you manage to keep it clean this race, not get any drive-throughs, stop-goes, penalties for collision whatsoever, then definitely gonna gain you a couple of positions. That's for sure.
Now,
in regards, no, carry on, Fizzy.
oh, I was gonna have more of a silly question, but Tim, you go first.
Okay, in regards to setup on this car, did you go for a sort of intermediate wet and dry setup, or is it predominantly set for dry racing and you're just slapping wet tyres on it and making the most of it?
I'd say it's predominantly for dry conditions. I think because the BMW is quite stable, you don't need to make too many adjustments. We are already running quite a lot of rear wing, generally a lot of downforce, and I'd say quite soft springs for this track particularly. So we done a bit of wet practice beforehand. I felt good about the setup, so didn't make any changes to that.
Nice. Oh, it's always better if you can handle the dry setup in the wet. It always tends to work out pretty nicely for you. Oh, just notice the track has actually just clicked back up to fast. So although the temperature's still down at 16 degrees at the moment, it has now gone to a fast track. So possibly going to see a slight improvement on everyone's lap times into the last 37 minutes of the race. So Fizzy, you can make your funny one now. What was up?
I was gonna ask. So, seeing how you guys are right now running like an in-game based livery, have you ever considered throwing on a picture of a dog's head just smack on the front of the car?
I think, if I remember correctly, that was done before.
Yeah. Well, have you ever thought about bringing it back?
I mean, personally, I don't see a reason to bring it back when it was done already. A bit pointless.
You're breaking Fizzy's heart.
Don't do it. Don't do it. We all know what happened to the Dogecoin car in NASCAR. You don't need to be bringing that back, okay?
Yeah, no, it's I had to ask, but you guys are actually driving really well right now. Yeah, the track did just go now to optimum, but looking at Christian's times right now, I mean, this lap he's gonna put in a 2:01.9. He's been lapping faster, and we're as fast as some of the fastest cars in the silver class, which has got to be, considering you mentioned he's hasn't driven in a while, and you guys have been up and down. That's got to be pretty good to think about. The fact that you guys are now lapping as fast as
Sorry,
these guys.
quick one. Got to quickly say, collision at the front. Collision, our lead driver, car number 869, just gone into the back of the bright green Mercedes. The Mercedes has spun. I think it was a little bit of an incident under braking. So car number 199 and 869 got together in the braking zone, and I believe that was at Village. Sorry, had to quickly butt in on that one because that was possibly going to be our race leader out, but he's managed to keep it going. So apologies for butting in so aggressively there.
No, you're good. That was a very close one. He's got a minute and a half lead. I mean, Tortellini just absolutely flying up at the front compared to the 72 car. But you know, it could have been curtains right there, but you know, 35 minutes to go. I think they'll be okay. So
I would say that because you never know what happens with a penalty. You never know what penalty you might get given.
that's true. You never know, but with that gap, you know, I would put the benefit of the doubt. But you know, back to the 999 car. I mean, look, comparing to the 77 car and the 177, so the leaders of the silver class right now. I mean, you guys are lapping at about the same pace. So going into Monza next week and then Spa and Laguna Seca, you know, do you think, you know, if you can hash out some of these mistakes that, you know, like the track limit stuff? I mean, hopefully you won't have the weather as chaotic, but do you think you could, you know, find way, like, work on consistency? Do you guys think you could pull it off to maybe, you know, unleash the pace and, you know, just have good races? Or do you feel that one of those tracks or a couple of those tracks are just going to be not so good for you or the team?
That's a good question. I mean, I don't really know where the BOP is at right now. I mean, they made too many changes right now to really judge how car performance is gonna be. We're gonna wait until SO Esports starts again to really be able to judge that. But yeah, I think Monza's definitely gonna be interesting. Never done endurance race there, and also not too many regular sprint races. I think the pace for me personally is right around there. Yeah, just gonna be interesting how the straights, how slipstream is gonna affect things. Also if weather plays a role there. But yeah, I think Monza's definitely gonna be interesting. Also to see how clean turn 1 goes. I think that might already be a little decided, especially near the front.
I mean, obviously a different track here today versus Monza, but do you guys feel that, you know, today that you guys have had some good straight line speed around the track? Or has it been concerning? Like, do you feel there's been, you know, it's kind of been neutral when compared to other cars that have been around you racing?
I think it's been rather neutral. I mean, I've had races before, especially in endurance. I remember a different race we did around Silverstone where I think I was driving the McLaren and I had a Porsche in front of me, and I was much quicker than him, but he every lap got such a good exit out of maggots and backwards and kind of slowed me down through there that I could never catch him. That was a pretty miserable experience to do that for, I don't know, 60 minutes straight. But I feel like today, I don't think we had too many battles for positions, but I think our straight line speed was definitely better than in previous races we had.
That's definitely good to hear.
Got a quick question about the BMW. It looks, from what we've seen from other drivers as well, that the BMW is fairly dominant under braking, especially when it comes to making moves under braking. Are you finding the BMW sort of really good on the brakes compared to some other cars?
I think it may be better than some of the other front engine cars. But
I'm going to cut you off real quick here. The 177 car just overtook the 77 for the lead in silver class. The 77 went way too deep in the final chicane on the F1 circuit, and now the Celtic Bromance car, the one that started back in 48th, has overtaken the Celtic Bromance skirt car for the lead in class. Carry on.
I mean, especially in this race where we had conditions change so often, and also then tires, or teams had tires in different states of the stint. So I'd say maybe it was more luck than actually the car that some BMWs managed to do some great moves under braking.
Oh, there's just been an incident. Sorry, I've got to quickly say this. which car was that? That was Gosling and Schwazeski. It was Gosling going round the outside of Schwazeski, and actually they came together, but Schwazeski was the one that came off worse. He actually got spun. So again, with over 30 minutes of the race left, that might be another thing that the stewards are going to look into and put a penalty in place. So although he got the position, it was done very quickly, it might end up not going quite as well as he hoped, because that Mercedes was fairly convincingly bumped off, has to be said, from where I was sitting.
So now we know you're the coordinator for this event, as we get all the messages coming from you about organizing here, and I do apologize for Ozzy in the background being absolute crazy.
That's why it doesn't get on the bonnet of a car anymore.
Maybe you can. I'll let you leave your opinion on that one in that regard. But what was the? So obviously, I know you mentioned something about the U.S. track possibly changing off of Laguna based off of any DLCs released. But what was the incentive by going with Silverstone, Spa, and Monza? Really, 3 popular tracks. Did you just want to run a popular calendar, or did you feel like, okay, we haven't run these guys in a while in the leagues, and we're gonna use that?
Well, I think you gotta have some popular tracks on the calendar every season. So, I mean, when we made the calendar for season 1, I was thinking about doing Silverstone and Spa this season. Going into planning for this season, I pretty much had Spa marked as gonna be on the calendar for sure, and then I just tried to find other tracks that kind of made the car performance overall as balanced as possible. And then yeah, basically came out as what it is now. I think, I mean, looking, we did the feedback form after the previous season, where we also asked what tracks drivers want to race, and I think Spa and Silverstone for sure were, I don't know, top 2 or top 3. Monza was also quite high. Yeah, Laguna Seca pretty low. It's still unsure yet if we're gonna get the Americas DLC in time. When we announced the calendar, I was fairly certain that it's gonna be released in time. But from the latest video we got from KUNOS, I'm not too confident about it anymore. But yeah, I think Silverstone, Spa are 2 really good endurance tracks. I think Silverstone is also quite suitable to start a season with a large grid like we had today in Tier 1. And then, yeah, Monza. I always want to try an endurance race on Monza. I was thinking about maybe doing a multi-class race at some point, because I feel like Monza, you don't have many corners, it's gonna get pretty boring at some point. So maybe with a multi-class, yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry. Second place driver, car number 72, got a drive through, so they are into the pits, and I believe 720 is also coming into the pits now as well. So possible change for second place, as Dennis Latt is currently coming through Luffield as we speak.
It's going to be close by the looks of it, because it looks like the 72 is coming to the pit exit, but the 57 car was a little farther down the order, and now they have a chance to get on that second highest step on the podium. You actually have the race leader, who's about to lap the entire field as well. You can see the 869 car coming through turn 1 with the 72, only about 5 seconds up the road. So interesting to see if Lat smells blood up there with 27 minutes to go.
That pit stop for the 720, by the way, has already cost him 2 positions, and he's got, it looks like it's a 501 about the, no, it's a 500, I beg your pardon, that's just past him. So that pit stop costing him 2 positions.
Bad luck of Caracas possibly strikes again.
Oh, the 501 just went past, it's cost him 3. So he's going to come out behind, just behind the 501, it looks like.
The 500's off the track. Wow, a lot of stuff kicking off here with a little bit of time to, like, under a half hour to go. So, it's been good as always. And, we're going to head back to the action. And Lucas, we'll let you go. And thank you for joining us ever so much. And we look forward to, seeing how your team fares this week. And thank you again for organizing this and giving us the chance to commentate over it. We've all had a fun day, although Benny is probably running on the last of fumes right now and about to fall asleep.
Huh? It's like that.
Appreciate. Enjoy the fun 25 minutes.
We will. Thank you. And, you know, hopefully we see you guys pick off 1 or 2 more positions here at the end. So.
Yeah, maybe.
Yep.
See you.
See ya.
Thank you.
All right, so catching up on the action there. I saw the 500 car was off. We have the 720 in the pits, and with 25 minutes to go, it's like absolute chaos right now.
Yeah, so the 720 car was inside the top 5 and is now position 9, so just holding on to the top 10, but really not gone brilliantly for him. He's reasonably close still to car 101, but again, is he going to be able to catch up within the 25 minutes? Possibly. I mean, they're both on the same straight there at the moment, the Wellington straight, but it's going to be pretty close for those guys. Amazingly, car 72 managed to not lose any positions. Who was that? Drive through for track limits, car number 1. Where is that positioned on the grid? Done in 43rd position, so not an overly close battle back there, I don't think. But yeah, bit of a switch around, and I would not be surprised if we possibly see some sort of penalties come through. Had a little look back through a couple of the incidents that we saw. One of them really could go either way, if I'm brutally honest. It could either be no penalty or a reasonable penalty for one driver. I'm not even going to say names or numbers, but it was one of the incidents that happened a little while ago during that interview. It could really be taken either way. There's no nice way of putting it. It could either be put down as pushing too hard and being a bit boisterous, or they could say, oh well, the back marker let off the throttle and didn't need to. But I really think the back marker kind of did as much as he possibly could in that situation, and was just caught out by a charging runner.
Speaking of, go on.
Sorry, go ahead, Fizzy.
I was going to say, speaking of charging runners, I think we got to give the flowers where it's due, and that's to the 177 car. Jake Mills currently driving the Celtic Bromance car, taking the lead away from the 77 car, who was dominating the whole race, and it's just fallen apart for the 77. But the 177 car, who started in 48th position, all the way at the back, is now going to be in 19th position, and with 23 minutes to go, has battled all the way from the back to the front of the class. That is a phenomenal drive by that Celtic Bromance team. We were talking about them before when they were trying to sniff into the top 5 for the class, and we were saying, man, that's the driver of the day. Well, I mean, I don't think as dominant as the 869 has been, and some of these other cars we've battled back, including the 213, I think the 177 has had the best race out of everyone on the grid. They have played it perfectly. And here with 22 and a half minutes to go, they are so close to winning the silver class win here at Silverstone. Phenomenal drive by them.
I was going to point out that 213. Joe McCauley now with the Ferrari 213 back in 7th place. I mean, qualified, 4th, I want to say, and then to drop down to 40th and just run back through the field over the course of 9 hours. 7th position for that Ferrari. It's absolutely fantastic drive, and still he is gaining time. I think Jarzabowski is going to be a little bit too far in front that 501, which has shown good pace all race long, to be fair to the 501. But nonetheless, McCauley and the team at the 213 Ferrari, fantastic recovery drive to get not just in the cusp or on the brink of the top 10, but well nestled within the top 10. Now, I don't know, by the way, I was going to ask, do they need to pit again? I did not see what time they last pitted, so they might be coming into the pit soon. I have no idea. I would have to go all the way back to see if they when the last time they pitted is. But if they don't have to, and they're nestled here in 7th place, then an absolute heck of a recovery time from that team.
Absolutely phenomenal recovery drive by them, that is for sure. A lot of really good stories here today, and also some heartbreaking ones. And I mean, I think you got to go to the 720 car. They were driving so well down in 9th, which is, I mean, a top 10 still really good. It's not like ruining, but it's definitely a race of what could have been for the Slavy Ukraini team. So unfortunate to see them drop down the order. 77 as well, just tumbling down the order right now. Unfortunate to see them just unable to get it. I'm not sure if they're carrying residual damage, if they messed up their tires or whatnot, but they're 5 seconds off the pace off of everyone around them. And thankfully, the car behind, the 326, is half a lap behind, which should be too far back with the 20 minutes to go. But you know, it is definitely heartbreaking to be so far ahead for so long in the race and to essentially lose it all. We do have another battle though. That is between our previous interview in the fact of the 55 car with the other GOAT Racing car. That's a battle for 29th. It's one of the couple really close ones on track, and we're going to have to see if the 55 car, who's actually in the mirrors now of the 444 car. So that battle is done and dusted, and Daniel Vanderland has made the move on Igor. So another position gained for the GOAT Racing team, and the 55 car now back down into 30th position.
I think the battle for, I'm going to say 37th position seems to be pretty hot.
37th position. Now that's a battle I want to see, but though I don't think it is. 36 though is. That's the one.
That's the one. That's what it is. It's 36. Apologies. Wait, is it 36?
I think it might. I think the 760 might have just gotten overtaken, but he makes a little bit of contact with the 720 in the rear. The 6 car is cleared ahead and was 2 seconds faster than the 760 last lap, so we might have just missed an overtake there. Because by the looks of it, the 6 is a little faster than that 760, but that is another position, and every position counts. And that's that 6 car with that pretty cool livery that, Benny, you mentioned before. You know, it's got like those varying stripes on the side. So one of the cool cars on the grid. Looks, I wish those lights would, the stripes on it would glow in the dark, because that would look even cooler. But unfortunately, I don't think they allow lights along, like LED strips along the side of race cars.
I mean, when it's under braking, it almost looks like it's got a nice red underglow on it, that car. But yeah, that livery is really, really cool. It's definitely one of the best liveries out there. A bit of a shame that not all the liveries submitted are currently working. I think actually the 869 car, obviously because that's the, is it Cool Clowns or Clown? I can't remember. It's something along those lines, isn't it? As far as I'm aware, that should be a black car, I thought, when I looked in my in-game library, but it's not appearing that way on screen.
Which car is this again? Sorry, I zoned out for a second there.
The Polka 869.
869.
So in first position, Malinowski.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's. I have it.
I'm
as
sure that. What's the team name on that? Because obviously I'm in a slightly different
Clown
screen.
Fiesta Esports. Yeah, it's got purple, black, and red on my screen.
Yeah, and so I'm pretty sure in the in-game library of cars, where you can obviously view all the cars available to you, that was coming up differently. I'm sure that should be a black car with a meme on the side of it, I'm pretty sure. Although that may be a different car. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but that is in my brain. I'm thinking that should be a black car.
I mean, you have pit wall up, but I don't know if Benny, do you have the livery pack? Would you be able to check that real quick?
For which car?
Our current race leader, the 869 car.
Yeah, he's got the purple with the red and the black stripe down the center.
Yeah, would it be if you have the pack downloaded? Could you tap into check the car selection screen, go to the Ferrari Evo, and see if that livery matches what we see? Because
you want me to exit the server to check that? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, would you be able to do that real quick? Because if so,
yeah.
Could you take a picture of it and then send it to me, and I'll throw it up on screen. We can see what the livery's supposed to look like, assuming there is some issue they don't have the livery loaded on their end. Now, if this is the livery, well then, oh well. But if they have something funny.
Which one is the Ferrari? What? The Ferrari
Evo
2020 Evo.
Yeah.
And it should be car number 869.
Keck W Clown.
Esports.
I'm looking for it. I don't think I have that. Not for the 2020. Let me check the 2018, but no. I don't think I have it, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I'm sure I have that. I'm sure. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, we'll look into it later.
It was one of those questions we might have been able to answer, but not quite now. So never mind. Oh, fourth place, car number 12 into the pits. So that's surely going to be a splash and dash.
Yes, the PCDC driver currently in 4th position. The 58 car behind, I don't believe, yeah, the 58 car behind is coming off the Wellington straight, so it does appear that they might have a chance at getting to 12, but the 12 is at the very end of the pit lane, and as soon as they get rolling, they should be out of it. So we'll keep an eye on the 12 car and the 58 right now, because this is for 4th position.
This is not a splash and dash, is it? They're still there. They're still in that pit box.
Yeah,
Now
maybe
just trying to move.
they're doing a driver change or something, maybe.
It was...
No, it's not a driver change. It was a tire change as well. That was a full-blown pit stop, and as a result, the 58 car is going to be right behind him. Now, that car is going to be really light. That 12 car might just get your fastest lap of the race, so let's keep an eye on it. But if he's going to have to defend from the 58, who now sees a position right in front of him, you'll never know. And also, the 57 car is still 4 seconds behind the 72 car, up for second, who is also is they a lap down? No, they're almost a lap down. But look at this, though. The 58 car under pressure from a lap car behind who, oh my goodness, the 444 car of Daniel Vanderlyn looking like he's going to crash off into the wall. He's lagging a decent amount right now. That could be
really
tears.
is flicking about, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty scary to watch. The last thing you want is to take out another driver just because of internet issues. Especially someone that's that far up the grid as well. I mean, if he takes out car 58, that would be pretty disappointing for him. Although it looks like car 58 is pulling away from that other BMW now, but under braking, I say, if he's got that much of a lag going on, you never know really what's going on. It suddenly flicks close. Oh, it's just gone through the floor and now it's back.
This is very interesting. If we go on board with the rear wing of the 58 car, you can kind of just see the lag that's going on behind. You know, it's one of the GOAT racing cars, the one that has sped into the pits 3 times due to all the sand that's in the car. So maybe, you know, sand causes a little bit of a glitching or whatever. You know, I'm sure sand is not good for the electronics in the car, hence why you see it going careening off in the corners as Daniel does everything he can to keep it going. And I'm sure he's probably backed off a little bit because you can see the 58 car is just that quick. But definitely should keep an eye, though, on the car ahead, that 12, who is now pulling away the PCDC car. And it's probably going to go for a fastest lap attempt here. That might have been why he went for the tires. You know, maybe they said, you know what, we have the gap. We could come out ahead of 58. We won't lose a single position, but we get a chance to, you know, go for that purple fastest lap. I don't know if it's worth any more points, but, you know, for pride and glory, who cares, right?
I don't think it was worth anything last season, but more than willing to be proved wrong. Yeah, that car number 12 is definitely pulling away from Van der Vel, isn't he? Can I have a look at other battles?
Another thing
going
to
on?
keep an eye on, by the way, Caracas in P8. I don't know if he's overtaken Nowitzki, because remember, he was in P9 after the pit stop, but Caracas, the 720, now up to P8, and the 101 BMW P9 now.
Yeah, that was definitely a move. We've missed it at some point, but 100% 101 was in front of 720, so I'm not sure when that happened, but it's happened at some point, and that gap appears to be going up as we speak. Was it? Yes, it is. It is going up slowly but surely. Another quarter of a second of that gap opened up.
There's a battle for the final spot in the top 10 as well. Sergei Daniluk, the Crazy Foul Racing team in that McLaren number 45 with the BMW of Juan Diaz, Butler Pound Motorsport BMW number 555 right on his tail as they come around the start-finish straight to start another lap. So there's a real big battle for that final spot in the top 10 as well going on.
That BMW looking very racy again. Look, again, it's BMW chasing after the back of one of those McLarens. But he looks like he's very, very close here through... That's Maggots and Beckett's. That's the closest we've seen any BMW hold on to the back of one of the McLarens through Sector 1. So is he going to be close enough to possibly make a move at the end of this straight? So into Stowe, he might be able to do something. Under brakes, really dominant again, closes up on the back of that 45.
Somebody in chat said, "Don't commentator curse this P10 battle, please." I'm not Fizzy. We're okay. That's all Fizzy.
Yeah, I'm a little quiet trying to do that. Final shout out for the number 16 car. 16 car, we'll quickly go over to them. Desert Penguin driving. They're now in 35th. We'll quickly give them a little shout out to the Desert Sim X Pro McLaren, which is that black and red. That's actually got a pretty nice car looking at the night. Yeah, that's 35th, not bad. You know, I'm sure that you guys wanted a little better result, but you're still going.
Contact! Diaz is going around. He's trying to get around the lap car. I beg your pardon, Fizzy, but the 555 tried to get around the lap car. That's the 10 of Kirk Stiliaitis in the Beaver Grease Racing Lexus number 10, and he just swung a little wide. That number 10 taking the outside line all the way through, and the 555 could not get past.
Based off the replay that I just saw, it looked like the 10 car just turned in on the 555. The 555 went to go to the inside because the 10 yielded to the 45, but then the 10 just kind of forgot that there was a second car there and just made contact on the apex. And if you're the 555 car, I mean, 10 minutes to go, you're trying to get in that top 10. You got to be just, you know, fuming right now because that is just heartbreak. Now, unfortunately, while that battle ends, another one does begin. We have a battle for 8th with the 101 car trying to once again get around the 720 car, but I've been watching this a lot more closely. Dennis Latz, currently running in 3rd, did a 159.1 last lap. He is running down the 72 car. He did a 58.8 last time around now, 0.6 clear of the 72 car ahead, and the gap is 1.7 seconds. This is for the final spot on that podium. So we'll have to wait and see. Also, the race leader came in for a pit as well. Malinowski's in the car, and it looks like they might go for a fastest lap attempt as well. So as the track cools off and gets faster, the 720 car actually almost did the fastest lap of the race last time around, did a 158.2, and they just set the fastest lap with a 158.0. So there's a little bit of good luck for you, Tim. Granis Caracas does a 158.0 and has the fastest lap of the session.
What did I say? He's blisteringly fast, so hopefully his luck can hold out for another sort of 8.5 minutes. Just great. There was a great story of him at Nürburgring, and he'd done really, really well, pulled forward through the pack fantastically, and then the leader managed to just cross the line with maybe a second left to go, so everyone had to do one more lap. And yeah, sadly he ran out of fuel at the final chicane at the Nürburgring and coasted along and just managed to get across the line. But yeah, his bad luck is known, so I'm not going to watch too closely just in case it all goes wrong for him.
All I'm going to say is, by the way, that battle with Diaz that caused it, where he spun when the 10 turned into him, I will no longer be answering any more comments in chat about this incident.
Yeah, you said, "Oh, that's not me who commentator Chris. That's Fizzy." Yeah, that's all I do, bud.
I expect to see in the commentators chat at least the gif of what's his name? Oh God, DJ Khaled going, "Congratulations, you played yourself." Yep.
Yeah, that is so unlucky for you, but it's even more so. It's heartbreak for the 555 car who's now. I mean, not heartbreak. They're still holding on to 11th, but you know, you want to finish the top 10. You know, it's just better. You know, it's just a morale victory to be able to finish a little higher up the grid. And unfortunately, it's looking like they're not going to be able to do that. But Dennis Latz, with 7 minutes to go, still hounding away, trying to reel in that 72 car. It's 1.6. He was a little farther back at the end, or at the end of the lap. He was 1.9, so he lost a little bit on the previous time around. But gaining a little bit of it back now as it comes to the end of Sector 1 is 1.4 with some lap traffic up ahead. So battle for second place is on. And also the 177 car of Jake Mills is looking to get 20th overall from the 46 car. That or he just lost it. But we're going to keep an eye here on the battle for P2 as we got 6.5 minutes left to go. It'll stay dry for the rest of the way, thankfully for the drivers, as I'm sure they are sick of the wet weather at this point.
Oh, and actually, yeah, look at that. Someone getting out the way for Dennis Latz, letting him straight through. So there is no one between them now. Look how quickly that BMW is flying through the back of Abbey. That sounded a little bit wrong, didn't it? That could sound very wrong.
Heartbreak for the 720 car. They have lost the fastest lap to Maciej Malinowski, who did a 158.012. That is... it was a .04 versus a .012, so just barely losing out in the fastest lap. Now, I wonder if anyone else would go for it again. Like, if you have a gap, like, it might as well, you know, if you want to go for some pride and glory, come into the pits, you know, you're basically almost empty on fuel.
Well,
But
Fizzy, if you do not go for a gap that exists, you are no longer a racing driver.
Oh, don't give me that nonsense.
well, speaking of gaps,
I
Latz
hate that quote.
Latz was a second faster than Max up ahead. It is 7/10 between second and third place. While of course not the battle for the win, which I'm sure both these guys would be hoping for. It's the battle for second, and every position matter considering this is a 4-race championship. So Dennis Latz looking to take Van Wall Simsport onto the second step of the podium, while Max Wojcina is looking to hang on, but he's looking already. He's weaving down the straight a little bit. We're going to go on board with Latz. You know, he's got the bright headlights, you know, showing us, you know, just how close he is. 3/10 is the gap now. Latz is flying in comparison, and it's going to be a close one with just over 4.5 minutes to go, guys. How about that? Benny, good job so far, by the way.
Hey?
Yeah, just, you know, hanging in there. It's been almost 10 hours as the 9 car gets to drive through with 4.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, and the 10 car is a 30-second stop and go. It's just finished serving with 5 minutes left. But yeah, no, this battle for second really heating up. Absolutely fantastic stuff here right at the end.
There's traffic building up in front of them as well, that BMW. So that's going to not be helping car number 72. He's going to be hoping he gets out the way, but
is that
to
the
be honest...
444 again?
Yes, it is. It's the 444. He's getting car number 72 on the flashing lights. Desperate for that BMW to get out of the way, but again, it's not actually sort of off the pace. Look how close these two are. That Van Wall Motorsport car absolutely hammering up behind them now as they're coming into the final sector.
There's nothing between them now. The BMW just later on the brakes there, just with a little bit more grip than that Aston, which I'm sure was wishing that it was a little wet now, because that car is just so dominant. But look at that, though. About, what is that, 2.5 car lengths between the two of them as we look at the helicam with 3.5 minutes to go. So where is the race leader right now? It's okay, so he's coming through the F1 start-finish line. So we're probably looking at 3 laps to go when he crosses the line, because I don't think he's going to cross. No, he's got 2 laps to go when he crosses the line. So 3 laps to go for this battle for second. So can Max hang on to P2, or will Dennis Latz take it away?
I think at the end of the hangar straight, we're going to see a move under braking, because that BMW has been so strong on the brakes. It's outbraked everything else this evening. Doesn't matter who's been behind the wheel, it seems to be able to outbrake anything. It's going to try around the outside, possibly very deep. Can he hold on to it around the outside? No, he can't. Car number 72 holds on to it. Side by side, not quite. 72 closes the door off again. But that's it. Latz showing that he can get up beside him, and I imagine car number 72, Wojcina, is going to be absolutely, probably squeezing his steering wheel, everything. He'll be sweat pouring from him. There'll be nothing left of this man by the end of this race. Just 2 minutes 20 left, and he's just got to try and hang on that little bit longer. But as he's already seen, that BMW able to get up beside him.
The thing is, he got up beside him, though, but the Aston has really good straight line speed, because once he got beside him, he couldn't get around him. So I think that might be the saving grace at this point, Benny.
Well, he's got 3 laps to try and defend it, because the leader crossed the line about 2 minutes 30 left. So you got to figure there's about 3 laps. He's about to start the last 3 laps of this race. So 3 laps to try and defend against Latz, try and defend against this BMW, who's not found the pace down the Wellington straight, but certainly looking, like you said, on the brakes, very strong. And we'll see if Latz can do it here. They're about to cross over here and do the run up to Kops. We'll see if Latz can do it there, in towards, you know, even Maggots and Beckett's. But it's really been nip and tuck stuff here from Latz, trying to just find a way through.
Yeah, well, actually, it's going to be 2 to go now for these guys. Look at the run that Latch just got through it. Can he go for the move to Maggots? Maggots goes to the right, goes back to the left. They're side by side in Maggots and Beckett's. And Latch goes very wide, but he's into the grass. He barely has enough space. And Wichita is going to hold on for now, but Latch is going to come back at him through the exit of Maggots and Beckett's now. There's nothing in between them. Latch goes to the left, but he knows he needs the inside line, but Wichita is going to have the inside line under lock and key. He's pulling away. Latch had a lift off on the exit there, and he's going to live to see another day, or is he? Latch trying to use that outside line again, but Wichita says, no, that is my line, and for now, Latch stays behind. Meanwhile, Maciej Malinowski up at the front is going to take the white flag sponsored by SIMSOK here. This time around, a phenomenal drive by the 869 car up at the front. Not been touched all day long. Amazing scenes by Malinowski as the 177 car picks up a 15-second time penalty, which could be huge considering where is the 77 car in reference to him. Could that cost him the class victory? We'll keep an eye on that as it develops, but back up to the battle for P2 as it continues to heat up.
And the timer now counting down 3, 2, 1. That's it. This is it. We are now. This is the penultimate lap for them. Obviously, pole position is. Whereabouts are we looking? He's actually pole is all the way. Oh, I've lost my track map. Where's that gone? Oh goodness gracious!
He's halfway around the lap.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's in Vector right now.
Yeah.
So really, at the end of the hangar straight, it's looking like that's going to be the last possible spot for Latz. Now, maybe he can go for it again, though, for the move into Maggots and Beckett's. I mean, look at the overspeed he already has coming across the start-finish line for the penultimate time for the white flag. Latz lifts early, tries to get on the throttle early, but he's going to understeer a little bit too much there. And it looks like that's going to cost him the overtake maneuver there. But going through Maggots and Beckett's, Latz is just glued to the back of Wichita. You know, about a car between the two of them, but can Latz get the launch he needs coming through here? Don't want to get in the grass. We got a very slow McLaren coming up. Hopefully that doesn't cause any heartbreak, as it seems. But here goes Wichita. He's defending the inside line. Once again, Latz, again, trying to use that outside line. They almost come together. And it looks like Wichita goes a little deep. Latz goes for a switchback. He's not able to get the move done. Maybe goes around the outside into the chicane there. Wichita holds the inside line. Meanwhile, they're still side by side. And real quick, Maciej Malinowski wins here at Silverstone. He wins the 9 hours at Silverstone. Congratulations to KEKW Clown Fiesta Esports as we look back to the battle on second as it continues to heat up. Latz still stuck in third there. He's only got 1, maybe 2 more spots to go for the move. But Tortellini, quickly, credit where it's due. The Ferrari dominant all day long. Congratulations from Maciej Malinowski as the KEKW Clown Fiesta Esports car wins here at Silverstone.
Latz now looking for the move actually on the exit here. He's going to try and go around the long way, around the outside. He could very easily get run out of road here though. Yeah, and he does a little bit onto the grass, but they're still side by side coming down the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands. Is that BMW actually edging in front now, or can he get it done under braking? He's holding onto the outside. He's going to have the advantage.
Oh, there's content!
They've touched. That could possibly be some post-race upset there. I imagine Voch is going to be very upset about that.
We're going to take a look at the 30-second replay on that. We're going to see if we can get a little bit of a better view of how it looks. We're going to go back to the TV cam. We were in the heli cam the whole time. So Wichita has the inside line. You have Latz go around the outside. I don't know. I think that enough space is left based off of that quick 30-second rewind there. It looks like it was just unfortunate contact because there's enough room on the inside. It might just be hard racing, but we'll have to wait and see. I agree, Tim. We might see something in the Stewards post-race.
Yeah, I did not. I don't think there was enough in that personally for me. I just thought that, you know, with the Latz going towards the outside, he had the inside line at the next turn, and there was just a little bit of contact on towards his left rear tire, and I think from Wojtnia. So I just think it's a racing incident, and Latz is going to come home in P2. We'll see what the stewards have to say, like you said. But for me, definitely just some very hard racing, and what a finish we've had here, Fizzy.
Yeah, what
just going to quickly say, sorry, I got to say, Wojcina finished the race. He didn't lift off the throttle. He stayed straight after he crossed the line and just hammered it into the barrier after that race. He obviously gutted that he didn't come across the line in second place. So whether or not, like you said, he knew it was just a bit of hard racing and a bit of a rub. But yeah, obviously he was gutted about that at that point. He didn't do his in lap, no celebration, even though you think he might have been happy that he's still on the podium. No, he just crashed the car and went straight back to the pits.
You know about celebration, Malinowski's been just, driving around, doing donuts, whatever. Congratulations to the 869 car for winning. And congratulations also to what car is my driver of the day. It's going to have to be the 177 car. Going from 48th to 20th on track, or 21st at the end of it after a penalty. But they won the silver class race. So amazing scenes. Absolutely amazing scenes.
I would say my driver of the day has to be that 213 Ferrari, man. What a hell of a recovery drive from Joe McCauley and the 213 Ferrari team. On him all day, bigged him up all day, and really fantastic effort from that team to recover from really bad damage and incident in the opening stint to bring it home in 6th position. So very nicely done from them. And in the process, somehow, only finishing a single lap down.
What about you, Tim? Which car do you think is your driver of the day? And there's definitely a lot of options, that's for sure.
Oh, there's so many options, wasn't there? Obviously, we had the great drive from the 177. Obviously, amazing drive from them. Obviously, there's the obvious overall pole was an amazing effort as well. They were super dominant the whole way through. I'm going to be really biased, though, and I'm going to come out and... Oh, God, it's really hard. There's a little soft spot for 720. They kind of felt like the underdogs the whole race. They'd come back, they'd drop down again, they'd come back up again, they'd drop back slightly. They did feel... Yeah, I'm gonna go for 720, which was the car of Gratis Caracas. There you go. You can say I'm very biased. I can say, being one of my tier 2 lads. Also, one of the Van Wall cars did really, really well. I think that had Matt York behind the wheel in that one as well. I think they did fairly decent towards the end of the race.
The Van Wall car is the 72 that got, or the 57 that got second. So that's one of them. And the other one finished 5th.
Yeah, it might have been that one. I'm not sure. I just watched back through that incident as well. Yeah, I think it was just a case of, fair racing, to be fair. I think the move was going to get done regardless, so we'll wait and see, I suppose. But yeah, oh my goodness. Crazy. What a race that was. What an absolutely fantastic race. And to be that close all the way to the line. It reminds me of the Donington race that came all the way to the wire last season as well.
Yeah, another just absolutely phenomenal race. Hats off to all the drivers who competed today. It was definitely has been a pleasure. I mean, that was just some awesome racing. And unfortunate to see that little bit of contact at the end, but it is unfortunately racing. Thank you to all the viewers coming out today and taking the time for being with us here for part 1, 2, and part 3 of this 9 hours of Silverstone. And then, of course, thanks to AOR for organizing it. And thank you, Benny and Tim, for, allowing me to join you guys in the booth today, because it was definitely a lot of fun. So it went by relatively quickly, and I know I'm going to get some nice barbecue after it, that's for sure. And Benny's probably going to get some sleep. And Tim?
No, I got to drive to Philly, so no.
Well, I tried.
I will be getting sleep. Or at least until my 8th-month-old wakes me up. Hopefully I get to sleep. We'll be fingers crossed. I might cry if not, but there we go. Look, and just coming in now, 30 minutes left. There's a bit more rain coming, so if we sit here for long enough, we might get wet again.
Yeah, no, I'm out of there. Then I ain't getting more wet.
I'm just seeing if anyone's going to join us in the commentary.
We have Connor Wright.
We do have Connor, so we'll go ahead and bring him in. It'll be one of our post-race interviews. Bring him in real fast. Connor, it's a pleasure to talk to you as always. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Congrats on the result.
Thank you.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were in that 57 car at the end there, and
Correct.
we believe that it looked like it was like it looked like it was fair play and whatever.
I believe so.
Yeah, but how do you feel after that? You guys were able to come back and get P2. Like, what was going through your guys' head that whole time?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we ever thought we'd climb that far back up. After the first 2 stints, we were in second, really solid place, and then just had a few unfortunate incidents with back markers, and then obviously getting the weather transitions right every time was not easy. And yeah, just slowly climbed our way back up. And I think the Aston got a drive-through which brought them within about 10 seconds of us. And yeah, Dennis super quick in the dry, especially with the cooler track temperatures when it got dark, just closed on him so quickly.
That pit by the Aston Martin, that actually was just a regular pit stop. That was something they chose to do. That wasn't a drive-through. They just pitted right near the end. So we thought they'd pitted to get fresh tyres, possibly to be able to really dominate and put in the fastest lap.
They definitely had a drive for us. We saw the red icon come up next to their name.
Might have had one as well, but at the end they did have a regular pit stop. Yeah.
Okay.
So combination of both.
Yeah, we were really surprised. We were like, wait, is that doing a splash and dash? And then we were like, no, that's been sat there a really long time. We're like, oh my god, they've gone for fuel and tyres. But yeah, obviously it didn't work in their favour because you guys reeled him in.
Yeah.
Over that last like 5 minutes, we were all. So, we're all getting pretty tired. It's near the end of the race, and then suddenly all of us were like, "Oh my god! Oh my god!"
Finally, some action.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of our neighbours have all been woken up and are probably thoroughly annoyed by all of us yelling at the TV.
Oh well, then I can't wait to watch it back then.
There's 3 bits to watch back, so there's a fair bit to watch back. Had some technical issues mid-race, so it's now part 1, part 2, part 3, but all of them are well worth a watch. But obviously, yeah, if you want to watch your battle right at the end, we were on watching you guys to the very last.
Sweet.
Watching you guys across the line. So, setup-wise, for your car, I've got to ask: did you go for a predominantly dry setup, or was it a predominantly dry and just
full dry?
Wow, full dry setup. Okay, and it managed to work out all right for you in the end.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys were streaming. Were you guys streaming the start of the race? You in particular? Oh, okay. So
Benny was. But me and Fizzy were both predisposed at that moment.
But it started dry. 10 minutes in, it was light rain. So we were like, well, we're going to start on the dries and try and drive through it. And I think that's what most people did. We started 8th. And then as soon as the rain started coming, somehow I was like 2 seconds a lap quicker than everyone. And I was just closing on Boothby by a second a lap. And we were so confused as to why the setup was working in those conditions. But hey, we must have done something right.
Yeah, it's good.
I was going to say, it Connor, it started dry on the formation lap, and even before he got done the formation lap.
Yes, it was. It started raining. Yeah. I don't know where that pace came from. It was. I thought that something was wrong because it was just I could drive past people so easily as if I was on wet tyres. It was weird.
Obviously, a bit of confidence. Maybe everyone else feeling a little bit nervous on those first few laps. I mean,
I would say the setup that we got is pretty soft, so that probably aided in that quite a bit. But it was still strange to drive.
I've got a question for you, and I've asked this to everyone that we spoke to that's driving the BMW. It really looks like under braking, the BMW, that seems to be its strongest point. It seems really, really dominant.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Cool. I'm glad it's not just it doesn't just look like it, and that it actually is the truth. I said we noticed it a few times, especially the end of the oh god, which straight was it? The brain is gone. No, it's gone completely. After Maggots and Beckett's, Hanger, that's the one. It really, really showed there. The end of that straight. Yeah, you guys hard on the brakes there. Obviously we saw you try and go around the outside twice, not quite able to do it, but yeah, just every single time, all the BMWs would look really strong, and so it's something to look out for the rest of the season, I suppose, is watching and seeing how people have learnt from race one. Obviously, seeing how good the BMW is on the brakes, whether people are going to take a slightly different defensive go at everything. So, yeah, it's been interesting to watch. What was the how come you went for the choice of the BMW in the end?
I'd been driving it on the league, obviously, and we sort of saw it as a car that we felt like we could be consistent with, because sure, maybe with the McLaren or the Ferrari we could get a good peak pace out of it, because we've got drivers in either the Van Wall teams that are good with those cars, but they can be quite what's the word? They're unpredictable, sometimes. But the BMW is very like the Aston and the Bentley, with the weight on the front of the car. It's a lot more predictable. Setting it up isn't too hard. So yeah, we just went for something we knew would be able to get consistent pace over 9 hours, for instance.
Yeah, it's got to be something that you feel comfortable driving for 9 hours, not just outright blistering pace. And
Nope. Tim, did we just lose you?
I think we just lost.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah.
Almost lost you there for a second, Tim. But I got one more question from my side. So, you had a really strong race here today. Able to claw back and get that second position on track. Out of the last 3 races, Monza, Spa, and Laguna Seca, rank them 1 to 3 on which one you're looking forward to the most, and which one you just
saw that a few times this evening. Sort of.
Hey.
Well, I'll ask you the question real quick.
Yeah, I know what you're right. So Spa, obviously the most, Laguna, and then Monza, because Monza's just straight lines, right?
Yeah, Monza is just straight lines. That is true. Now, Spa, with it being the only one that's got a really good chance of the rain, does that not deter you or anything, or do you feel that okay, maybe?
No, our pace in the rain today has been really good. I feel really strong, especially on the transitions. That's where we've gained a lot of time, I think.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, it was a good race. I mean, I just find it funny how it was 1% wet but 61% safe conditions, because that just makes sense. So, and that win was pretty strong. So, congratulations today, though, Connor.
Thank you, mate.
It was good hearing from you. It's been what? When's the last time? It's been like a year. So,
yeah, probably.
So,
Probably the was it that GT4 race where we were in the what's it, Maserati on Alton Park? Were you commentating that?
I wasn't there. I think it was before that.
Oh.
So it's been a little bit.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been in the ACC booth. That's for sure. So.
Cool. Well, thanks guys. Thanks for streaming.
Congratulations on the podium.
Cheers, mate.
Yep, congrats and good luck next week, and we look forward to seeing you then.
Bye.
See you later.
All right, so I'm going to have to close it up here because I do have dinner to get to, as it is getting that time. Benny, you have a trip to Philly to make, and Tim, you definitely could use some sleep before your kid wakes you up. So, we got any closing remarks from you guys?
No, just a fantastic race overall. It's been an absolute pleasure with Tim, and don't forget Chinson, obviously starting us off, and obviously you, Fizzymon, all the viewers as well. It's been absolutely amazing to have you all along. Can't wait for the next one, the next endurance race here in this ACC Endurance Championship.
Yeah, so final words. Yeah, massive thanks, obviously, to Chinson for starting this all off, and massive shout out to you, Benny, for surviving the entire race. It's been a huge stint to do, so well done. And Fizzy, thank you ever so much, obviously, for doing the actual physical streaming work and switching all the cameras and stuff at the exact same time. It's always a high-stress job, so massively appreciated. And I've just kind of sat here and just had technical problems all night, so I've had an easy one compared to you guys.
You did save us with the pit wall, and I know a lot of the drivers do use pit wall, so we did benefit from having you control that, since I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure that out later after my dinner. So, it was a pleasure, guys. Thank you all for joining, and we look forward to seeing you guys next week here. Next time here at Monza in 3 weeks' time. Have a wonderful evening, everyone, and we hope to see